Section 1 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Leo III and the Isaurian Dynasty, 717 to 802. The history of the Byzantine Empire under the rule of the Isaurian dynasty is one of the periods in the prolonged evolution of the monarchy least easy of comprehension. The work of the sovereigns usually called the iconoclast emperors has been, in fact, recorded for us practically only by opponents or victims, and their impassioned reports have obviously no claim to be considered strictly impartial. On the other hand, the writings defending and justifying the policy of the emperors have nearly all disappeared in the fierce reaction which followed the defeat of the iconoclasts, and we are thus but imperfectly acquainted with the real objects which the Isaurian emperors set before themselves. Further, the true aspect of their rule has been completely obscured and distorted by the hatred and prejudice excited against them. The nature of their religious policy has been, and still is, frequently misconceived. In truth, the controversy as to images was only a part of the great work of political, social, and economic reconstruction undertaken by Leo III and Constantine V on the emergence of the empire from the serious dangers which it had passed through in the 7th century. It would thus be a misunderstanding of the meaning and scope of this religious strife to consider it apart from the vast aggregate of which it merely forms a portion, just as it would be a wrong estimate of the Isaurian emperors to find in them mere sectaries and heretics. The striking testimony rendered them by their very detractors at the Council of 787 should not be forgotten by any who undertake to relate their history. While severely condemning the religious policy of a Leo III or a Constantine V, the bishops assembled at Nicaea recall, quote, their great deeds, the victories gained over enemies, the subjugation of barbarous nations, and further, the solicitude they showed for their subjects, the wise measures they took, the constitutions they promulgated, their civil institutions, and the improvements effected by them in the cities. Such, the Fathers in Council add, is the true title of the dead emperors to fame, that which secures to them the gratitude of all their subjects." End quote. When on 25 March 717 Leo III was crowned by the Patriarch Germanus, the exterior circumstances of the monarchy were notably difficult. For 10 years, thanks to the anarchy laying waste the empire, the Arabs had been persistently advancing in Asia Minor. In 716, they laid siege to Amorium. In 717, they took Pergamus, and Maslama, the most distinguished of their generals, who had pushed his way nearly into the Obsitian theme, was, with his lieutenant Suleiman, making ready for a great attack upon Constantinople itself. But the new emperor was equal to defending the empire. Of Asiatic origin, an Isaurian according to Theophanes, but more probably descended from a family of Germanicea in Commagene, he had, since the time of Justinian II, displayed remarkable qualities in the shaping of his career. On a mission to the Caucasus, he had shown himself a wary diplomatist, and had given proofs also of energy, courage, presence of mind, and the power of disentangling himself from the most embarrassing situations. As strategist of the Anatolics since 713, he had held the Arabs in check with some success in Asia Minor, proving himself at once a good general and a skillful diplomatist. He was well acquainted with the Mussulman world, and perhaps even spoke Arabic. In short, eager as he was to vindicate the high ambitions he cherished, he appreciated order and was desirous of restoring strength and security to the empire. A good organizer, a man of resolute will and autocratic temper, he had all the best qualities of a statesman. In the course of his reign of 23 years, 717 to 740, he was to show himself the renowned artificer of the reorganization of the empire. Barely a few months from his accession, the Arabs appeared before Constantinople, attacking it by land and sea, 15 August 717. During the whole year which the siege lasted, August 717 to August 718, Leo III dealt firmly with every difficulty. He was as successful in stimulating the defection of a portion of the crews, composed of Egyptian Christians serving in the Arab fleet, as he was in prevailing on the Bulgars to intervene on behalf of the Byzantines. He showed himself as well able to destroy the Mussulman ships with Greek fire as to defeat the caliph's armies on land and secure the re-victualling of the besieged city. When, at last, Maslama decided upon retreat, he had lost, it is said, nearly 150,000 men, while from a storm which burst upon his fleet, only 10 vessels escaped. For Leo III, this was a glorious opening to his reign. For Islam, it was a disaster without precedent. The great onrush of Arab conquest was for many years broken off short in the east, as it was to be in the west by the victory of Charles Martel at Poitiers, 732. The founder of the Isaurian dynasty stood out as the savior of the empire, and pious Byzantines declared in the words of Theophanes, quote, that God and the most blessed Virgin Theotokos ever protect the city of the Christian empire, and that God does not forsake such as call upon him faithfully. End quote. In spite of this great success, which contributed powerfully to establish the new dynasty, the Arabs remained formidable. After some years' respite, they again took the offensive in Asia Minor, 726, and the struggle with them lasted until the end of the reign. However, the victory of Leo III and his son Constantine at Acroenon was a stern lesson to the Mussulmans. The successes of the reign of Constantine V, facilitated by the internal quarrels which at that time disturbed the empire of the caliphs, were to crown these happy achievements, and to avert for many years the Arab danger which, in the 7th century, had so seriously threatened Constantinople. The domestic administration of Leo III was no less fortunate in its consequences to the empire. After 20 years of anarchy and revolution, the monarchy was left in a very distracted state. In 718, while the Arabs were besieging Constantinople, the strategist of Sicily, Sergius, proclaimed an emperor in the west. In 720, the ex-emperor Anastasius II, who was interned at Thessalonica, attempted, with the support of the Bulgars and the complicity of several high officials, to regain the throne. Both these movements were firmly suppressed. Meanwhile, Leo III was planning how he might give permanence to his dynasty. At the time of his accession, having no sons of his own, he had married his daughter Anne to Artavasdes, strategist of the Armeniac theme and formerly his chief supporter in his revolt against Theodosius III, conferring on him the high rank of Kuropalates. When in December 718 a son, Constantine, was born to him, an even better prospect of length of days was opened to his house. By 25 March 720, Leo had secured the throne to the child, having him solemnly crowned by the patriarch. Thus master of the situation, he was able to give himself up wholly to the great task, so urgently necessary, of reconstituting the state. Above all things, it was imperative to provide for the defense of the frontiers. Leo III set about this by completing and extending the system of themes. He cut off the western part of the immense government of the Anatolics to form the Thracesian theme. He likewise divided the maritime theme in order to constitute the two governments of the Cyberiotes and the Dodecanese. The military reasons which dictated the creation of provinces less extensive and more easily defended were reinforced by political considerations. Leo III knew by his own experience how dangerous it was to leave too large stretches of territory in the hands of all-powerful Cbteddy, and what temptations were thus offered them to revolt and lay claim to the empire. For the same reasons, Constantine V pursued his father's policy, reducing the area of the Opsician theme and forming out of it the Bucellarian theme and, perhaps, the Optimatian. Thus, under the Isaurian emperors was completed the administrative organization sketched out in the 7th century. Leo III and his son made a point of nominating to be governors of these provinces men of worth, good generals and capable administrators, and above all, devoted to the person and the policy of their master. The military code, which probably dates from the reign of Leo III, was designed to provide these rulers with well-disciplined troops and to secure the formation of an army with no care or interest apart from its work, and strictly forbidden to concern itself with agriculture or commerce. Out of this force, Constantine V, by throwing into one body contingents drawn from every theme in the empire, was to set himself to create a truly national army, ever more and more removed from the influence of local leaders and provincial patriotism. If the administration and the army were to be reorganized, it was of the first necessity to restore order to the finances. At all costs, money must be found. To secure this, Leo III hit upon a highly ingenious expedient known as doubling the indiction. The fiscal year from 1 September 726 to 1 September 727 was the 10th in the period of 15 years called the indiction. The emperor ordered that the following year, reckoning from 1 September 727 to 1 September 728, instead of being the 11th year of the indiction, should be the 12th, and consequently, in 1 year, he levied the taxes which should have been paid in 2 years. The exchequer officials received orders to get in all contributions with rigorous exactness, and the popes complained bitterly of the tyranny of the fiscal authority, 725. In spite of this, new taxes were devised. In 732, Leo III increased the capitation tax, at least in the provinces of Sicily, Calabria, and Crete, and seized the revenues of the pontifical patrimonies in the south of Italy for the benefit of the treasury. Finally, in 739, after the destructive earthquake in Constantinople, in order to rebuild the walls of the capital, he raised existing imposts by 1/12, i.e., 2 keratia upon the nomisma, or golden solidus, which was worth 24 keratia, whence the name dikeraton given to the new tax. Thus it was that the chroniclers of the 8th century accused Leo III of an unrestrained passion for money and a degrading appetite for gain. As a fact, his careful, often harsh administration of the finances supplied the treasury with fresh resources. Leo was at no less pains to restore economic prosperity to the empire. The rural code, which appears to date from this period, was an endeavor to restrain the disquieting extension of large estates, to put a stop to the disappearance of small free holdings, and to make the lot of the peasant more satisfactory. The immigration of numerous Slav tribes into the Balkan Peninsula since the end of the 6th century had brought about important changes in the methods of land cultivation. The colonate, if it had not completely disappeared, at any rate had ceased to be the almost universal condition. Instead were to be found peasants, much less closely bound to the soil they cultivated than the former Cbteddy, and paying a fixed rent to the owner, or else communities of free peasants holding the land in collective ownership and at liberty to divide it up among the members of the community in order to farm it profitably. The rural code gave legal sanction to existing conditions which had been slowly evolved. It witnesses to a genuine effort to revive agriculture and to restore security and prosperity to the husbandman. Apparently, this effort was by no means wasted, and the moral and material condition of the agricultural population was greatly improved. The maritime code, on the other hand, encouraged the development of the mercantile marine by imposing part of the liability for unavoidable losses on the passengers, thus diminishing the risk of freight owner and captain. Finally, an important legislative reform brought the old laws of Justinian up to date in relation to civil causes, namely the publication of the code promulgated in 739 and known as the Ecloga. In the preface to the Ecloga, Leo III has plainly pointed out the object aimed at in his reform. He intended at once to give more precision and clearness to the law, and to secure that justice should be better administered, but above all, he had at heart the introduction of a new spirit into the law, more humane, the very title expressly mentions this development, and more in harmony with Christian conceptions. These tendencies are very clearly marked in the provisions, much more liberal than those in Justinian's code, of the laws dealing with the family and with questions of marriage and inheritance. In this code we are sensible that there is at once a desire to raise the intellectual and moral standard of the people, and also a spirit of equal justice, shown by the fact that henceforth the law, alike for all, takes no account of social categories. And there is no better proof than the Ecloga of the vastness of the projects of reform contemplated by the iconoclast emperors and of the high conception they had formed of their duty as rulers. Leo III's work of administrative reorganization was crowned by a bold attempt at religious and social reform. Thence was to arise the serious conflict known as the iconoclastic struggle, which, for more than a century and a half, was profoundly to disturb the interior peace of the empire, and abroad was to involve the breach with Rome and the loss of Italy. The long struggle of the 7th century had brought about far-reaching changes in the ideas and morals of Byzantine society. The influence of religion, all-powerful in this community, had produced results formidable from the moral point of view. Superstition had made alarming progress. Everybody believed in the supernatural and the marvelous. Cities looked for their safety much less to men's exertions than to the miraculous intervention of the patron saint who watched over them, to St. Demetrius at Thessalonica, St. Andrew at Patras, or the Mother of God at Constantinople. Individuals put faith in the prophecies of wizards, and Leo III himself, like Leontius or Philippicus, had been met in the way by one who had said to him, "Thou shalt be king." Miracle seemed so natural a thing that even the councils used the possibility of it as an argument. But above all, the cultus offered to images and the belief in their miraculous virtues had come to occupy a surprisingly and scandalously large place in the minds of the Byzantines. Among the populace, largely Greek by race, and in many cases only superficially Christianized, it seemed as though a positive return to pagan customs were in process. From early times, Christianity, in decorating its churches, had made great use of pictures, looking upon them as a means of teaching and as matter of edification for the faithful. And early, too, with the encouragement of the Church, the faithful had bestowed on pictures, especially on those believed to have been not made by human hands, veneration and worship. In the 8th century, this devotion was more general than ever. Everywhere, not merely in the churches and monasteries, but in houses and in shops, on furniture, on clothes, and on trinkets were placed the images of Christ, the Blessed Virgin, and the saints. On these cherished icons, the marks of respect and adoration were lavished. The people prostrated themselves before them. They lighted lamps and candles in front of them. They adorned them with ribbons and garlands, burned incense, and kissed them devoutly. Oaths were taken upon images, and hymns were sung in their honor. Miracles, prodigies, and marvelous cures were implored and expected of them. And so absolute was the trust in their protection that they were sometimes chosen as sponsors for children. It is true that, in justification of these aberrations, theologians were accustomed to explain that the saint was mystically present in his material image, and that the respect shown to the image penetrated to the original which it represented. The populace no longer drew this distinction. To them the images seemed real persons, and Byzantine history is full of pious legends in which images speak, act, and move about like divine and supernatural beings. Everybody was convinced that by a mystic virtue the all-powerful images brought healing to the soul as well as to the body, that they stilled tempests, put evil spirits to flight, and warded off diseases, and that to pay them the honor due to them was a sure means of obtaining all blessings in this life and eternal glory in the next. Many devout minds, however, were hurt and scandalized by the excesses practiced in the cult of images. As early as the 5th and 6th centuries, fathers of the Church and bishops had seen with indignation the divine persons thus represented, and had not hesitated to urge the destruction of these Christian idols. This iconoclastic tendency had grown still more powerful towards the end of the 7th century, especially in the Asiatic provinces of the empire. The Paulicians, whose heresy had spread rapidly in Asia Minor during the second half of the 7th century, proscribed images and were opposed to the adoration of the cross, to the cult of the Virgin and the saints, and to everything which was not, quote, worship in spirit and in truth. The Massalians of Armenia also rejected image worship, and the clergy of that province had succeeded in gradually purifying popular religion there. It must by no means be forgotten that the Jews, who were very numerous in Christendom, and at this time showed great zeal in proselytizing, were naturally hostile to images, and that the Mussulmans condemned them no less rigorously, seeing in the devotion paid to them an actual revival of polytheism. Leo III himself, Asiatic in origin and subjected from childhood to the influence of an iconoclastic atmosphere, would, as a matter of course, sympathize with this opposition to images. Like many Asiatics, and like a section even of the superior clergy of the Orthodox party, he seems to have been alarmed by the increase of idolatry among the people, and to have resolved on a serious effort to restore to Christianity its primitive loftiness and purity. Mistakes have often been made about the character of the religious policy of the Isaurian emperors, and its end and scope have been somewhat imperfectly understood. If faith is to be reposed in contemporaries, very hostile, be it said, to Leo III, the emperor was actuated by strangely petty motives. If Theophanes is to be trusted, he was desirous of pleasing the Mussulmans, with whom he was in close intellectual agreement, and the Jews, to whom he had, as was related, promised satisfaction on this head, if ever the predictions which bade him expect the throne should be realized. These are mere legends. It would be difficult to believe that a prince who had just won so resounding a victory over Islam should have been so anxious to spare the feelings of his adversaries, and that a ruler who, in 722, promulgated an edict of persecution against the Jews should have been so much affected by their views. The historians of our day have credited the iconoclasts with other intentions, and have attributed a much wider scope to their policy. They have seen in them the champions of the lay power, the opponents of the interference of the Church with the affairs of the state. They have represented them as rationalists who, many centuries before Luther, attempted the reformation of the Church as free thinkers, aspiring to found a new society on the immortal principles, destined to triumph in the French Revolution. These are strange errors. Leo III and his son were men of their time, sincerely pious, convinced believers. Even theologians, very anxious, in accordance with the ideas of the age, to cast out everything which might bring down the divine anger upon the empire, very eager, in sympathy with the feelings of a section of their people and their clergy, to purify religion from what seemed to them idolatry. But they were also statesmen, deeply concerned for the greatness and the safety of the empire. Now, the continuous growth of monasticism in Byzantine society had already produced grave results for the state. The immunity from taxation enjoyed by church lands, which every day became more extensive, cut down the receipts of the treasury. The ever-increasing numbers who entered the cloister withdrew soldiers from the army, officials from the public services, and husbandmen from agriculture, while it deprived the nation of its vital forces. The monks were a formidable element of unrest, owing to the influence they exercised over souls, which often found its opportunities in image worship, many convents depending for subsistence on the miraculous icons they possessed. Unquestionably, one of the objects which the iconoclast emperors set before themselves was to struggle against this disquieting state of things, to diminish the influence which the monks exercised in virtue of their control of the nation's education and their moral guidance of souls. In proscribing images, they aimed also at the monks, and in this way the religious reform is intimately connected with the great task of social rebuilding which the Isaurian emperors undertook. It is true that by entering on the struggle which they thus inaugurated, the iconoclast sovereigns ushered in a long period of unrest for the monarchy; that out of this conflict very serious political consequences arose. It would, nevertheless, be unjust to see in the resolution to which they came no more than a caprice of reckless and fanatical despots. Behind Leo III and his son, and ready to uphold them, stood a whole powerful party of iconoclasts. Its real strength was in the Asiatic population and the army, which was largely made up of Asiatic elements, notably of Armenians. Even among the higher clergy, secretly jealous of the power of the monks, many bishops, Constantine of Nicolia, Thomas of Claudiopolis, Theodosius of Ephesus, and later on Constantine of Nicomedia, and Synesius of Perge, resolutely espoused the imperial policy, and among the court circle and the officials high in the administration, many, less perhaps from conviction than from fear or from self-interest, did likewise, although among these classes several are to be found laying down their lives for their attachment to images. And even among the people of Constantinople, a violent hostility to monks showed itself at times. But in the opposite camp, the Isaurian emperors found that they had to reckon with formidable forces, nearly the whole of the European part of the empire. The monks, who depended upon images and were interested in maintaining the reverence paid them; the popes, the traditional and passionate champions of orthodoxy; the women, bolder and more fervent than any in the battle for the holy icons, whose vigorous efforts and powerful influence cannot be too strongly emphasized; and finally the masses, the crowd instinctively faithful to time-honored religious forms, and instinctively opposed to the upper classes, and ready to resist all change. These elements of resistance formed the majority in the empire, and upon their tenacious opposition, heightened by unwearying polemics, the attempted reforms were finally to be wrecked. End of Section 1. Read by Linda Johnson, July 2024. Section 2 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Leo III and the Isaurian Dynasty, Part 2. Leo III was too capable a statesman and too well aware of the serious consequences which, in the Byzantine Empire, any innovation in religion would involve, not to have hesitated long before entering upon the conflict. His course was decided by an incident which shows how thoroughly he was a man of his time. In 726, a dangerous volcanic eruption took place between Thera and Therasia, in which phenomenon the emperor discerned a token of the wrath of God falling heavily upon the monarchy. He concluded that the only means of propitiation would be to cleanse religion finally from practices which dishonored it. He resolved upon the promulgation of the Edict against Images, 726. It has sometimes been thought, on the strength of a misunderstood passage in the life of St. Stephen the Younger, that the emperor ordered, not that the pictures should be destroyed, but that they should be hung higher up, in order to withdraw them from the adoration of the faithful. But facts make it certain that the measures taken were very much more rigorous. Thus keen excitement was aroused in the capital and throughout the empire. At Constantinople, when the people saw an officer, in the execution of the imperial order, proceed to destroy the image of Christ placed above the entrance to the sacred palace, they broke out into a riot, in which several were killed and injured, and severe sentences necessarily followed. When the news spread into the provinces, worse things happened. Greece and the Cyclades rose and proclaimed a rival emperor, who, with the support of Gallienus, termarch of the Heladics, marched upon Constantinople, but the rebel fleet was easily destroyed by the imperial squadrons. In the west, results were more important. Pope Gregory II was already, owing to his opposition to the fiscal policy of Leo III, on very bad terms with the government. When the edict against images arrived in Italy, there was a universal rising in the peninsula in favor of the Pope, who had boldly countered the imperial order by excommunicating the exarch and denouncing the heresy. 727. Venice, Ravenna, the Pentapolis, Rome, and the Campania rose in revolt, massacred or drove out the imperial officers, and proclaimed new dukes. Indeed, matters went so far that the help of the Lombards was invoked, and a plan was mooted of choosing a new emperor to be installed at Constantinople in the place of Leo III. The emperor took energetic measures against the insurgents. The new exarch, Eutychius, who received orders to put down the resistance at all costs, marched upon Rome, 729, but did not succeed in taking it. And it may be that imperial rule in Italy would now have come to an end had not Gregory II, like the prudent politician that he was, discerned the danger likely to arise from the intervention of the Lombards in Italian affairs, and used his influence to bring back the revolted provinces to their allegiance. Thus peace was restored, and Italy conciliated, her action being limited to a respectful request that the honor due to images should again be paid to them. Meanwhile, opposition was growing in the East. The clergy, with Germanus, Patriarch of Constantinople, at their head, had naturally condemned the imperial policy openly. Leo III determined on breaking down resistance by force. The church schools were closed, and a later legend even relates that the emperor burned the most famous of them, along with its library and its professors. In January 730, he caused the deposition of the Patriarch Germanus, who refused to condemn images, and in his place he had the Syncellus Anastasius elected, a man wholly devoted to the iconoclast doctrine. This caused fresh disturbances in the West. Gregory II refused to recognize the heretical patriarch. Gregory III, who succeeded in 731, relying on the Lombards, assumed an even bolder and more independent attitude. The Roman Synod of 731 solemnly excluded from the Church those who opposed images. This was to go too far. The emperor, who now saw in Gregory merely a rebel, sent an expedition to Italy with the task of reducing him to obedience. The Byzantine fleet, however, was destroyed by a tempest in the Adriatic, 732. Leo III was obliged to content himself with seizing the Petrine patrimonies within the limits of the empire, with detaching from the Roman obedience, and placing under the authority of the Patriarch of Constantinople the dioceses of Calabria, Sicily, Crete, and Illyricum, and with imposing fresh taxes on the Italian population. The breach between the empire and Italy seemed to be complete. In 738, Gregory III was to make a definite appeal to Charles Martel. Even outside the empire, Orthodox resistance to the iconoclast policy was becoming apparent. St. John Damascene, a monk of the Laura of St. Sabas in Palestine, wrote between 726 and 737 3 treatises against, quote, those who depreciate the holy images, end quote, in which he stated dogmatically the principles underlying the cult of icons, and did not hesitate to declare that, quote, to legislate in ecclesiastical matters did not pertain to the emperor, end quote. Legend relates that Leo III, to avenge himself on John, had him accused of treason to the caliph, his master, who caused his right hand to be cut off, and it adds that the next night, by the intercession of the Blessed Virgin, the hand was miraculously restored to the mutilated arm, that it might continue its glorious labors in defense of orthodoxy. In reality, despite certain harsh acts, dictated for the most part by political necessity, it seems plain that the Edict of 726 was enforced with great moderation. Most of the churches and the Patriarch's palace were still at the end of the reign in undisturbed possession of the frescoes and mosaics which adorned them. Against persons there was no systematic persecution. Even the chronicler Theophanes, who cannot sufficiently reprobate the impious Leo, acknowledges that the deposed patriarch Germanus withdrew to his hereditary property of Platonian and there peacefully ended his days. If his writings were burnt by the emperor's orders, he himself was never, as legend claims, subjected to measures of violence. The rising in Greece was suppressed with great mildness, only the 2 leaders being condemned to death. Finally, the Ecloga, promulgated in 740, inflicted no punishment on iconodules. Nevertheless, when Leo died in 740, a serious struggle had been entered on, which was to become fatally embittered as much by the very heat of the combat and the desperate resistance of the monks as by the formidable problems which it was soon to raise. In the quarrel over images, the real collision was between the authority of the emperor in religious matters and the desire of the Church to free herself from the tutelage of the state. This became unmistakable when Constantine V succeeded his father. Constantine V, 740 to 775, has been fiercely attacked by the iconodule party. They surnamed him the Stable Boy and Copronymus, named from dung, on account of an unlucky accident which, they said, had occurred at his christening. They accused him of nameless debaucheries, of vices against nature, and attributed to him every kind of infamy. On the death of Leo, says the deacon Stephen, Satan raised up in his stead a still more abandoned being, even as to Ahab succeeded Ahaziah, and to Archelaus Herod, more wicked than he. In the eyes of Nicephorus, he outdid in cruelty those tyrants who have most tormented the human race. For Theophanes, he is, quote, a monster athirst for blood, a ferocious beast, an unclean and blood-stained magician, taking pleasure in evoking demons. In a word, quote, a man given up from childhood to all that is soul-destroying, an amalgam of all the vices, a precursor of Antichrist. End quote. It would be childish to take these senseless calumnies literally, In fact, if we consider the events of his reign, Constantine V appears as an able and energetic ruler, a great warrior, and a great administrator, who left behind him a glorious and lasting reputation. He was the idol of the army, which long remembered him, and many years after his death was still the determined champion of his life work. He was, in the eyes of the people, the victorious and prophetic emperor, to whose tomb in 813 they crowded, in order to implore the dead Caesar to save the city which was threatened by the Bulgars. And all believed themselves to have seen the prince come forth from his tomb, mounted on his war horse, and ready once more to lead out his legions against the enemy. These are not facts to be lightly passed over. Most certainly Constantine V was, even more than his father, autocratic, violent, passionate, harsh, and often terrifying. But his reign, however disturbed by the quarrel concerning images, appears nonetheless a great reign, in which religious policy, as under Leo III, merely formed part of a much more important achievement. It must be added that the early occurrences of the reign were by no means such as to incline the new prince to deal gently with his opponents. In 741, the insurrection of his brother-in-law Artavasdos united the whole Orthodox party against Constantine V. The emperor had just left Constantinople to open a campaign against the Arabs. While the usurper was making an unlooked-for attack on him in Asia, treason in his rear was handing over the capital to his rival, the Patriarch Anastasius himself declaring against him as suspected of heretical opinions. A year and a half was needed to crush the rebel. Supported by Asia, which, with the exception of the Opsician theme, where Artavasdos had been strategist, ranged itself unanimously on the side of Constantine, the rightful emperor defeated his competitor at Sardis, May 742, and at Modrina, August 742, and drove him back upon Constantinople, to which city he laid siege. On 2 November 742, it was taken by storm. Artavasdos and his sons were blinded. The Patriarch Anastasius was ignominiously paraded around the hippodrome, mounted on an ass and exposed to the mockery of the crowd. Constantine, however, maintained him in the patriarchal dignity. But we may well conceive that the emperor felt considerable rancor against his opponents, and continually distrusted them after events which so plainly showed the hatred borne him by the supporters of images. Yet Constantine showed no haste to enter upon his religious reforms. More pressing matters demanded his attention. As with Leo III, the security of the empire formed his chief preoccupation. Profiting by the dissensions which shook the Arab Empire, he assumed the offensive in Syria, 745, reconquered Cyprus, 746, and made himself master of Theodosiopolis and Melitene, 751. Such was his military reputation that in 757 the Arabs retreated at the bare rumor of his approach. To the end of the reign, the infidels were bridled without the necessity for any further personal intervention of Constantine. The Bulgars presented a more formidable danger to the empire. In 755, Constantine began a war against them, which ended only with his life. In 9 successive campaigns, he inflicted such disastrous defeats on these barbarians at Marseilles, 759, and at Anchialus, 762, that by 764 they were terror-stricken, made no attempt at resistance, and accepted peace for a term of 7 years (765). When, in 772, the struggle was renewed, its results proved not less favourable. The emperor, having won the victory of Lithosauria, re-entered Constantinople in triumph. To the last day of his life, Constantine wrestled with the Bulgars, and if he did not succeed in destroying their kingdom, at least he restored the prestige of Byzantine arms in the Balkan peninsula. Elsewhere, he repressed the risings of the Slavs of Thrace and Macedonia (758), and, after the example of Justinian II, he deported part of their tribes into Asia to the Obsitian theme (762). At home, also, Constantine gloriously carried on the work of his father. We have already seen how he continued and completed the administrative and military organization set on foot by Leo III. He bestowed equal care on restoring the finances of the empire, and his adversaries accuse him of having been a terrible and merciless exactor, a hateful oppressor of the peasants, rigorously compelling the payment of constantly increasing taxes. In any case, at this cost was secured the excellent condition in which he certainly left the imperial finances. Theophanes speaks of the vast accumulations which his son, on his death, found in the treasury. Also, despite the havoc caused by the great pestilence of 747, the empire was prosperous. The brilliancy of the court, the splendor of buildings, for Constantine V, while battling against images, encouraged the production of secular works of art intended to replace them, are a proof of this prosperity. And the emperor, who from as early as 750 had shared the throne with his son Leo, and who in 768, in order to increase the stability of his house, had associated his 4 other sons in the imperial power with the titles of Caesar and Nobilissimus, might flatter himself that he had secured the Isaurian dynasty unshakably in the imperial purple and restored to the empire security, cohesion, and strength. End of section 2. Read by Linda Johnson, July 2024. Section 3 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Leo III, and the Isaurian Dynasty, Part 3. Constantine V had no hesitation, in order to complete his work, in reopening the religious struggle. The emperor had received the education of a Byzantine prince. He was, therefore, a theologian. He had composed sermons which he ordered to be read in churches. An important theological work, which the patriarch Nicephorus made it his business to refute, had been published under his name, and he had his own doctrine and his personal opinion on the grave problems which had been raised since 726. Not only was he, like Leo III, the enemy of images, but he condemned the cultus of the Blessed Virgin and the saints. He considered prayers addressed to them useless, and punished those who begged for their intercession. All the writers tell us of the want of respect which the emperor showed to the Theotokos. All the authorities represent him as charging the upholders of images with idolatry, and the fathers of the Council of 753 congratulate him on having saved the world by ridding it of idols. Further, he was deeply sensible of the perils of monasticism. He reproached the monks with inculcating a spirit of detachment and of contempt of the world, with encouraging men to forsake their families and withdraw from the court and from official life, to fling themselves into the cloisters. Thus, as with Leo III, political considerations added weight to religious ones in Constantine V's mind. But, more passionate and fanatical than his father, he was to carry on the struggle by different methods, with greater eagerness in propaganda and with a more unyielding and systematic bitterness in the work of repression. Yet up to 753, the emperor confined himself to enforcing Leo III's edicts in no very harsh spirit. At the most, it may be thought that he was preparing the ground for his future action when, in 745 or 751, he removed to Thrace a number of Syrians and Armenians hostile to images, and when in 747, after the pestilence, he practically repeopled Constantinople with men not less devoted to his opinions. But he waited until his power had been consolidated by 11 years of glory and prosperity before resolving on any decisive step. Towards the end of 752, Constantine had made sure of the devotion of the army and of the sympathy, or at least the acquiescence, of a large proportion of the secular clergy. The people of the capital had become very hostile to the monks. Finally, the patriarchal chair was vacant since the death of Anastasius, 752. The emperor convoked a council to decide the question of image worship. On 10 February 753, 338 bishops met in the palace of Hieria on the Bosphorus. The council intended to deal seriously with the task entrusted to it. Its labors were long and onerous, lasting without interruption from 10 February to the end of August 753. It does not at all appear that the prelates in their deliberations were subjected to any pressure from the imperial authority. They in no wise accepted all the opinions professed by Constantine V. They resolutely maintained the orthodox doctrine concerning the intercession of the Blessed Virgin and the saints, and anathematized all who should deny to Mary the title of Theotokos. But they solemnly condemned the worship of images, quote, as a thing hateful and abominable, and declared that whoever persisted in adoring them, whether layman or monk, quote, should be punished by the imperial laws as a rebel against the commandments of God and an enemy of the dogma of the fathers. End quote. And after having excommunicated the most illustrious champions of the icons, and acclaimed in the persons of the emperors, quote, the saviors of the world and the luminaries of orthodoxy, end quote, and hailed in Constantine V, quote, a 13th apostle, end quote, they separated. The decrees of the council involved one serious consequence. Heretofore, the iconodules had only been proceeded against as contravening the imperial ordinances. They were, for the future, to be treated as heretics and rebels against the authority of the Church. By entrusting to the imperial power the task of carrying the canons into effect, the bishops were putting a terrible weapon into Constantine's hands, and one specially fitted to strike at the priests and monks. Any spiritual person refusing to support the dogma promulgated by the council might, in fact, be condemned with pitiless rigor. Yet the emperor, it would seem, was in no haste to make use of the means put at his disposal. During the years that followed the council, 2 executions at most are mentioned, in 761. The sovereign appears to have been bent rather on negotiating with his opponents in order to obtain their submission by gentle methods. Also, at this moment, the Bulgarian war was absorbing his whole attention. It was not until peace had been signed in 765, and he realized the futility of his controversy with the most famous of the monks, that Constantine decided on crushing resistance by force. The era of martyrs then set in. Quote, "In that year, September 764 to September 765, writes Theophanes, the emperor raged madly against all that feared God." End quote. The oath to renounce images was imposed upon all subjects, and at the ambo of St. Sophia, the patriarch Constantine was forced to be the first to swear to abandon the worship of the forbidden idols. Thereupon, persecution was let loose throughout the empire. At Constantinople, all the still numerous images left in the churches were destroyed. The frescoes were blotted out, the mosaics broken, and the panels, on which figures of the saints were painted, scraped bare. "All beauty," says a contemporary, "disappeared from the churches." All writings in support of images were ordered to be destroyed. Certain sacred buildings, from which the relics were removed, were even secularized. The church of St. Euphemia became an arsenal, and everywhere a scheme of decoration, secular in spirit, took the place of the banished pictures. Measures no less harsh were taken against persons. The great officials, and even the bishops, eagerly hunted down everyone guilty of concealing an image or of preserving a relic or amulet. The monks especially were proceeded against with extreme violence. Constantine V seems to have had a peculiar hatred of them. Quote, "He called their habit," says one authority, "the raiment of darkness, and those who wore it he called amnemonutoi, those who are no more to be spoken of." Quote, "He set himself," says another witness, "to destroy the monastic order entirely." End quote. The fathers of the later council of 787 recall with indignation, quote, "the tortures inflicted on pious men," end quote, the arrests, imprisonments, blows, exile, tearing out of eyes, branding of faces with red-hot irons, cutting off of noses and tongues. The emperor forbade his subjects to receive communion from a monk. He strove to compel the religious to lay aside their habit and go back to civil life. The property of convents was confiscated, the monasteries secularized, and bestowed as fiefs on the prince's favorites. Some of them were converted into barracks. The emperor, to effect the suppression of the monastic orders, scrupled at no expedient. There were terror-striking executions, such as that of St. Stephen the Younger, abbot of Mount St. Auxentius, whom Constantine, after vainly attempting to bring him over to his side, allowed to be done to death by the crowd in the streets of Constantinople, 20 November 764. Scandalous and ridiculous exhibitions took place in the hippodrome, where, amidst the hootings of the crowd, monks were forced to file past, each holding a woman by the hand. In the provinces, the governors employed the same measures with equal zeal. Michael Lacanodraco, strategist of the Thracians, assembled all the monks and nuns of his province in a square at Ephesus, giving them the choice between marriage and death. And the emperor, writing to congratulate him, says, quote, "I have found a man after my own heart. You have carried out my wishes." End quote. The monks stubbornly resisted the persecution. If, acting on the advice of their leaders, many left Constantinople to seek a refuge in the provinces, the leaders themselves, with courageous insolence, defied the emperor to his face, and, in spite of the edicts, carried on their propaganda even among those nearest to his person. This was conduct which Constantine V would not tolerate. On 25 August 765, 19 great dignitaries were paraded in the circus as guilty of high treason, and in particular, says Theophanes, of having kept up intercourse with St. Stephen and glorified his martyrdom. Several of them were executed, others were blinded and exiled. Some days later, the Patriarch Constantine was, in his turn, arrested as having shared in the plot, exiled to the Prince's Islands, and superseded in the patriarchal chair. In the following year, he was brought back to Constantinople, and after long and ignominious tortures, was finally beheaded, 15 August 767. During the 5 or 6 years from 765 to 771, persecution raged furiously, so much so that, as was said by a contemporary, no doubt with some exaggeration, quote, Byzantium seemed emptied of the monastic order, end quote, and, quote, no trace of the accursed breed of monks was to be found there, end quote. Without accepting literally all that chroniclers and hagiographers have related, it is certain that the struggle gave occasion for deeds of indescribable violence and nameless acts of harshness and cruelty. But it is certain also that several of the party of resistance, by the provocations they offered, drew down upon themselves the severity of those in power, and let loose the brutal hostility of the populace. It must also be remarked that, if there were some sensational condemnations, the capital executions were, taken altogether, somewhat rare. The harsh treatment and the punishments usual under Byzantine justice undoubtedly struck down numerous victims. The government was even more bent on making the monks ridiculous than on punishing them, and frequently tried to rid itself of them by banishing them or allowing them to flee. Many of them crossed over to Italy, and the emperor was well pleased to see them go to strengthen Byzantine influence in the West. Many also gave way, quote, won over by flattery or promises or dignities, writes the patriarch Nicephorus. They forswore their faith, adopted lay dress, allowed their hair to grow, and began to frequent the society of women, end quote. Quote, many, says another authority, preferred the praise of men to the praise of God, or even allowed themselves to be entangled by the pleasures of the flesh, end quote. On the other hand, in the provinces, many communities had resigned themselves to accept the decrees of the council, and although in Constantinople itself many monks still lived in hiding, Constantine V might, on the whole, flatter himself that he had overcome the opponents upon whom he had declared war. In Italy, this victory had cost the empire dear. We have seen that from the beginning of the 8th century, the people of the peninsula were becoming more and more alienated from Constantinople. At Rome, and in the duchy of which it was the capital, the real sovereign was in fact the Pope rather than the emperor. Yet, since in 740 Gregory III had been succeeded by a pope of Greek origin, Zacharias, relations between the empire and its western provinces had been less strained. Zacharias, at the time of the revolt of Artavastus, had remained loyal to the cause of the legitimate sovereign, and during the subsequent years he had put his services at the disposal of the empire, to be used, with some success, in checking the progress of the Lombards, 743 and 749. But when, in 751, Aistulf obtained possession of Ravenna and the Exarchate, Zacharias's successor, Stephen II, was soon induced to take up a different attitude. He saw the Lombards at the gates of Rome, and, confronted with this imminent danger, he found that the emperor, to whom he made desperate appeals for help, only replied by charging him with a diplomatic mission to the Lombard king, who proved obdurate, and perhaps also to the king of the Franks, Pepin, whose military intervention in Italy for the advantage of the emperor was hoped for at Constantinople. Did Stephen II, realizing that no support was to be expected from the East, consider it wiser and more practical to recur to the policy of Gregory III, and did he take the initiative in petitioning for other help? Or else, though the emperor's mandatory in France, did he forget the mission entrusted to him, and perhaps influenced by accounts received from Constantinople? The Council of Hieria was at that very moment condemning images, allow himself to be tempted by Pepin's offers, and, treacherously abandoning the Byzantine cause, play for his own hand? The question is a delicate one, and not easy of solution. A first convention agreed to with Pepin at Ponthion, January 754, was, at the Assembly of Chieri, Easter 754, followed up by more precise engagements. The Frankish king recognized the right of the Pope to govern in his own name the territories of Rome and Ravenna, whereas up to then he had administered Rome in the name of the emperor, and when Pepin had reconquered them from the Lombards, he did in fact solemnly hand them over to Stephen II, 754. It was not till 756 that the real meaning of the Frankish king's intervention was understood at Constantinople, when, on the occasion of his second expedition to Italy, Pepin declared to the ambassadors of Constantine V that he had undertaken the campaign in no wise to serve the imperial interest, but on the invitation of the Pope. The Frankish king's language swept away the last illusions of the Greeks. They understood that Italy was lost to them, and that the breach between Rome and Constantinople was final. The emperor had no other thought henceforth than to punish one in whom he could only see a disloyal and treacherous subject, unlawfully usurping dominion over lands which belonged to his master. On the one hand, from 756 to 774, he did his utmost to break off the alliance between Pepin and the papacy, and to induce the Frankish king to forsake his protégé, but in this he met with no success. On the other hand, he sought by every means to create difficulties for the Roman pontiffs in the peninsula. His emissaries set themselves to rouse resistance to the Pope, at Ravenna and elsewhere, among all who were still loyal to the imperial authority. In 759, Constantine V joined forces with Desiderius, king of the Lombards, for the reconquest of Italy and a joint attempt to recover Otranto. And in fact, in 760, a fleet of 300 sail left Constantinople to reinforce the Greek squadron from Sicily and to make preparations for a landing. All these attempts were to prove useless. When in 774, Charlemagne, making a fresh intervention in Italy, annexed the Lombard kingdom, he solemnly at St. Peter's confirmed, perhaps even increased, the donation of Pepin. The Byzantines had lost Italy. retaining nothing but Venice and a few places in the south of the peninsula. Again, too, the Synod of the Lateran, 769, by anathematizing the opponents of images, had completed the religious separation between Rome and the East. When in 781 Pope Hadrian ceased to date his official acts by the regnal year of the emperor, the last link disappeared, which, on the political side, still seemed to bind Italy to the empire. The Greeks of the 8th century appear to have been little concerned, and the emperor himself seems to have regarded with some indifference the loss of a province which had been gradually becoming more detached from the empire. His attention was now bestowed rather on the eastern regions of the empire, which constituted its strength, and whose safety, unity, and prosperity he made every effort to secure. Perhaps also the intrinsic importance which he had come to attach to his religious policy made him too forgetful of perils coming from without. When, on 14 September 775, the old emperor died, he left the empire profoundly disturbed by internal disputes. Under Constantine V's successors, the disadvantages of this state of discontent and agitation, and of his over-concentration on religious questions, were soon to become evident. End of Section 3. Read by Linda Johnson. July 2024. Section 4 of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Leo III, and the Isaurian Dynasty, Part 4. Constantine V, before his death, had drawn from his son and successor a promise to carry on his policy. Leo IV, surnamed the Khazar, during his short reign, 775 to 780, exerted himself to this end. Abroad, he resumed, not ingloriously, the struggle with the Arabs. In 778, an army of 100,000 men invaded northern Syria, besieged Germanicea, and won a brilliant victory over the Mussulmans. The emperor gave no less attention to the affairs of Italy. He welcomed to Constantinople Adelchis, son of Desiderius, the Lombard king dethroned by Charlemagne, and, in concert with him and with the Duke of Benevento, Arachis, he meditated an intervention in the peninsula. At home, however, in spite of his attachment to the iconoclast doctrines, he judged it prudent at first to show himself less hostile to images and to the monks. He dreaded, not without reason, the intrigues of the Caesars, his brothers, one of whom he was, in the end, forced to banish to Kherson. He was anxious, feeling himself in bad health, to give stability to the throne of his young son Constantine, whom, at the Easter festival of 776, he had solemnly admitted to a share in the imperial dignity. And finally, he was much under the influence of his wife Irene, an Athenian by origin, who was secretly devoted to the party of the monks. Leo IV, however, ended by becoming tired of his policy of tolerance. Towards the end of his reign, April 780, persecution set in afresh. Executions took place even in the circle round the emperor. Certain churches, besides, were despoiled of their treasures, and this relapse of the sovereign into his hidden malignity, as Theophanes expresses it, might have led to consequences of some gravity, but for the death of the emperor on 8 September 780, leaving the throne to a child of 10, his son Constantine, and the regency to his widow, the Empress Irene. Irene was born in a province zealously attached to the worship of images, and she was devout. There was thus no question where her sympathies lay. She had, indeed, towards the end of the preceding reign, somewhat compromised herself by her iconodule opinions. Once at the head of affairs, her first thought would be to put an end to a struggle which had lasted for more than half a century, and of which many within the empire were weary. But Irene was ambitious also, and keenly desirous of ruling. Her whole life long she was led by one dominating idea, a lust for power amounting to an obsession. In pursuit of this end, she allowed no obstacle to stay her, and no scruple to turn her aside. Proud and passionate, she easily persuaded herself that she was the instrument to work out the divine purposes, and, consequently, from the day that she assumed the regency in her son's name, she worked with skill and with tenacious resolution at the great task whence she expected the realization of her vision. In carrying out the projects suggested by her devotion, and in fulfilling the dreams of her ambition, Irene, however, found herself faced by many difficulties. The Arabs renewed their incursions in 781. Next year, Michael Lacano Draco was defeated at Dazimon, and the Mussulmans pushed on to Chrysopolis, opposite the capital. An insurrection broke out in Sicily, 781, and in Macedonia and Greece the Slavs rose. But above all, many rival ambitions were growing round the young empress, and much opposition was showing itself. The Caesars, her brothers-in-law, were secretly hostile to her, and the memory of their father Constantine V drew many partisans to their side. The great offices of the government were all held by zealous iconoclasts. The army was still devoted to the policy of the late reign. Finally, the Church, which was controlled by the Patriarch Paul, was full of the opponents of images, and the canons of the Council of Hieria formed part of the law of the land. Irene contrived very skilfully to prepare her way. Some of her adversaries she overthrew, and others she thrust on one side. A plot formed to raise her brothers-in-law to the throne was used by her to compel them to enter the priesthood, Christmas 780. She dismissed the old servants of Constantine V from favor, and entrusted the government to men at her devotion, especially to eunuchs of her household. One of them even became her chief minister. Stauracius, raised by Irene's good graces to the dignity of patrician and the functions of logothete of the dromos, became the undisputed master of the palace. For 20 years he was to follow the fortunes of his benefactress with unshaken loyalty. Meanwhile, in order to have her hands free, Irene made peace with the Arabs, 783. In the west, she was drawing nearer to the papacy, and made request to Charlemagne for the hand of his daughter Rotruda for the young Constantine VI. Sicily was pacified. Stauracius subdued the Slav revolt. The empress could give herself up completely to her religious policy. From the very outset of her regency, she had introduced a system of toleration such as had been long unknown. Monks reappeared in the capital, resuming their preaching and their religious propaganda. Amends were made for the sacrilegious acts of the preceding years. and the devout party, filled with hope, thanked God for the unlooked-for miracle, and hailed the approaching day when, quote, "by the hand of a widowed woman and an orphan child, impiety should be overthrown and the Church set free from her long enslavement." End quote. A subtle intrigue before long placed the Patriarchate itself at the Empress's disposal. In 784, the Patriarch Paul abruptly resigned his office. In his place, Irene procured the appointment of a man of her own, a layman, the imperial secretary Tarasius. The latter, on accepting, declared that it was time to put an end to the strife which disturbed the Church and to the schism which separated her from Rome, and, while repudiating the decisions of the Synod of 753 as tainted with illegality, he skilfully put forward the project of an ecumenical council which should restore peace and unity to the Christian world. The Empress wrote to this effect to Pope Adrian, who entered into her views, and with the support of these two valuable allies, she summoned the prelates of Christendom to Constantinople for the spring of 786. But Irene had been too precipitate. She had not reckoned with the hostility of the army and even of some of the eastern bishops. On the opening of the council, 17 August 786, in the Church of the Holy Apostles, the soldiers of the guard disturbed the gathering by a noisy demonstration and dispersed the Orthodox. Irene herself, who was present at the ceremony, escaped with some difficulty from the infuriated zealots. The whole of her work had to be begun over again. Some of the provincial troops were dexterously won over. Then a pretext was found for removing from the capital and disbanding such regiments of the guard as were ill-disposed. Finally, the council was convoked at Nicaea in Bithynia. It was opened in the presence of the papal legates on 24 September 787. This was the Seventh Ecumenical Council. 350 bishops were present, surrounded by a fervent crowd of monks and igumens. The assembly found a month sufficient for the decision of all the questions before it. The worship of images was restored, with the single restriction that adoration should not be claimed for them, but only veneration. The doctrine concerning images was established on dogmatic foundations. Finally, under the influence of Plato, abbot of Sacudion, ecclesiastical discipline and Christian ethics were restored in all their strictness, and a strong breeze of asceticism pervaded the whole Byzantine world. The victorious monks had even higher aims in view. From this time, Plato and his nephew, the famous Theodore of Studion, dreamed of claiming for the Church absolute independence of the state, and denied to the emperor the right to intermeddle with anything involving dogma or religion. This was, before long, to produce fresh conflicts, graver and of higher importance than that which had arisen out of the question of images. In November 787, the fathers of the Church betook themselves to Constantinople, and in a solemn sitting held in the Magnaura Palace, the Empress signed with her own hand the canons restoring the beliefs which she loved. And the devout party, proud of such a sovereign, hailed her magniloquently as the Christ-supporting empress whose government, like her name, is a symbol of peace. Irene's ambition was very soon to disturb the peace which was still insecure. Constantine VI was growing up. He was in his 18th year. Between a son who wished to govern and a mother with a passion for supreme power, a struggle was inevitable. To safeguard her work, not less than to retain her authority, Irene was to shrink from nothing, not even from crime. Formerly, at the outset of the reign, she had, as a matter of policy, negotiated a marriage for her son with Charlemagne's daughter. She now, from policy, broke it off, no doubt considering the Frankish alliance less necessary to her after the Council of Nicaea, but above all, dreading lest the mighty King Charles should prove a support to his son-in-law against her. She forced another marriage upon Constantine, 788, with a young Paphlagonian named Maria, from whom she knew she had nothing to fear. Besides this, acting in concert with her minister Stauracius, the empress kept her son altogether in the background. But Constantine VI, in the end, grew tired of this state of pupilage, and conspired against the all-powerful eunuch, January 790. Things fell out ill with him. The conspirators were arrested, tortured, and banished. The young emperor himself was flogged like an unruly boy and put under arrest in his apartments. And Irene, counting herself sure of victory, and intoxicated besides with the flatteries of her dependents, required of the army an oath that so long as she lived, her son should never be recognized as emperor, while in official proclamations she caused her name to be placed before that of Constantine. She was running great risks. The army, still devoted to the memory of Constantine V, was further in very ill humor at the checks which it had met with through Irene's foreign policy. The Arab War, renewed by the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, September 786, had been disastrous both by land and sea. In Europe, the imperial troops had been beaten by the Bulgars, 788. In Italy, the breach with the Franks had led to a disaster. A strong force, sent to the peninsula to restore the Lombard prince Adelchis, had been completely defeated, and its commander slain, 788. The troops attributed these failures to the weakness of a woman's government. The regiments in Asia therefore mutinied, 790, demanding the recognition of Constantine VI, and from the troops in Armenia, the insurrection spread to the other themes. Irene took the alarm and abdicated, December 790. Stauracius and her other favorites fell with her, and Constantine VI, summoning round him the faithful counselors of his grandfather and his father, took power into his own hands. The young emperor seems to have had some really valuable qualities. He was of an energetic temper and martial instincts. He boldly resumed the offensive against the Arabs, 791 to 795, and against the Bulgars, 791. Though the latter in 792 inflicted a serious defeat on him, he succeeded in 796 during a fresh campaign in restoring the reputation of his troops. All this recommended him to the soldiers and the people. Unfortunately, his character was unstable. He was devoid of lasting suspicion or resentment. Barely a year after the fall of Irene, yielding to her pressing requests, he restored to her the title of empress and associated her in the supreme power. At the same time, he took back Stauracius as his chief minister. Irene came back thirsting for vengeance, and more eager than ever in pursuit of her ambitious designs. She spent 5 patient years working up her triumph, and with diabolical art bred successive quarrels between her son and all who were attached to him, lowering him in the eyes of the army, undermining him in the favor of the people, and finally ruining him with the church. At the very beginning, she used her newly regained influence to rouse Constantine's suspicions against Alexius Musallet, the general who had engineered the pronunciamento of 790, succeeding so well that the emperor disgraced him and had him blinded. On learning this usage of their leader, the legions in Armenia mutinied, and the emperor was obliged to go in person to crush the revolt. 793. This he did with great harshness, thus alienating the hearts of the soldiers who were his best support. At the same time, just as on the morrow of the Bulgar defeat, 792, the Caesars, his uncles, again bestirred themselves. Irene persuaded her son to put out the eyes of the eldest and to cut out the tongues of the 4 others, an act of cruelty which availed little and made the prince extremely unpopular with the iconoclasts. Then, to excite public opinion against him, she devised a last expedient. Constantine VI had become enamored of one of the Empress Mother's maids of honor, named Theodote, and Irene had lent herself complacently to this passion. She even counseled her son to put away his wife in order to marry the girl, as she was well aware of the scandal which would follow. The emperor lent a ready ear to this advice. In spite of the opposition of the patriarch Tarasius, who courageously refused a demand to facilitate the divorce, he dismissed Maria to a convent and married Theodote. September 795. There was a general outburst of indignation throughout the religious party at this adulterous connection. The monks, especially those of the Secudion, with Plato and Theodore at their head, abounded in invective against the bigamous emperor, the new Herod, and condemned the weakness of the patriarch in tolerating this abomination. Irene surreptitiously encouraged their resistance. In vain did Constantine VI flatter himself that by courtesy and calmness he could allay the excitement of his opponents, even going so far as to pay a visit in person to the monks of the Secudion, 796, and coolly replying to their insults, quote, that he did not intend to make martyrs. End quote. At last, however, in the face of their uncompromising mood, he lost patience. He caused the monks of the Secudion to be arrested, beaten, imprisoned, and exiled. These severities only exasperated public opinion, which Irene turned to her own advantage. While the court was at the baths of Prusa, she worked up the plot which was to restore her to power. It burst forth 17 July 797. The emperor was arrested and imprisoned at the palace, in the porphyry chamber where he had been born, and, by his mother's orders, his eyes were put out. He was allowed, with his wife Theodote, to end his days in peaceful obscurity. Irene was empress. The devout party were determined to see in this odious crime of a mother against her son nothing but the just punishment of an adulterous and persecuting emperor, and traced the hand of Providence in an event which brought back to power the most pious Irene, the restorer of orthodoxy. She, quite unmoved, boldly seized upon the government, and, as though intoxicated with her omnipotence and with the delight of having realized her dreams, did not hesitate. Such a thing had never been seen, and never was to be seen again in Constantinople, to assume, woman as she was, the title of emperor. Skillfully, too, she secured her authority and maintained her popularity. She banished to Athens the Caesars, her brothers-in-law, who were again conspiring, 797, and a little later she had the 4 younger blinded, 799. To her friends, the monks, she gave tokens of favor, building new monasteries and richly endowing the famous convents of the Sacudian in Bithynia and the Studion in Constantinople. In order to win over the people, she granted large remissions of taxation, lowering the customs duties and the taxes on provisions. The delighted capital greeted its benefactress with acclamations. Meanwhile, secret intrigues were being woven around the empress, now aged and in bad health. Irene's favorites, Stauracius and Aetius, had dreams of securing the throne for one of their relatives, there being now no legitimate heir. And for more than a year there raged round the irritated and suspicious Irene a heated and merciless struggle. Stauracius was the first to die in the middle of 800. While the Byzantine court wore itself out in these barren disputes, the Arabs, under the rule of Harun al-Rashid, again took the offensive and forced the empire to pay them tribute, 798. In the west, peace was signed with the Franks, Benevento and Istria being ceded to them, 798. Soon, an event of graver importance took place. On 25 December 800, in St. Peter's at Rome, Charlemagne restored the Empire of the West, a deep humiliation for the Byzantine monarchy, which claimed to be the legitimate heir of the Roman Caesars. It is said that a sensational project was conceived in the brains both of Charlemagne and Irene, that of a marriage which should join their 2 monarchies under one scepter and restore more fully than in the time of Augustus, Constantine, or Justinian the ancient unity of the Orbis Romanus. In spite of the distinct testimony of Theophanes, the story lacks verisimilitude. Intrigues were indeed going on round the old empress more eagerly than ever. Delivered from his rival Stauracius, Aetius was pushing his advantage hotly. Other great lords were opposing him, and the Logothete general Nicephorus was utilizing the common dissatisfaction for his own ends. The iconoclasts also were secretly planning their revenge. On 31 October 802, the revolution broke out. The palace was carried without difficulty, and Nicephorus proclaimed emperor. Irene, who was absent at the Eleutherian palace, was arrested there and brought back to the capital. She did nothing in her own defense. The people who were attached to her openly showed themselves hostile to the conspirators, and the coronation, at which the patriarch Tarasius had no scruple in officiating, was somewhat stormy. Irene, "like a wise woman beloved of God," as a contemporary says, submitted to accomplished facts. She was exiled, first to the Prince's Islands, and then, as she still seemed too near, to Lesbos. She died there soon afterwards, August 803. Her contemporaries forgave everything, even her crimes, to the pious and orthodox sovereign, the restorer of image worship. Theophanes, as well as Theodore of Studion, overwhelm with praise and flattery the blessed Irene, the new Helena, whose actions, "shine like the stars." In truth, this famous sovereign was essentially a woman politician, ambitious and devout, carried away by her passion for empire even into crime, one who did more injury than service to the interests of the monarchy. By her too exclusive absorption in the work of restoring images, she weakened the empire without, and left it shrunken territorially and shaken morally. By the exaggerated deference which she showed to the Church, by the position which, thanks to her, that church, with strength renewed by the struggle, assumed in the Byzantine community, by the power which the devout and monastic party under such leaders as Theodore of Studion acquired, as against the state, the imperial authority found itself seriously prejudiced. The deep divisions left by the controversy over images produced a dangerous state of discontent and unrest. The defeated iconoclasts waited impatiently, looking for their revenge. Finally, by her intrigues and her crime, Irene had made a perilous return to the period of palace revolutions, which her glorious predecessors, the Isaurian emperors, had brought to a close for nearly a century. And yet, at the dawn of the 9th century, the Byzantine Empire still held a great place in the world. In the course of the 8th century, through the loss of Italy and the restoration of the Empire of the West, and also through the preponderance in the Byzantine Empire of its Asiatic provinces, that empire became an essentially Oriental monarchy. And this development, in a direction in which it had for a long time been tending, finally determined its destiny and the part it was to play. One of the greatest services rendered by the Isaurian emperors had been to put a period to the advance of Islam. The empire was to be thenceforward the champion of Europe against the infidel. In the same way as against barbarism, it was to remain throughout the east of Europe the disseminator of the Christian faith and the guardian of civilization. Despite the bitterness of the quarrel over images, the Byzantine state came forth from the ordeal with youth renewed, full of fervor and vigor. The Church, not only stronger but also purer for the conflict, had felt the need of a moral reformation which should give her fresh life. Between 797 and 806, in the Studion monastery, the abbot Theodore had drawn up for his monks that famous rule which, with admirable feeling for practical administration, combines manual work, prayer, and regard for intellectual development. In lay society, taught and led by the preaching of the monks, we find a like stress laid on piety, chastity, and renunciation. No doubt among these devoted and enthusiastic spirits a strange hardness may sometimes be noticed, and the heat of the struggle occasionally generated in them a singular perversion of the moral sense, and a forgetfulness of the most elementary ideas of justice, to say nothing of a tendency to superstition. But these pious souls and these holy women, of whom the 8th century offers so many examples, lent an unparalleled luster to the Byzantine Church. And since for some years it was they who were the leaders of opinion, that Church drew from them and kept throughout the following century a force and a greatness never equaled. The opponents of images, on their side, have contributed no less to this splendor of Byzantine civilization. Though making war upon icons, the Isaurian emperors were anything but Puritans. In place of the religious pictures which they destroyed, they caused secular and even still life subjects to be portrayed in churches and palaces alike. Scenes of the kind formerly affected by Alexandrine art, horse races, hippodrome games, landscapes with trees and birds, and also historical scenes depicting the great military events of the time. In the style of this iconoclastic art, especially in its taste for the decorative, there is a genuine return to antique traditions of the picturesque, mingled with influences derived from the Arab East. This was by no means all to be lost. The Renaissance of the 10th century owed more than is generally thought to these new tendencies of the iconoclastic period. The same character is traceable in the thoroughly secular and oriental splendor with which the Byzantine court surrounded itself, in the luster of its fetes, which were still almost pagan, such as the Brumalia, in which traditions of antiquity were revived, in the taste for luxury shown by private individuals, and even by churchmen. With this taste for elegance and art, there was a corresponding and very powerful intellectual advance. It will suffice to recall the names of George Syncellus and Theophanes, of John Damascene and Theodore of Studion, of the patriarchs Tarasius and Nicephorus, to notice the wide development given to education and the breadth of mind and tolerance to be met with among certain men of the day, in order to realize that here also the iconoclastic period had been far from barren. Certainly, the empire in the 9th century had still many years to go through of disaster and anarchy. Yet, from the government of the Isaurian emperors, a new principle of life had sprung, which was to enrich the world forever. End of section 4. Read by Linda Johnson, July 2024.
Section 5 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. From Nicephorus I to the Fall of the Phrygian Dynasty, Part 1 by Charles Diehl. 1. The religious policy of the Empress Irene, the concentrated and impassioned devotion which she brought to the task of restoring the cult of images, had produced, in the external affairs of the empire, no less than its internal condition, results which were largely injurious. Her financial policy, and the considerable remissions of taxation which she had agreed to, in the hope of assuring her popularity and of recommending her to the church, had had no better success. An onerous task was thus laid upon her successor. He had to remedy the penury of the exchequer, to restore order to a thoroughly disturbed state, by prudent administration to extinguish the memories of a bitter and lengthy quarrel, and thus to quiet its last convulsive heavings. Such was the end aimed at, it would seem, from the opening of his reign by the new Emperor Nicephorus I, 802 to 811. From his opponents he has met with hardly better treatment than the great iconoclast sovereigns of the 8th century. Theophanes declares that on all occasions he acted not after God, to be seen of men, and that in all his actions he shamelessly violated the law, and he severely blames his unmeasured love of money, comparing him to a new Ahaz, more covetous than Phalaris and Midas. In reality, Nicephorus seems to have been a talented ruler, anxious to fulfill his duties as emperor, a man of moderate temper and comparatively tolerant. He renounced the violent courses adopted by the iconoclast emperors, but he was determined to maintain the great work of reform which they had carried out. A great financier, before his accession he had filled the high office of logothete general. He desired to restore to the treasury the supplies of which it stood in need, and in the very first year of his reign he reimposed the greater part of the taxes imprudently abolished by Irene, until in 810 he had thought out a comprehensive scheme of financial reorganization, of which the most essential feature was the abrogation of the numerous fiscal exemptions enjoyed by church property. A man very jealous of his authority, He bitterly reproaches his predecessors with having no idea of the true methods of government. He would never tolerate the idea of any person being more powerful than himself, and claimed to impose his will upon the church as well as the state. His adversaries, the monks, forgave nothing of all this, and have depicted him as a tyrant, oppressive, cruel, hypocritical, and debauched, while it is also plain that owing to the harshness of his financial measures, he was highly unpopular. Everybody, as one of his courtiers said to him, exclaims against us, and if any misfortune happens to us, there will be general rejoicing at our fall. Yet it would appear that Nicephorus, in difficult times, possessed some of the qualities which go to make a good emperor. The passions were still so much heated that everything often matter for strife. The monks were outraged at the idea of ecclesiastical property being liable to taxation and church tenants, subject to a poll tax. They vehemently denied the right of the emperor to interfere in religious matters. They even resisted the authority of the patriarch Nicephorus, who in 806 had succeeded Tarasius. Yet Nicephorus brought to his high office a fervent zeal for the reform of the monasteries and the destruction of heresy, and thus would have seemed likely to be acceptable to the monks of the Studian and their fiery abbot Theodore. But before attaining to the patriarchate, Nicephorus had been a layman, and it was necessary to confer all the grades of holy orders on him at the same time. Consequently, the Studite monks violently protested against his election. But above all, the new patriarch was, like the emperor, a statesman of opportunist tendencies, desirous of pacifying men's minds and of obliterating the traces of recent struggles. At the request of the Basilius, he summoned a synod to restore to his sacerdotal functions the priest Joseph, who had formerly been excommunicated for having solemnized the marriage of the Emperor Constantine VI and Theodody. Thus the assembly, despite the protests of Theodore of Studion, complied with the patriarch's wish, and even restored Joseph to the dignity of Grand Economus, 807. This was the origin of the long quarrel, called Machini, given to the supporters of Joseph's rehabilitation. The monks of the Studion resolutely withdrew from communion with the patriarch. We shall endure everything, Theodore declared, death itself, rather than resume communion with the economist and his accomplices. As to the patriarch, he makes us no answer. He refuses to hear us. He is in everything at the emperor's orders. For my part, I will not betray the truth despite the threat of exile, despite the gleaming sword, despite the kindled faggots. And indeed, the emperor quickly became impatient of an opposition which disturbed the peace of the church afresh, and which irritated him the more keenly in that it claimed to subject the conduct and marriage of an emperor to canonical rules. Another synod, held at 809, reiterated therefore the lawfulness of Constantine VI's exposals, declared that the emperors were above the law of the church, and pronounced sentence of excommunication upon all gainsayers. The old abbot Plato, Theodore of Studion, and his brother Joseph, Archbishop of Thessalonica, were banished to the Princess Islands. The 700 monks of the Studion, who vehemently refused to go over to the side of the temporal power, were scattered, imprisoned, maltreated, driven into exile. For 2 whole years persecution raged. The fact was, as Theodore of Studion truly wrote, it was no longer a mere question of ecclesiastical discipline that was at stake. A breach has been made in faith and morals and in the gospel itself, and in opposition to the emperor's claims to set himself above the laws of the church and to make his will prevail, Theodore boldly appealed to Rome, and to secure the liberty of the Eastern Church, he invoked the judgment of the Pope, the first of pastors, as he wrote, and our apostolic head. Thus, Despite the good intentions of the emperor and his patriarch, passions flared up afresh, and such was the fanaticism of the devout party that they ignored the grave dangers that threatening the empire, and even looked upon the death of the emperor who fell fighting against the Bulgars on the disastrous day of 25 July 811 as a just punishment from God upon their cruel foe. Michael I Ranak Bey, 811 to 813, succeeded his father-in-law Nicephorus after the short reign of Stauracius, the son of the late emperor. He was a prince after the church's heart, pious and most orthodox. Writes Theophanes, his chief anxiety was to repair all the injustices of the preceding reign, on account of which, adds Theophanes, Nicephorus had miserably perished. He recalled the Studites from exile, caused the economist Joseph to be condemned anew, and at this cost succeeded in reconciling the monks with the patriarch. He shewed himself a supporter of images, anxious to come to an understanding with Rome, and firmly opposed to the iconoclasts. Such a policy, at a time when the Bulgarian War was raging and the terrible Khan Krum threatening Constantinople, was grossly imprudent. The iconoclasts, indeed, were still strong in the capital, where Constantine V had settled numerous colonists from the east, and where the Paulicians, in particular, occupied an important place, besides which almost the whole army had remained faithful to the memory of the illustrious emperors who had formerly led it to victory. Thus, Constantinople was in a state of tense excitement. Plots were brewing against Michael. Noisy demonstrations took place at the tomb of Constantine V. When in June 813, Michael I was defeated by the Bulgars at Versinicia, near Hadrianople. The iconoclasts considered the opportunity favorable for dethroning the emperor. The army proclaimed one of its generals, Leo the Armenian, strategist of the Anatolics, begging him to watch over the safety of the state and to defend the Christian empire. On 11 July, the usurper entered Constantinople. His accession was to be the signal for a supreme effort to impose iconoclast ideas upon the empire. The new emperor, who was of Eastern origin, was although secretly an iconoclast at heart. But so great was the peril from outside, the Bulgars were besieging Constantinople, that he was at first obliged to cloak his tendencies and to sign a confession of faith by which he pledged himself to defend the Orthodox religion and the veneration of the sacred icons. But when he had inflicted a severe defeat on the barbarians of Mesembria, 813, and when the death, 14 April 814, of the terrible Khan Krum had led to the conclusion of a truce for 30 years with his successor Ormatag, Leo no longer hesitated to make his real feelings known. Drawing his inspiration from the same ideas as those on which the resolutions of Leo III had been based, he declared that if the Christians were always beaten by the pagans, it is because they prostrate themselves before images. The emperors who adored them, he proceeded, have died in exile or in battle. Only those who destroyed them have died on the throne and been buried in the church of the holy apostles. It is their example that I shall follow. He therefore ordered the learned John Helius, surnamed the Grammarian, to collect the authorities favoring the condemnation of images, and in particular to draw from the archives of the churches the acts of the Council of 753. On the other hand, he attempted to win over the Patriarch Nicephorus to his views, and with the hope of shaking the resistance of the party opposed to him, he summoned a conference at the imperial palace, where under his presidency Orthodox and iconoclasts might hold a debate. The speech with which he opened the assembly was answered by courageous remonstrances from Theodore of Studion. Church matters, he boldly declared, are the province of priests and doctors. The administration of secular things belongs to the emperor. This is what the apostles said. God has instituted in his church in the first place the apostles, then prophets, then evangelists, but nowhere does he make mention of emperors. It is to the former that it pertains to decide matters of dogma and faith. As for you, your duty is to obey them and not to usurp their place. Leo, exasperated, suddenly brought the assembly to a close. The next day a decree appeared, forbidding thenceforward the discussion of religious questions. The resistance of the opposition party only gathered strength. For my part, declared Theodore of Studion, I'd rather have my tongue cut out than fail to bear testimony to our faith and defend it with all my might by my power of speech. What? Are you to have full liberty to maintain error? And are we to keep silence concerning the truth? That we will never do. We will not give our tongue into captivity. No, not for an hour. And we will not deprive the faithful of the support of our words. Did the emperor dread the influence of the Studites? At all events, he pretended to yield. And at the Christmas festival, 814, he solemnly did reverence to the icons of Saint Sophia. But before long he took his resolve. In the month of March 815, the Patriarch Nicephorus was banished, and in his place was set up an official of that palace, the adultus Cassitaris, wholly devoted to the emperor's policy. It was in vain that the monks of the Studion arranged solemn demonstrations in honor of the holy images, and that on Palm Sunday 815, more than 1,000 religious walked in procession round the monastery, each bearing an icon in his hands and singing the canticle, "We venerate your sacred images, O blessed saints." The emperor retorted by convoking a council at St. Sophia 815, which confirmed the canons of the Synod of 753, proscribed images after its example, declaring that they were mere idols, and recommended worship in spirit and in truth. Nor did the assembly resist the temptation to cast parenthetic reproach on the memory of Irene, recalling the happy state of the church up to the day when the imperial scepter had fallen from the hands of men into those of a woman, and when, through the folly of that woman, the church of God was ruined. It was the controversy of images breaking out afresh. But while the earlier iconoclast movement had lasted more than half a century, the second was to endure barely 25 years, 815 to 842. This time, the enemies of icons were to find confronting them, particularly in the monks of the Studion, a resistance better organized, more vigorous, and more dangerous also. In its defense of images, the Byzantine Church now really aspired to something beyond. She openly aimed at casting off the authority of the state and winning her freedom, and in order to secure her independence, she did not hesitate to appeal to the Pope against the Emperor, and, despite her former repugnance, to recognize the primacy of the Roman Church. This is the characteristic feature distinguishing the second phase of the great controversy between church and state. Then there was waged at Constantinople much the same conflict which in the West took later on the form of the struggle over investitures. However, Leo V at first tried moderate methods, but the Studites were immovable, and the opportunists, fearful of seeing the struggle reopened, lent their support to the uncompromising monks. Theodore of Studion was banished 815, and his monks scattered, while against images as well as their defenders persecution was let loose. The altars have been overthrown, writes Theodore of Studion, and the temples of the Lord laid waste. A lamentable sight it is to see the churches of God despoiled of their glory and disfigured. Among my brethren, some have had trial of cruel mockings and scourgings, others of chains and prison on a little bread and water. Some have been condemned to exile, others reduced to live in the deserts and mountains, and in dens and caves of the earth. Others, after receiving many stripes, have gone hence to the Lord as martyrs. Some there are who have been fastened in sacks and thrown by night into the sea. Again, he says, the holy vessels are melted down, the sacred vestments cast to the flames, with the pictures and the books which contain anything concerning images. Inquisition is made, and questions put from house to house with threats and terrorism, so that no single picture can escape the heretics. He who most signalizes himself by his rage against Christ is judged worthy of the most honor. But for those who resist, scourges, chains, prison, the tortures of famine, exile, death, they have only one thought, to compel everyone to yield. The persecution we endure is beyond any persecution by the barbarians. From his distant exile, Theodore, without truce or intermission, valiantly encouraged the resistance. Are we to yield, he wrote? Are we to keep silence, and out of fear give obedience to men and not to God? No, never. Until a door is opened unto us by the Lord, we shall not cease to fulfill our duty as much as in us lies. He renewed and repeated, therefore, the letters and exhortations which he addressed to Pope Pascal, appealing for justice and help. Listen to us, O apostolic head, charged by God with the guidance of Christ's sheep, porter of the heavenly kingdom, rock of the faith on which is built the Catholic Church. For you are Peter. You are the successor of Peter, whose throne you honorably fill. The Pope, with no great success, attempted to intervene, and the struggle went on, becoming ever more embittered. In the face of the emperor's severities, many ended by giving way. Nearly all spirits quail, writes Theodore of Studion himself, and give attestations of heresy to the impious. Among the bishops, those of Smyrna and Cherson have fallen. Among abbots, those of Chrysopolis, of Dios, and of Cora, with nearly all those of the capital. Leo the Armenian seemed to have won the day. But his fall was at hand. Even in his own circle, plots were hatching against him, and one of his old companions in arms, Michael the Stammerer, Count of the Executors, was at the head of the conspirators. Leo V had him arrested, and to save him, his friends hazarded a bold stroke. On 25 December 820, while the emperor was attending the morning office of the Nativity, mingling, as was his custom, his voice with those of the choristers, the plotters who had contrived to slip in among the congregation struck him down at the foot of the altar. Michael, instantly set at liberty, was proclaimed, and, while his feet were still loaded with fetters, was seated on the imperial throne. With him began the Phrygian dynasty. Michael was a native of Amorium, which for 3 generations from 820 to 867 was to rule the empire. The new sovereign, 820 to 829, was, it would appear, somewhat indifferent in religious matters. I have not come, he said to his former patriarch Nicephorus, to introduce innovations in matters of faith and dogma, nor to question or overthrow what is fixed by tradition and has gained acceptance. Let every man, then, do as seems him good and right. He shall have no vexation to undergo and no penalty to fear. He began, therefore, by recalling the exiles. He set at liberty the victims of the preceding reign, and flattered himself that by assembling a conference in which the Orthodox and the Iconoclasts should deliberate together over the question of images, he could bring them to an agreement and restore peace. Theodore of Studion, who had returned to Constantinople, flatly refused to enter into any relations with the heretics, and faithful to the doctrine which he had always maintained, he declared to the prince, "There is no question here of human and temporal things in which kings have power to judge, but of divine and heavenly dogmas, which have been entrusted to those only to whom God has said, "Whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound also in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed also in heaven." Who are they who have received this power? The apostles and their successors. As to emperors and sovereigns, their part is to lend their support and approbation to what has been decreed. No power has been granted them by God over the divine dogmas, and if they exercise such, it will not be lasting. The emperor was ill inclined to accept these admonitions. He signified his pleasure by setting on the patriarchal throne at the death of Theodosius Cassiterius, 821, not the former patriarch Nicephorus, whose restoration the Studites demanded, but an avowed enemy of images, Anthony, bishop of Cilium. Much displeased also at the negotiations which his opponents were carrying on with Rome, he gave a very ill reception to the monk Methodius, who brought him letters from Pascal I. He caused him to be scourged, and imprisoned him for more than 8 years in a little island in the Gulf of Nicomedia. It is true that when in 822 the formidable insurrection of Thomas broke out in Asia Minor, Michael thought it prudent to recall to Constantinople the monks whom he had again banished from it. It was by no means, says the biographer Theodore of Studion, from any tenderness towards them, but in dread lest they should espouse the cause of Thomas, who passed for a supporter of image worship. But on the ending of the civil war by the defeat of the rebel 823, Michael thought himself in a position to act more vigorously. Convinced that it was above all the support of Rome which encouraged the uncompromising temper of his adversaries, he began a correspondence with the Emperor of the West, Louis the Pious, and in a curious letter of 824, denounced to him the abuses of image worship and requested his intervention at Rome in order to induce the papacy to put an end to them. Under these conditions, it became difficult for the defenders of icons to remain in Constantinople. Theodore of Studion withdrew to a convent in Bithynia and died there in 826. The iconoclast policy was triumphant, but faithful to the promises of toleration made on the morrow of his accession, Michael refrained from all violence against his opponents, while personally constant to his resolve to render no worship to images. He left those who thought otherwise freedom to cling to what seemed to them the orthodox faith. Theophilus, his son and successor, 829 to 842, showed more zeal in combating icons, sincerely pious and delighting, like the true Byzantine prince he was, in theological discussions of a systematic turn of mind, and obstinate to boot. It was not long before he came to consider Michael II's politic tolerance inadequate, and under the influence of his former tutor, John Hilarius, whom he raised to the patriarchal throne in 832. He resolved to battle vigorously with the Icono-dual party. Severe measures were ordered to prevent its propaganda and to strike at its leaders, to banish especially from Constantinople the proscribed pictures, and to punish any painter who dared to produce them. Once again terror reigned. Convents were closed. The prisons were filled with victims, and some of the punishments inflicted were of extraordinary cruelty. The two Palestinian monks, Theodore and Theophanes, who stand out after the death of Theodore of Studion as the foremost champions of the icons, were first banished, then recalled to Constantinople, where the emperor caused to be branded on their foreheads with red-hot irons certain insulting verses which he had composed for the purpose. Hence the name Agratoi, bestowed on them in hagiographical writings. Lazarus, the painter of icons, was also imprisoned and barbarously tortured. Theophilus ordered, it is said, that his hands should be burned with red-hot irons. Other supporters of pictures were exiled, But the work of the iconoclast emperor was ephemeral. Even in the palace, the sympathies of the prince's own circle were secretly with the forbidden images. The Empress Theodora and her mother, the Ossisti, hardly concealed their feelings, and the Basilius was not unaware of it. He also realized that the whole empire, besides, was weary of an interminable struggle leading to no result. It was vain for him to exact on his deathbed from his wife Theodora, whom he left regent, and from the ministers who were to assist her, a solemn oath to make no change in his policy, and not to disturb in his office the patriarch John, who had been its chief inspirer 842. Rarely has a last injunction been made more utterly in vain. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. From Nicephorus I to the Fall of the Phrygian Dynasty, Part 2 by Charles Diehl. 2. While the second phase of the Quarrel of the Images was thus developing, events of grave importance were taking place within the empire as well as without. Irene's crime against her son, by diverting the succession from the Isaurian dynasty, had reopened the chapter of revolutions. The old emperors had been overthrown by a plot. Other conspiracies were constantly to disturb the reign of her successors. First in time, 803, came the rise of Bardanes Tarchus, who, originally strategist of the Anatolics, had been placed by Nicephorus in supreme command of all the troops in cantonments in Asia Minor. Intoxicated by this great position and by his popularity among the soldiers, Bardanes proclaimed himself emperor. But the insurrection was short-lived. The rebel leader, betrayed by his chief partisans and unable to take Constantinople, threw up the game and entered the cloister. In 808, another plot was set on foot to place on the throne the patrician Arsabar, who held the high office of Quaestor. In 810, there was an attempt to assassinate the emperor. Things were much worse after the death of Nicephorus. During the first few months that his son Stauracius reigned, after escaping wounded from the defeat inflicted by the Bulgars on the Byzantines, unending intrigues went on with the object of raising his brother-in-law, Michael Rangabe, to power, and the patriarch Nicephorus himself took part with the emperor's ministers in fomenting the revolution which dethroned him, October 811. Less than 2 years afterwards, the disasters of the Bulgarian War, the discontent of the army after the defeat of Venetia, and the great danger threatening the empire caused the fall of Michael. The soldiers proclaimed their general, Leo the Armenian emperor. Entering Constantinople, he seized upon supreme power, July 813. It has already been seen that, thus raised to the throne by an insurrection, Leo fell a victim to plotters who assassinated him on Christmas morning 820. Under Michael II there was, for 2 years, little or no improvement in the state of things. The empire was convulsed by a terrible civil war, let loose by the insurrection of Thomas the Slavonian, an old brother officer of the emperor. Professing to be Constantine VI, the dethroned son of Irene, Thomas had won over the whole Iconodual party, proclaiming himself its defender. He appealed to the lower classes whose social claims he supported, and in the almost revolutionary movement, he gathered round him all who were discontented. Finally, he had secured the support of the Arabs. The Caliph Mamun had recognized him as emperor and authorized the Patriarch of Antioch to crown him with all solemnity. master of nearly the whole of Asia Minor, leader of an army of more than 80,000 men. Thomas had now only to get possession of Constantinople. He succeeded in leading his soldiers into Europe, and the fleet of the Themes of the Aegean and of the Cypriots being at his disposal, he attacked the capital by land and sea. At first attempt failed, December 821 to February 822, but in the spring of 822, Thomas returned to the charge, and reinforced by contingents supplied to him from the European provinces, which were warmly in favor of images. He pushed on the siege throughout the year 822 with so much vigor that the fall of Michael II seemed merely a question of days. Only the intervention of the Bulgars saved the emperor. In the spring of 823, the Khan Ormatag made a descent upon Thrace. Thomas had to bring himself to abandon Constantinople to go to meet this new enemy, by whom he was completely beaten. Some weeks later, having been defeated by the imperialist troops, he was compelled to throw himself into Acardiopolis, where he held out until the middle of October 823. In Asia Minor also, where the troops of the Armeniac and Opsian themes had remained unshakably loyal to the emperor, the last attempts at resistance were crushed. But the alarm had been great, and if the defeat of Thomas Rising had made the Phrygian dynasty safe for long years to come, on the other hand, it is certain that the continual outbreaks, coming one after another from 802, had notably impaired the strength and exhausted the resources of the empire. This was plainly to be seen in the disasters both in the east and in the west, encountered by the foreign policy of the state. From the early days of his reign, Nicephorus had made efforts to come to a settlement of the Italian question with Charlemagne, and the Treaty of 803, which left to the Eastern Empire Venice, the Dalmatian coast, Naples, Calabria, and Sicily, abandoned, per contra, Istria, the interior of Dalmatia, the Exarchate of Ravenna, the Pentapolis, and Rome to the Franks. But as Constantinople refused to recognize the Emperor of the West, it was not long before hostilities broke out afresh, and Frankish intrigues in the Venetian lagoons decided Nicephorus on taking energetic steps. A Greek fleet appeared at the head of the Adriatic 807, without, however, enabling the Byzantines to hinder Pepin, the young Frankish king of Italy, from taking after a long siege the islands of the lagoon, 810. Negotiations were therefore reopened with Aix-la-Chapelle and the Treaty of 812, while restoring Venice to the Eastern Empire, and in other respects renewing the Convention of 803, provided for the recognition by Constantinople, although reluctant, of Charlemagne's imperial title. Thus the Greeks accepted the events of 754 and renounced their historic rights to Italy. Thus, as Charlemagne wrote, the Western Roman Empire officially took its place, side by side with the Eastern Empire. Thus, as Einhard expressed it, every occasion of stumbling was definitively removed between them. But for Constantinople, it was a deep humiliation to have been forced to recognize, even momentarily, even with the secret intention of withdrawing the concession, the event which on Christmas Day 800 had taken place in St. Peter's at Rome. Still heavier blows fell upon the empire in the east. The resolution arrived at by Nicephorus, immediately upon his accession, to refuse the tribute which Irene had forced to pay to the Arabs, had renewed the war between the empire and the powerful caliphs of the Abbasid dynasty. It proved disastrous to the Byzantines, at least for the first 10 years. From 814 to 829, however, internal disturbances in the Mohammedan world restored to the Greeks some degree of tranquility in Asia. But elsewhere the Muslims gained alarming advantages. In 826, some Arabs, who had been driven from Spain, seized upon Crete and founded the stronghold of Chandax. All the efforts of the Byzantines in the reign of Michael II to reconquer the island proved useless, and the Mussulman corsairs, masters of so excellent a strategic position, were to become for a century and a half the terror of the eastern Mediterranean. About the same time, the rising of Euphemius in Sicily had consequences no less serious for Constantinople. In 827, the rebel called the Mussulmans of Africa to his help, and the Aghalid emir, Ziatala, landed in the island. The Arabs were not to evacuate it before the end of the 11th century. It is true that they failed at first before Syracuse, but then the troops dispatched from Constantinople were completely defeated at Minio, 830. And soon after that, the great town of Palermo fell into the hands of the infidels, 831. And if more than a quarter of a century, up to 859, was still needed to complete the conquest of Sicily, yet the Arabs, from this time onward, held in western waters a position analogous to that which the possession of Crete gave them in the east, and were soon from thence to menace southern Italy. The war which had been waged against the empire during the early years of the 9th century by Krum, the Khan of Bulgaria, ran an even more terrible course. Let loose by the imprudent offensive of Nicephorus, it was marked by sanguinary disaster. In 809, Sardica fell into the hands of the Bulgars, and its garrison was massacred. In 811, the great expedition which Nicephorus led into Bulgaria came to an end in the Balkan passes with a severe defeat, in which the Byzantine army, surrounded on all sides, was cut to pieces, and the emperor himself slain. Thereupon Krum committed faithful ravages in Thrace and Macedonia, and Michael I, attempting to check him, was completely defeated at Vercingetorix, near Hadrianopel, June 813. Even Constantinople was threatened. Krum appeared under the walls of the capital, which was saved by the energy of Leo V, though the surrounding districts were fearfully wasted by the exasperated Bulgarian prince. Hadrianopel fell into his hands, but Leo's victory at Mensabria, autumn 813, restored the fortunes of the empire, and the death of Krum, April 814, just as he was preparing a fresh onslaught upon Constantinople, sufficed to reassure the Byzantines. Shortly afterwards, a peace for 30 years was concluded between the empire and the new ruler of Bulgaria, Ormuzd. The frontier of Thrace, dividing the two states, was now marked by a line of fortifications running from Delphetis to Maklovada, between Hadrianopel and Philippopolis. The fact was that the Bulgars had, at that moment, more pressing anxieties on their western frontier. The Frankish threat was sufficiently engrossing to make them ready to live on good terms with the Byzantine Empire. One last incident had disturbed the reign of Nicephorus. In 807, the Slavs of the Peloponnese had risen and laid siege to Patras. Legend relates that the town was miraculously saved by its patron, St. Andrew the Apostle. At any rate, it seems that, after this outbreak, the Slav tribes were compelled to adopt more regular habits of life, less dangerous to the security of the country. In face of the difficulties which they had had to overcome, the early emperors of the 9th century had not been devoid of real merit. Nicephorus was an energetic and courageous prince and a capable administrator. Leo V was a skillful general, solicitous for the military defense of the empire and for the sound organization of justice, whose great qualities his very enemies acknowledged. The patriarch Nicephorus said of him on the morrow of his assassination, "The empire has lost an impious prince, but a great defender of the public interest." The second sovereign of the Phrygian dynasty was no less remarkable, and his reign, 829 to 842, was marked by decided improvement in the situation at home as well as abroad. In the East, the Caliphate had for several years been greatly disturbed and weakened by the insurrection of Babek and the communistic sect of the Quranites, of which he was the leader. Theophilus, from the moment of his accession, turned these conditions to good account. He entered into negotiations with the rebels and gave a hearty welcome to those of them who, under the command of Theophilus, a Persian officer, came, it is said, to the number of 30,000, to ask leave to serve in the imperial army, 830. The war with the Arabs immediately broke out again. As long as the Caliph Mamun lived, it was marked by varying success, and the emperor was more than once obliged to bring himself to make overtures for peace. But after Mamun's death, 833, he assumed the offensive more boldly. The campaign of 837 on the Euphrates proved fortunate. Sapetra and Samosata were taken, and Theophilus celebrated his victory by a triumphal entry into his capital. The following year, however, the Byzantines met with a serious defeat at Dazamon, now Tokat, and Amorium. The cradle of the royal house was taken by the Mussulmans and sacked. The emperor had to submit to negotiate, and a truce was signed in 841. Fortunately, the death of the Caliph Mutasim, who was already meditating an attack on Constantinople in 842, and the disaster suffered by the Arab fleet attempting the enterprise, caused a temporary cessation of the struggle. About the same time, the Byzantine Empire, through its diplomatic relations, was extending its influence and increasing its reputation. In 833, at the request of the Khan of the Khazars, a Byzantine officer built at the mouth of the Don the fortress of Sarkel. It was intended to protect the district against the attacks of the Patsyadaks, and especially the Russians, who were beginning to threaten the shores of the Black Sea, and who, for the first time, sent ambassadors to Constantinople in 838. The Byzantine court was, besides, on good terms with the Western emperors. In 839, Theophilus applied to Louis the Pious for his support in an attack on Syria or Egypt. Similar negotiations took place with the Umayyad emirs of Cordova, at all times the enemies of the Abbasid caliphs. Thus, from the shores of the Crimea to the limits of the West, Byzantine diplomacy, after a long time of isolation, resumed its earlier activity. But it is especially on account of his home government that Theophilus is still remembered. The chroniclers picture this prince, much as the Arab tales represent Harun al-Rashid, as a ruler anxious to render absolute justice to all his subjects, accessible to every comer, willingly take part in the life of the people in order to gain more accurate information, severe towards the guilty and eager to redress all injustices. A good administrator, he applied himself to bringing the finances into order, and at his death left a large reserve. The financial prosperity enjoyed by the empire is proved most clearly by the fact that the gold coins, solidi, Byzance, Byzantium, were current throughout the world. Theophilus set himself with no less energy to secure the defensive organization of the empire. In Asia, besides the ancient 5 themes, there were the new themes of Paphlagonia and Chaldea, without reckoning the small military governments or clerisoi of Seleucia, of Chrysantium, of Cappadocia, and of Colonia. On the Black Sea, the free town of Cherson was also made into a theme, in order to strengthen defense against the Parthians and the Russians. Finally, in the European territories where from 813 the Peloponnesus, having constituted a separate theme, Theophilus created the theme of Thessalonica, of Cephalonia, and of Dyrrhachium, in order to ward off the Bulgarian threat to Macedonia and the Arab danger in the Adriatic. Thus, the military defense of the empire was completed and perfected. Lastly, Theophilus was a great builder. He loved pomp and splendor, and all that might enhance the prestige of his throne. On 2 occasions in 831 and 837, he dazzled Constantinople by the magnificence of his triumphs. He added to the beauty of the imperial palace by wonderful buildings, in which he plainly sought to rival the glories of Baghdad. Around the new throne room, the Trichoncus, to which the Sigma Terrace led, he raised numerous and sumptuous pavilions, glorious with many-colored marbles and glittering with golden mosaics. Still further to emphasize the beauty of his palace, he adorned it with admirable specimens of the goldsmith's art. In the great hall of the Magnaura was a plane tree made of gold, shading the imperial throne, on the branches of which golden birds were perched. At the foot of the throne were lions cushioned of gold, and on either hand golden griffins stood sentinel. Opposite was set up a golden organ, adorned with enamels and precious stones. These masterpieces of splendor and luxury were at the same time marvels of mechanical skill. On audience days, when foreign ambassadors entered the hall, the birds in the plane tree fluttered and sang. The griffins sat up on their pedestals. The lions arose, lashed the air with their tails, and gave forth metallic roars. Elsewhere, a great coffer of gold, the Phrygian, served to hold the imperial insignia and the crown jewels. Again, Theophilus had renewed the imperial wardrobe with unheard-of splendor. The gala robes worn on days of ceremony by the Basilius and of the Augusta. The cloth of gold, the gold-embroidered garments, which adorned the great dignitaries of the court when they walked in solemn procession. He also, at great cost, restored the ramparts of Constantinople. All this conveys a strong impression of wealth. It is estimated that Theophilus spent more than $1 million a year on his building operations, of magnificence and of beauty. Certainly, Theophilus was lacking in several of the outstanding qualities of a statesman. His religious policy was ill-judged, and his wars not always successful. Nevertheless, his reign is conspicuous as a time of unusual brilliancy, a proof of the moral and material revival of the Byzantine Empire towards the middle of the 9th century. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. From Nicephorus I to the Fall of the Phrygian Dynasty. Part 3 by Charles Diehl. 3. Theophilus at his death left the throne to a child of tender age, his son Michael III, who was not more than 3 or 4 years old. The Empress Theodora, therefore, assumed the regency during the minority of the young sovereign, her counselors being her uncle, the Magister Manuel, and the logothete Theocritus. They were religious men, secretly attached, as was the Boulais herself, to iconodule principles. Men of good sense also who regarded with natural anxiety the long continuance of the religious strife and the serious consequences that it might have for the dynasty. The execution of the iconodule Theophobus, the successful general, the emperor's own brother-in-law, which Theophilus had ordered from his deathbed, looks like a recognition of the threatening appearance of the situation. The champions of images waiting only for a leader to attempt a revolution. The regent's ministers, especially her brother Bardas, who had great influence with her, strongly urged her to hasten the restoration of orthodoxy. The Boulais, however, hesitated. She had, been deeply attached to her husband and put great faith in the correctness of his political views. She was unwilling to consign his last instructions to oblivion. And finally, she was much concerned at the prospect of the anathema likely to be pronounced against the late emperor if iconoclasm was condemned. Nearly a year was needed to overcome the regent's scruples. At last, however, fearing for the throne of her son, she came to a decision. It was the first importance. If the restoration of images was to be successfully carried out, to get rid of the patriarch John, a clever and formidable man, whose enemies had created for him a sinister reputation as a magician, and who was nicknamed Lacondomantus. The prelate was therefore invited to sit on the council, which had just been convoked in order to restore images to honor. John refused, and was consequently, not without some slight maltreatment, deposed and relegated to a monastery. In his seat was installed the monk Methodius, in former days so harshly persecuted by Michael II, but whom Theophilus, by his singular caprice, had admitted to intimacy on account of his scientific attainments. Highly favored by Theodora, the new patriarch assumed full control of the council, which met in February 843. To please the empress, the bishops hastened to accept Theophilus from the condemnation directed against heretics, admitting without discussion the pious fraud which represented the emperor as having in his last moments repented of his errors. Thanks to this compromise, the restoration of orthodoxy was accomplished without opposition. The pictures were solemnly reinstated in honor. The exiles of the proscribed were recalled and welcomed in triumph. The prisoners were set at liberty. The remains of the martyrs who had died in the struggle were brought back in state to Constantinople, and anathemas fell upon the most famous of the iconoclasts. Then, the work of the council having been accomplished on the first Sunday in Lent, 19 February 843, a triumphal procession, headed by the empress herself, marched through the streets of the capital, from the Church of the Virgin in Gagné to St. Sophia, where the enthusiastic people returned thanks to the Most High. In the evening at the Sacred Palace, Theodora gave a great banquet, at which were assembled the prelates and confessors, and those who had suffered for the cause. It was the festival of Orthodoxy, which from that time the Greek Church has solemnly celebrated on the first Sunday in Lent every year, in commemoration of the reinstatement of images and of the Blessed Theodora. Thus, after more than a century of strife, peace was at last restored to the empire. But if, from the dogmatic standpoint, the victory of the iconoclast party was complete, the Church, on the other hand, was forced to give up the tendency towards independence, which some of her most illustrious champions had shown. One of the essential objects to which the policy of the iconoclast emperors had been directed was the reduction of the Church to entire dependence on the state, in spite of the protests of their opponents, who, from Gregory II and John Denis, down to the fathers of the Council of 787 and Theodore of Strution, had with one voice refused to the emperor the right peri pistios logon potestat. It was this imperial policy which now proved victorious. In the struggle, writes Harnack, which for a century the Byzantine Church maintained against the state, not her religious constitution alone, but her liberty was at stake. On the first point she was the victor. In the struggle for liberty she yielded. Thus, in spite of the re-establishment of orthodoxy, the Studite party and the freedom for which they had fought were defeated, and the work of the iconoclast emperors proved not to have been in vain. Theodora's government, however, which lasted up to 856, assumed, as might have been expected, somewhat of a religious complexion. The empress, priding herself highly on having restored orthodoxy, held it no less important to wage war upon heresy. From the end of the 7th century, the Paulicians, so called from the great respect which they professed for the Apostle Paul, had been spreading their doctrines through Asia Minor, from Phrygia to Armenia. Their progress had been furthered by the patronage of the iconoclast emperors, and the Orthodox Church saw with great anxiety the growth of the influence and the spread of the propaganda of sectaries, whom she characterized as Manichaeans. Theophilus, it is not exactly known why, had allowed himself to be persuaded into persecuting them, and part of the heretical community had from that time sought refuge in Arab territory. Theodora was only too happy to be able in this point to continue her husband's policy. By her orders, the Paulicians were called upon to choose between conversion and death, and as they refused to yield, the imperial government set itself to break down their resistance. Blood was shed in torrents in the parts of Asia Minor where they were settled. It is said that 100,000 persons suffered death. Their survivors, led by Carvius, one of their chiefs, went to ask shelter from the emir of Melitene, and settling around Telephus, which became their main citadel. They soon made it clear to the Byzantines how ill-advised they had been in thrusting into the arms of the Mussulman men, who, up till then, had valiantly defended the frontiers of the empire. It has been said with justice that the persecution of the Paulicians was one of the greatest political disasters of the 9th century. The pious zeal which inspired the regent suggested to her more fortunate projects elsewhere. She initiated the great missionary enterprise through which, some years later, the gospel was to be brought to the Chazars, the Moravians, and the Bulgars, in order to subdue the ever-restless Slav tribes of the Peloponnesus. She dispatched thither the strategist Theocritus Bryennius, 849, who, except in the Tacitus region, where the Melengi and the Azarites kept their autonomy, succeeded in establishing the imperial authority on a firm basis throughout the province, and in preparing the way for the conversion of the Slavs. Finally, Theodora, by her sound financial administration, did no small service to the state. Unfortunately, as is often the case under feminine government, the imperial palace was a hive of intrigue. The logothete, Theocticus, the regent's chief minister, had her entire favor, and against him her brother Bardas sought support from the young Emperor Michael, his nephew, who, as he grew up, showed deplorable tendencies. Bardas used his influence to embitter the resentment of the young prince against the logothete, and in 856 a plot was concocted which ended in the murder of Theocticus. This was a blow aimed full at Theodora, and thus she understood it. For 2 years more she lived in the palace, until in 858 she was requested to withdraw into a convent. But her political career was already over. From the day after the assassination of Theocticus, Michael III had taken power into his own hands. Bardas appointed magister and domestic of the Scoli, and at last in 862 almost admitted to a share in the empire under the title of Caesar, was for 10 years, 856 to 866, to exercise supreme power in the name of his nephew. In spite of the sedulous care which his mother had bestowed on his education, Michael III, who was now about 17 or 18 years old, was a prince of the worst type. Without taking too literally all that had been related of him by chroniclers, too much punt on excusing the murder which gave the throne to Basil the Macedonian, and therefore disposed to blacken the character of his victim. It is certain that the behavior of the miserable emperor was calculated to scandalize both the court and the capital. He cared for nothing but pleasure, hunting, riding, racing, wrestling of athletes. He delighted in driving a chariot on the palace racecourse, and in showing himself off before his intimates. He frequented the lowest society, was ever surrounded by charioteers, musicians, buffoons, and players. He spent part of his nights drinking. History has bestowed on him the surname of Michael the Drunkard. He amused himself and his unworthy favorites with coarse and indecent jests, turning religion into ridicule, parodying the sacred rites, and in his low and tasteless jests, sparing neither the patriarch nor the empress mother. He wasted the money amassed by his parents in ridiculous extravagances. Public business was to him an unwelcome infliction, a mere hindrance to his amusements, an interruption to his course of folly. In fine, he was the natural prey of favorites forever contending for his good graces, and his court, where he ostentatiously displayed his mistress, Eudocia Ingerina, was the home of ceaseless intrigue. Bardas, who governed the empire in the name of Michael III, was a man of another stamp, keenly ambitious, greedy of power and wealth, little troubled with scruples or morals. He was, despite his vices, a man of unquestionable capacity. Even his enemies have been unable to deny his great qualities. A good administrator, he prided himself on his love of strict justice and on his incorruptibility as a minister, and in this way he made himself highly popular. A man of great talents, he loved letters and was interested in scientific studies. Theophilus had already appreciated the importance of restoring Constantinople to its intellectual preeminence in the Eastern world. He had been the patron of learned men, and had heaped favors on the patriarch John and on the great mathematician Leo of Thessalonica. Bardas did more. To him is due the honor of having founded the famous school of the Magnora, where he gathered the most illustrious teachers of the day. Its direction was put into the hands of Leo of Thessalonica, one of the greatest minds of the 9th century, whose universal learning, he was equally versed in mathematics, medicine, and philosophy, had gained for him among his contemporaries the reputation of a wizard and magician. Around him were others teaching geometry, astronomy, and philology, and to encourage the zeal of the professors and the eagerness of their pupils, Bardas used to pay frequent intelligent visits to the school. He counted other learned men among his intimates. Constantine, some years afterward to become the apostle of the Slavs, and then teaching philosophy at the university. Photius, the most distinguished and brilliant intellect of the time, as well as the man of most learning, who was shortly but the favor of the all-powerful minister to attain the patriarchal throne of Constantinople. Under the influence of Bardas, a great wave of intellectual revival was already passing over the capital, presaging the Renaissance of the 10th century, and already, by its secular and classical character, arousing the anxiety of the Church. It has been justly remarked that henceforward there was to be no more interruption, no further period of darkness breaking into the literary activities of the Byzantines, until the fall of Constantinople, and that one of the most valid claims to glory of the Isaurian Dynasty in the history of civilization is undoubtedly the interest which the court then shewed in education and learning. Bardas had still another honor, that is successfully accomplishing with the help of the patriarch Photius, the great work of the conversion of the Slavs. Two men were the renowned instruments in the work: Constantine, better known under his name in religion Cyril, and his brother Methodius, the apostles of the Slavs, as history still calls them today. Constantine, the younger of the two, after having been at first a professor at the University of Constantinople, had, about 860, successfully carried out a mission to Christianize the Khazars. He was thus marked out for the work when, towards 863, Rostislav, Prince of Great Moravia, requested of the Byzantine court that his people might be instructed in the Christian faith. In 864, Cyril and Methodius set out, and they carried with them the means of assuring the success of their undertaking. Natives of Thessalonica, and thus quite familiar with the language and the customs of the Slavs, who on all sides dwelt around that great Greek city. The two missionaries well understood the necessity of speaking to those whom they desired to convert in their own tongue. For their benefit, therefore, they translated the gospel into a dialect akin to that spoken by the Moravians, and in order to transcribe it, they invented an alphabet from the Greek minuscule, the Glagolitic script. At the same time, Cyril and Methodius introduced into Moravia a Slav liturgy. They preached in the language and did their utmost to train a Slav clergy. Thus it was that their success was achieved, and after their first stay in Moravia, Rome herself expressed her approbation of the methods they had employed in their undertaking. 868. It is true that later on, owing to the opposition and intrigues of the German clergy, the work so magnificently begun was quickly ruined. But nevertheless, the glory remained to Constantinople of having at the same time that she brought the Orthodox faith to the Slavs, created the alphabet and the liturgical language in use amongst them today. The conversion of Bulgaria was another triumph for Constantinople. In the first 30 years of the 9th century, Christianity had begun to make its way among the Bulgars, and imperial policy watched its progress with interest, seeing in it a means of strengthening Byzantine influence in this barbarian kingdom. On his side, Tsar Boris, placed as he was between the Greek Empire and the Great Moravia, which at this very time was accepting Christianity, realized that he could no longer remain pagan, but he hesitated between the orthodoxy of Constantinople and the Roman faith offered him by Germany, whose ally he had become. Constantinople could not allow Bulgaria to come within the Western sphere of influence. A military expedition recalled the prince to discretion 863, and as his conversion, besides, was to be rewarded by an increase of territory, he made his decision. He asked to be baptized into the Orthodox Church, receiving the Christian name of Michael 864, and the Patriarch Photius, realizing to the full the importance of the event, delightedly hailed the neophyte as the fairest jewel of his efforts. Despite the resistance of the Bulgarian aristocracy, the Tsar compelled his people to adopt Christianity with him, but he was soon made uneasy by the apparent intention of Constantinople to keep him in too strict a dependence, and so turned towards Rome, requesting the Pope Nicholas I to set up the Latin Rite in his kingdom. The Pope welcomed these advances, and Roman priests, under the direction of Formosus, began to labor in Bulgaria, 866-867. This did not suit Byzantine calculations. The imperial government had no intention of losing its hold upon Bulgaria. In the Council of 869, Rome was obliged to yield to the protests of the Greeks. The Orthodox clergy was reinstated in Bulgarian territory, and the Tsar had to reconcile himself to re-entering that sphere of action of the Greek Empire. 4. The government of Bardas had thus to a remarkable degree increased the prestige of the empire. Beyond the frontier, however, Arab successes provided the shadows in the picture. The piracies of the Mussulmans of Crete brought desolation to the Aegean, and the great expedition which the Theoctetus led against them in person 843 had produced no better results than did the enterprise attempted against Egypt, despite the temporary success achieved by the capture of Damietta 853. In Sicily, the infidels were proceeding successfully with the conquest of the island. Messina fell into the hands in 843, and Leontini in 847. Castro Giovanni, the great Byzantine fortress in the middle of Sicily, yielded in 859, and the Greek expedition sent to reconquer the province 860 was completely foiled. In Asia, where the defection of the Paulicians had been a heavy blow to the empire, affairs prospered no better. It is true that in 856 Petronius, brother of the Empress Theodora, made his way into the country of Samosata and Almeda and attacked Nicephorus. But in 859 the Byzantine army, commanded by the emperor himself, was beaten before Samosata, and not long after in 860, at Conarium near Dasamon. In 863 Omar, the emir of Melitene, took Amasus. This time the Greeks braced themselves for a great effort, and the brilliant victory won by Petronius at Posen, near the Halys, 863, restored for the moment the reputation of the imperial arms. Whilst these events were taking place, a serious and unforeseen danger had menaced Constantinople. While the emperor was in Asia and the imperial fleet busied in Sicily, some Russian pirates had unexpectedly crossed the Bosphorus and attacked the capital 860. In this emergency, the Patriarch Photius nobly sustained the spirit of the people, and it was rather to his energy than to the supposed intervention of the Blessed Virgin that the capital owed its safety. Further, the approach of the army from Asia Minor, returning by forced marches, determined the barbarians upon a retreat which proved disastrous to them, and the treaty not long afterwards concluded with the Russians, lately settled at Kiev, opened up, towards the north, vast future prospects to the empire. One last event, pregnant with future consequences, marked the administration of Bardas. This was the breach with Rome. For some considerable time the chief minister had been on bad terms with the Patriarch Ignatius, that son of the emperor Michael Ragabe, who, having been tonsured on the death of his father, had in 847 been raised to the Patriarchate. On the feast of the Epiphany, January 858, the prelate had thought it his duty to refuse communion to Bardas, and this the latter never forgave. He therefore set to work to implicate Ignatius in an alleged treasonable plot. The Patriarch was arrested and deported to the Prince's Islands, while in his place the minister procured the election of Photius, a layman, who within 6 days received all the ecclesiastical orders, and on 25 December 858 celebrated a solemn high mass at St. Sophia. The accession to the patriarchate of this man of mark, who was, however, of consummate ambition, prodigious arrogance, and unsurpassed political skill, was to bring about a formidable crisis in the church. Ignatius, in fact, though evil entreated and dragged from one place of exile to another, resolutely declined to abdicate, and his supporters, above all the monks of the Studion, violently resisted the usurpation of Photius. The latter, in order to compel their submission, attempted to obtain recognition from Rome, and by means of a most diplomatic letter, entered into communication with Nicholas I. The Pope eagerly seized the opportunity to interfere in the dispute, but the legates whom he sent to Constantinople allowed themselves to be led astray by Photius, and the council, which met in their presence at the Church of the Holy Apostles, 861, summoned Ignatius before it, deposed him, and confirmed the election of Photius. Nicholas I was not the man to see his wishes thus ignored. Ignatius, besides, appealed to Rome against his condemnation. At the Lateran Synod, April 863, Photius and his partisans were excommunicated and were called upon to resign their usurped functions immediately. Ignatius, on the other hand, was declared restored to the patriarchal throne. It was the wonderful astuteness of Photius which turned a purely personal question into an affair of national importance. Most skillfully he turned to account the ancient grudges of the Greek Church against the West, the suspicion and dread always aroused in it by the claims of Rome to the primacy. He made even greater play with the ambitious and imprudent designs of Nicholas I upon the young Bulgarian church, and he won over the whole of public opinion to his side by posing as the champion of the national cause against the papal usurpers. The encyclical, which in 867 Photius addressed to the other patriarchs of the East, summed up eloquently the grievances of the Byzantines against Rome. The council, which was held soon after at Constantinople under the presidency of the emperor, made the rupture complete 867. It replied to the condemnations pronounced by Nicholas I by anathematizing and deposing the Pope and condemning the heretical doctrines and customs of the Western Church. The breach between Rome and Constantinople was complete. The schism was consummated, and Photius to all appearance triumphant. But his triumph was to be short-lived. The murder of Michael III, by raising Basil the Macedonian to the throne, was suddenly to overthrow the patriarch's fortunes. While these events, portending such serious consequences, were taking place, Michael III continued in his course of pleasure, folly, and debauchery. By degrees, however, he became weary of the all-powerful influence wielded by Bardas. From the year 858 or 859, the emperor had a favorite. This was an adventurer, the son of a poor Armenian family which circumstances had transplanted to Macedonia, a certain Basil, whose bodily strength and skill in breaking horses had endeared him to Michael III. This man became chief equerry, and in 862 Grand Chamberlain and Patrician. His obliging conduct in marrying the emperor's mistress, Eudocia Ingerina, put the finishing touch to the favor he enjoyed. His rapid advance could not fail to disquiet Bardas, all the more because Basil was unquestionably clever and obviously extremely ambitious. Thus it was not long before the two men were engaged in a bitter struggle. It ended in 866 by the murder of Bardas, who, during a campaign in Asia, was slaughtered by his enemies under the very eyes of the emperor. Thus Basil was victorious. Some weeks later, the emperor adopted him and raised him to the dignity of magister. Soon after, he associated him in the empire, May 866. But with a prince such as Michael III, favor, however apparently secure, was still always uncertain, and Basil was well aware of it. The emperor, more addicted than ever to wine, was now surpassing himself in wild follies and cruelties. Basil, knowing that many were jealous of him and attempting to undermine him with the emperor, must have been perpetually in fear for his power and even for his life. An incident which revealed the precariousness of his situation decided him on taking action. On 23rd September 867, with the help of some faithful followers, Basil, in the palace of St. Mamas, murdered the wretched emperor who had made him great, and next morning, having gained possession of the sacred palace, seized upon power. It seems plain that the empire joyfully acquiesced in the disappearance of the capricious and cruel tyrant that Michael III had become. But Basil was more than a skillful and lucky aspirant. He was a great statesman. By setting a new dynasty on the throne, he was destined, through his vigorous government, to usher in for the empire 2 centuries of glory and renown. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 867 to 976 AD, Part 1, by Albert Vogt. Chapter 3. The race of Leo the Isaurian, which in no inglorious fashion had filled the whole of the 8th and 9th centuries with its iconoclastic struggles, social reforms, and palace intrigues, nominally died out in 867 in the person of a debauched and incapable young emperor, Michael III, known as the Drunkard. The man who in consequence ascended the throne by means of a crime and founded the Macedonian dynasty was Basil I. To study the personal character and home policy of the sovereigns directly or indirectly descended from him down to 1057 is, in effect, to depict the leading aspects of the period, save for the ever-present struggle for existence against external foes. Basil I, 867 to 886. The founder of the Macedonian dynasty was born about 812 in the neighborhood of Hadrianople, of a humble Macedonian family engaged in agriculture and probably of Armenian extraction. As always happens in such cases, no sooner had Basil ascended the throne than the genealogists provided him with illustrious ancestors. His obscure family history was made the subject of legendary embellishments, as were his infancy and early years. The Arsacides, Philip of Macedon, Alexander, and Constantine were attributed to him as his remote progenitors. It was related that marvels and prodigies had attended his birth, foreshadowing a glorious future for him. As a matter of fact, Basil's father and mother were poor peasants. Quote, "While still in swaddling clothes," end quote, he was, with his family, carried captive into Bulgaria by the troops of Krum, and there he remained until he was about 20 years old. On his return to Macedonia, finding himself rich in nothing but brothers and sisters, he set out for Constantinople, and took service in the first instance with the strategist of the Peloponnesus, Theophilides. Here he rose to fortune, having on a voyage to Patras had the good luck to make acquaintance with a rich widow named Danielis, who showered favors upon him. A very handsome man and of Herculean strength, he attracted notice at Constantinople, and in 856 the Emperor Michael took him into his service as chief groom. In this way Basil was brought into intimate association with the sovereign, whose confidant he soon became. While the government was left to Bardas, Michael amused himself, and Basil became the self-appointed minister of the imperial pleasures. Amidst the corruptions of the court, the shrewd peasant contrived to make a place of his own, and gradually to render himself indispensable. He rose in favor, obtained ancient dignities for himself, and in order that he might have no rival to fear, in April 866 he assassinated the Caesar Bardus, Michael's uncle. This was a preliminary crime. Having thus got rid of the real ruler of the state, Basil prevailed upon the emperor, on 26 May following, to declare him associated in the imperial authority. Thus the path to the crown was thrown open to him. It was quickly traversed. Having lost the affection of the emperor, who had taken a fancy to a boatman named Basilicianus, and wished to have him crowned, Basil, no longer feeling himself secure, formed a plot with several of his relations and friends, and on the night of 23 September 867 procured the assassination of Michael in the St. Mama's Palace. This done, he instantly returned to Constantinople, took possession of the imperial palace, and had himself proclaimed sole emperor. The Macedonian dynasty was founded. It was to last for nearly 2 centuries. According to the chroniclers, the revolution of September 867 was welcomed by the population as a whole. The Senate, the nobles, the army, and the people made no difficulty about acclaiming the man of the moment, for it was generally understood that the empire was passing through a serious crisis, and that it was of the first importance to have the throne filled by one who was a good soldier, a wise administrator, and a valiant leader. Now there was no doubt that Basil possessed these qualifications. Having reached the age of 56 when he mounted the throne, The new emperor did not arrive at power unaccompanied. He brought his family with him, a strange family to tell the truth, and one which labored under the disadvantage of doubtful legitimacy. While still young, Basil had married a Macedonian girl named Maria, from whom he procured a divorce in 865 when his fortunes showed signs of soaring. The Emperor Michael immediately married him to his own mistress, Eudocia Ingerina, who nevertheless continued to live with her imperial lover. On Basil's accession, she mounted the throne with him as empress, dying in 882. Ostensibly, Basil had 2 sons, Constantine and Leo. Who were these children? The elder, Constantine, was his father's favorite. He was probably born about 859. In 870, Basil associated him in his government, and took him on the campaign, which he made in 877 against Germanicea. Unfortunately, he died in 879, to the despair of his father, whose mind became affected. The mother of this son was unquestionably Maria, and he would have been the natural heir. There were probably also 4 daughters of the same marriage, who were sent to a convent and ignored on all hands. One of them, however, must have married, for Basil had a son-in-law, a celebrated general, Christopher. As to Leo, he was almost certainly born at the Palace of St. Mamas on 1st December 866. Whatever Constantine VII says in his life of his grandfather, Leo was not Basil's son, but the offspring of Michael and Eudocia Ingerina. He was consequently illegitimate. The evident antipathy with which Basil regarded him is thus easily understood. He was nevertheless Basil's successor. After becoming emperor, Basil had 2 more sons by Eudocia, Alexander, who reigned jointly with Leo VI and died in 912, and Stephen, who became Patriarch of Constantinople. Basil had, besides, brothers and sisters, but none of them played a part of any importance. One of his sisters, Thecla, made herself notorious by her misconduct, and his brothers took an active and prominent share in the murder of Michael. On the morrow of Michael's assassination, Basil, already co-regent, was proclaimed sole emperor by Marianus, prefect of the city, in the Forum. Then, having at St. Sophia solemnly returned thanks to God, he set himself to the task of government. The first matter which seems to have engaged his attention was the exchequer. The finances were in a truly deplorable state. Michael III had wasted all his resources, and in order to raise money had sold, broken up, or melted down a large number of works of art. When Basil came to examine the treasury, nothing was left in it, but a statement of accounts was found in possession of one of the officials, proving that serious malversations had been committed. The thieves were forced to restore half of the sums abstracted, and in this way a certain amount was brought into the treasury. Other sums of importance reached it in due time, helping to restore the finances to solvency. But this in itself was little. The first urgent reform was the reorganization of the financial machinery of the state. Social questions at this juncture had become acute. The feudal class, which was all-powerful, was striving to accentuate more and more the formidable distinction between the rich and the poor, and crying abuses were springing up in every direction. Basil tried to protect the small men against the great by showing favor to the lesser landholders. He appointed honest and trustworthy officials over the finances, and exerted himself to maintain the peasant in possession of his plot, and to secure him from being ruined by fines or taxes, all out of proportion to his wealth. Then, taking a step further, he endeavored to reform the method of collecting the taxes by revising the register of lands, and compelling the officials to set down in clear, legible, comprehensible figures the fixed quota on which depended the amount of tax payable. Finally, he took a direct and personal share in financial administration, verifying the accounts, receiving the complaints which reached Constantinople, and acting as judge of final resort. It is probable that exertions such as these brought about a temporary improvement in the state of the poor and laboring classes. Nevertheless, as we shall see, Basil's successors were in their turn to find the social and financial tension more acute than ever. While thus attending to the finances, Basil also applied himself to the task of legislative and judicial reorganization. Here, as elsewhere, he made a point in the first place of choosing officials of integrity, and also just and learned judges. He cared little from what stratum of society his judges were drawn, provided that they discharged their duties faithfully. Basil required that they should be numerous and easily accessible, and that their pay should be sufficient to make them independent. Justice was to be administered daily at the Chalco Palace, at the Hippodrome, and at the Magnara, and more than once Basil himself was seen to enter the court, listen to the trial, and take part in the deliberations. But it is plain that the chief legislative work of Basil was the revision of the Justinian Code and the issue of new law books. In 878 or 879, without waiting for the completion of the work of remodeling which he had planned, he promulgated the Prochiron, a handbook or an abridgment which determined the laws and unwritten customs in force and abrogated those no longer in use. The Prochiron was, above all, concerned with civil law. It maintained its authority up to 1453. A second and fuller edition was prepared by Basil about 886. This was the Epanagoge, which besides formed an introduction and a summary intended for a more important collection in 40 books, the Anacharthus. The last named work is no longer in existence. No doubt its substance, as well as that of the Epanagoge, was included in the Basilics. But apparently neither of these earlier works was ever officially published. In any case, they did not remain in force for long. During the most glorious period of his reign, Basil gave a new impulse to the fine arts which was destined to outlast his life. Under his direction, large numbers of churches were rebuilt, repaired, and beautified. In architecture we get the type of cupola, intermediary between the large and dangerous dome of St. Sophia and the elegant lantern towers of a later age, while buildings on the basilica model became rarer, and architects are chiefly eager to construct splendid churches with gilded roofs, glittering mosaics, and marbles of various hues. It was to Basil that his contemporaries owed, among other buildings, the magnificent church begun in 876 and consecrated in 880, called in contradistinction to St. Sophia, the New Church. With its scheme of decoration in many colors, and its unequaled mosaics forming a great assemblage of religious pictures, a church worthy to stand beside that which Justinian had built. We know it fairly well through the descriptions of Photius and Constantine VII. Basil's artistic enterprise also found free scope in the erection of secular buildings which he raised for his own use, such as the Palace of the Caenergium, with its famous historical decorations and its ornamented pavements. The lesser arts also entered on a period of revival, and among works which have come down to us, one in particular is famous, the celebrated manuscript of St. Gregory, Parisinus 510, with its full-page illuminations and its varied ornamentation. It is of the highest interest for the reign of Basil, as it leaves us some trace of the portraits, unfortunately in a very imperfect condition, of Basil, Eudocia, Leo, and Alexander. The religious question was the chief concern of Basil's reign. At his accession, the dispute with Rome which had arisen over Photius had reached an acute stage, and the Eastern Church was deeply divided. Photius had been chosen patriarch in very irregular fashion on 25 December 858, a month after the banishment of the rightful patriarch Ignatius. Bardas had been the cause of the whole trouble, and as early as 860 Rome had intervened. In spite of the Roman legates, who in 861 had allowed themselves to be intimidated into recognizing Photius, Nicholas I had deposed and anathematized him and his adherents. The result was anarchy. Basil, therefore, who disliked, quote, the knavery of this sage, end quote, and was also desirous of conciliating the Roman see and restoring religious peace to the empire, hastened to recall Ignatius on 23 November 867 and to demand a council to put an end to the schism. This council met in St. Sophia on 5 October 869 and sat until 28 February 870. Basil, though in an indirect and covert way, took a leading part in it and brought about the triumph of his own policy. On 5th of November, Photius was anathematized, declared to be deposed, and exiled to the monastery of Skepos. The emperor had, in part at least, gained his end. The solemn sitting of a council had, in the eyes of the public, set a seal upon his usurpation, and the church found itself in the position of having implicitly recognized his title. And what was more, the arrival of ambassadors from Bulgaria, who came at this juncture to inquire of the council to which of the two churches, Rome or Constantinople, their own belonged, was a further advantage for Basil. Thanks to the support given him by the Patriarch Ignatius, against the will of Rome and its legates, the emperor obtained a decision that Bulgaria came under the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate, and Ignatius consecrated a bishop for that country. The result of all these religious transactions was clear. Basil's authority at home and abroad was strengthened, but at the same time he had broken with the Pope, Adrian II. The settlement, however, brought some measure of peace to the Church. In 875 or 876, Photius even returned to Constantinople as tutor of the imperial children, entered again into communication with Pope John VIII, and waited for the death of the aged Ignatius, which occurred on 23 October 877. 3 days later, Photius once again took possession of the patriarchal throne, and the Pope, upon certain conditions which were never carried out, confirmed his title. A temporary end was thus put to the schism, and the two authorities were again in harmony. A council was held at Constantinople in 879 to 880 to decide the religious question, but by that time Basil's reign was virtually ended. Having lost his son Constantine, he allowed things to take their own course, and Photius profited by his apathy to weave the conspiracy which proved his ruin. Basil's reign ended gloomily. The 19 years during which he had governed the empire had not been free from complications. More than once, he had had to foil a conspiracy aimed against his life. Serious difficulties had arisen with his successor Leo. His armies had not been uniformly successful. It was, however, Constantine's death in 879 which really killed Basil. From this time onwards, his reason was clouded. He became cruel, and left to others all care for the administration. He himself spent his time in hunting, and it was while thus employed that he was overtaken by death at Apamea as the result of an accident perhaps arranged by his enemies. He was brought back seriously injured to Constantinople, where he died on 29 August 886, leaving the empire to Leo VI under the guardianship of Stylianus Zeuxis, an Armenian who later became father-in-law of the emperor. End of section 8. Section number 9 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 867 to 976 AD, Part 2, by Albert Vogt. Leo VI, 886 to 912. The revolution of 867, which had raised Basil to the throne, was now undone, so far as its dynastic significance went, since with Leo VI the crown returned to the family of Michael III. Although the offspring of an adulterous connection, the new sovereign was nonetheless of the imperial blood, and his accession really meant that the murderer's victim in the person of his son thrust aside the impostor in order to take his proper place. Officially, however, Basil's successor was regarded as his legitimate heir, and many no doubt believed that he was in fact his son and Eudoxia's. It is this false situation which explains the estrangement between Basil and Leo, the conduct of the latter, and doubtless also the existence of a party at court which remained permanently hostile to Basil and constant to Michael's dynasty in the person of Leo VI. Leo, when he ascended the throne at Constantinople in 886, was 20 years old. Up to that time his life had been a painful one. It is true that Basil had given him an excellent education, and that his care had not been thrown away. We know that Leo VI was surnamed the Wise, or the Philosopher, probably on account of his writings, his eloquence, and his learning. But this was certainly the sole advantage which the new ruler owed to his nominal father. While he was still quite young, Basil had him tonsured. Then, as he had an heir in the person of Constantine, and as public opinion looked upon him as the father of the second child also, he associated him in the empire with Constantine, and soon afterward with Alexander. As long as Constantine lived, the relations between Basil and Leo were in no way unusual. But on the death of the eldest son, the situation was changed. Leo now became the heir, the second place only falling to Alexander. It will easily be understood that this was a grief to Basil. At all costs, he desired to set Leo aside in favor of Alexander. In the winter of 880 to 881, the emperor married his adopted son to a young girl for whom he had no affection and who might be supposed unlikely to bear him children. This was Theophano, a relation of Eudocia Ingerina, afterwards Saint Theophano. A daughter was, nevertheless, born of this marriage, named Eudocia, but she died in 892. Her birth no doubt caused an increase of hatred on both sides. Leo roused himself, the party which he led took shape, and in 885 a revolt broke out under John Curtius, domestic of the Hicanati, supported by 66 fellow plotters, all great dignitaries of the court. The conspirators were discovered and severely punished. Leo, who had been concerned in the affair, was betrayed by a monk named Theodore Santabarenus and thrown into prison with his wife and his little daughter. The emperor threatened to have his eyes put out, but was dissuaded from this course by Photius himself and some of the courtiers. Leo was restored to his dignities, but the emperor gave him neither his confidence nor his affection. Before long, Basil died as a result of a hunting accident which may well have been a murder. A light was at once shed upon the doubtful paternity of Leo by his conduct on the death of Basil I. Without bestowing much attention on the remains of his supposed father, he reserved all his care for those of his real parent, Michael III. Immediately on his accession, he ordered that the body of the murdered emperor should be solemnly removed from Chrysopolis, where it had been hastily interred in 867, and brought to Constantinople, where a magnificent funeral service was held over it in the Church of the Holy Apostles. It thus appeared that he wished to emphasize the renewal, in his own person, of a dynastic tradition which had been momentarily interrupted. He then applied himself to the task of government, in theory jointly with Alexander, but practically as sole ruler. The reign of Leo VI is in one sense the completion and crowning of that of Basil. All the reforms adumbrated during the late reign were achieved and codified under Leo, and the majority of the questions then left unsolved were now dealt with. To pronounce the reign a poor and feeble one is grossly unfair. It is true that, as far as foreign affairs are concerned, there is little to record, and that little not of a fortunate kind. Leo VI evidently was not built on the scale of Basil. Far more at home in court and cabinet than his predecessor, he had none of the qualities of a general. This did not, however, prevent him doing useful work as a ruler. The first religious question which confronted the new government was that of Photius. Leo was certain to be a foe to the patriarch, who, with the help of his friend Santabarenus, had done his utmost to exacerbate Basil against his heir. He had hoped to profit by the late emperor's weakened condition and by the youth of his successor to thrust one of his own relatives into the chief authority. In any case, it was he who, through the agency of Santabarenus, had procured the imprisonment of Leo and his family. Thus, when after his 3 months' disgrace, Leo's dignities had been restored to him by Basil, Santabarenus had been driven to his see of Eucita near Trebizond, there to hide himself in oblivion. But unfortunately for both parties, Leo did not forget. By the new emperor's orders, immediately upon the death of Basil, Photius was removed from his office, and a tribunal met to try his case as well as that of his accomplice. Their guilt could not in point of fact be proved, but this did not affect the result of their trial. The patriarch was sent into exile, dying at Bordi or Gordi in Armenia in 891. Santabarenus was scourged and banished to Athens, where his eyes were put out. Then Leo's young brother Stephen, aged 16, was raised to the patriarchal see at Christmas, 886. His tenure of it was but brief, for he died on 17th of May, 893. Finally, in 900, after letters and legates had passed between Rome and Constantinople, the act uniting the two churches was solemnly signed, Anthony Coelius being patriarch. By these various means, the schism was brought to an end, and some measure of peace was restored to the church. This repose was not, indeed, of long duration, for during Leo's reign an obscure religious question arose to rekindle popular excitement and theological passion, namely the successive marriages of the emperor. On 10 November 893, Theophano died, and Leo was at last free to think of remarrying. Now for a long time, to the great displeasure of Basil, Leo had maintained a mistress named Zoe, a woman, it would appear, of the worst possible reputation. Her father was Stylianus Zeuxis, Leo's guardian, who had probably encouraged his sovereign's passion, for immediately upon his accession, Leo loaded him with favors, put the direction of public business into his hands, and before long, having already raised him to the rank of magister, created for him the sounding title of Basil Copator in 894. He then married Zoe as his second wife, but a few months after her marriage she also died, during the summer of 896, without having borne a male heir to the emperor. Contrary to all rule and custom, Leo determined on a third marriage, and in the spring of 899 he took as his wife a young Phrygian girl named Eudocia, by whose death he was again left a widower on 20th of April 900. Not long after, he was attracted by the daughter of a noble and saintly family, Zoe, who in allusion to her black eyes was surnamed Garbonupsina. The emperor at first could not venture to marry her. He several times manifested his intention of doing so, but met with such general reprobation that he felt forced to refrain, until the day when Zoe gave birth to a son, afterwards Constantine VII. This was in the autumn of 905. In January 906, the child was solemnly baptized by the patriarch, but only upon condition that Leo should dismiss Zoe. This stipulation was in accordance not only with the canons of the Byzantine Church, but also with the civil laws enacted by Leo himself. Both alike forbade a fourth marriage. It will be readily understood that this austere provision commended itself neither to Leo nor to Zoe. The emperor wished to legitimate his sole heir and successor. Zoe hoped to become empress and to reign. Now the patriarch had already refused to concur in the marriage with Eudocia and had suspended the priest who blessed the union. And moreover, that patriarch was Anthony Coelius, and the question was merely of a third marriage. What was likely to be the attitude of the new patriarch, Nicholas, toward a fourth union? Leo, however, persisted. 3 days after Constantine's baptism, he married Zoe and created her Augusta. Nicholas, though he had been a friend of the emperor from childhood and had been named patriarch by him, did not temporize. Having in vain endeavored to influence his master, he refused to recognize the marriage, and at the end of 906 forbade the guilty emperor to enter St. Sophia. The patriarch had on his side the church, the court, and the city. It was, however, agreed that Rome should be consulted on the subject. Both Nicholas and Leo wrote to the Pope, who dispatched legates and in the end granted a dispensation for the marriage. The Eastern Patriarchates also sanctioned this relaxation of the established law, and immediately Nicholas was driven into exile and resigned his office. He was succeeded by Euthymius, a saintly man, in January 907. But the conflict, of course, was not to be so easily extinguished. In June 911, the debates on the emperor's fourth marriage were still going on. They lasted, indeed, up to the death of Leo, 11th of May 912, and even beyond it. Leo's legislative activity showed itself in the ecclesiastical domain as well as in the civil. Between 901 and 907, in conjunction with his friend the Patriarch Nicholas, he published a list of the church's independence upon Constantinople and the order of their precedence. He thus carried through a genuine reorganization of the outer framework of the Byzantine Church, including Illyricum in its jurisdiction, despite the repeated protests of the See of Rome. These Nea Tactica, which form the sequel to the Palaia Tactica of the preceding period, show us, in fact, the ecclesiastical provinces of the Balkan Peninsula grouped around Constantinople. Independently of this new set of regulations, and before it was issued, Leo, as soon as he succeeded to power, had addressed to his brother, Stephen, a series of novels dealing with ecclesiastical affairs, the interior organization of the church, and religious discipline, just as the patriarch himself might have done. It was he also who created certain new ecclesiastical honors, or gave greater importance to others already existing, such as the office of Syncellus, held by his brother before he became patriarch. These measures formed part of a general scheme of reform already initiated by Basil, which Leo desired to follow up to a successful issue. To whatever branch of the civil administration we turn, traces appear of the handiwork of Leo VI. His energy seems to have been enormous. The Book of Ceremonies, a collection published by Constantine VII, dealing with the organization and working of the court and the different civil and religious ceremonies, contains material compiled under Leo VI. At any rate, to it was appended the Kletterologion, or ceremonial treatise of precedence at court, composed in 899 by the Atriclines Dapifer Philotheus. It is plain that a reorganization of the court was in process during Leo's reign. With regard to the policing of the city and the regulation of commerce, we have a valuable document, the Book of the Prefect, containing ordinances or regulations applicable to the numerous guilds dwelling and working at Constantinople. This edict is addressed to the prefect of the city. For the army and navy we possess a, quote, tactics, end quote. Attempts have been made to transfer its authorship from Leo VI to Leo the Isaurian. It seems certain, however, that this work also belongs to the reign with which we are now dealing. But the great legislative achievement of Leo VI, besides his novels dealing with civil affairs addressed to Stylianus between 887 and 893, was the publication of the important work on law initiated by Basil, which bears the name of the Basilics. This vast collection of the writings of Justinian and the novels of his successors extends to 60 books. The jurists who drew up this work made a point of preserving all the writings of Justinian that had not fallen into disuse. To this they added the customs which had grown up in the course of centuries and had acquired the force of law, and also the provisions set down and promulgated by Basil in the Prochyron and the Epanagoge. To these were added a certain number of the decrees of the iconoclast emperors, in spite of the avowed unwillingness of the legists to make use of this heretical legislation. The work saw the light between 887 and 893. For the sake of completeness, and in order to give a general idea of the activities of Leo VI, it is important to mention the direct share taken by the emperor in developing the civilization of his day. He is known as an orator. On all great public occasions, and especially at religious festivals, he was fond of delivering orations and homilies. The greater part of these have not yet been edited. Religious literature seems, indeed, to have been attractive to Leo, for besides his homilies he published liturgical works and odes, and even a letter on dogma addressed to the Caliph Omar. We have, besides, from his pen, quote, oracles, end quote, on the destiny of the empire, and some secular poems. With regard to the fine arts, Leo, like his father, restored and constructed a large number of religious buildings. The best known of these are the churches which he erected in honor of his first two wives, Theophano and Zoe, and the convent of Nociae. Finally, the museums of Europe still preserve many specimens of artistic work, ivories, and jewelry of Leo's period. Constantine VII, Porphyrogenitus, 912 to 959. In some respects, the character of Constantine VII bears a striking resemblance to that of his father Leo. But the father's defects, as reproduced in the son, outweigh his good qualities. Like Leo VI, the Porphyrogenitist was a savant, an artist, and a scholar. Unfortunately, he was not endowed with an organizing mind and the same indefatigable energy. His reign, moreover, was a prolonged minority. His uncle Alexander, the Council of Regency, and Romanus Lecapenus in turn directed the government. Constantine VII himself never governed officially until 944. Alexander, 912 to 913. In spite of the family hatred which divided Leo from Alexander, and in spite of the fruitless efforts of the latter to rid himself of his brother by a conspiracy formed in 900, Leo VI at his death entrusted the guardianship of his 7-year-old son to Alexander as the only genuine representative of Basil. The reign of this prince had never been more than nominal. During his brother's lifetime, he had been excluded from the administration. Indeed, he had excluded himself, having made himself impossible by his disgraceful behavior. Now, jointly with his nephew and under cover of his name, he was about to attempt to govern. His attempt was short-lived, and fortunately so, for his administration brought nothing but a disturbance and violent reaction in the empire. To the blundering policy of Alexander was due the reappearance of schism at Constantinople, a schism on the one hand religious and on the other national. The first act of the Protector, as early as May 912, was to recall the Patriarch Nicholas from exile, and to drive Euthymius with insult and violence from his see. This was a wanton outrage to the memory of Leo VI. It was also the way to confirm the people in the opinion that Zoe had never been a wife, and that Constantine was not legitimate. The church was divided as to the two patriarchs. Each had his own supporters. The nation was divided on the far graver question of the legitimacy of Constantine. All the ministers of the last reign were disgraced, and Zoe was driven from the palace. In his hatred, Alexander even thought of proceeding to the mutilation of his nephew. Time failed him, and he died at the most opportune moment, on 6th of June, 913. The Council of Regency, 913 to 919. According to the wish expressed by Alexander on his deathbed, a council of regency was appointed to govern the empire. At the head of it was the Patriarch Nicholas, with one man of great weight, but only one, to second or counter his efforts, John Elatus. Returning as he did in triumph, the Patriarch, naturally enough, had only one idea: to maintain his own judgment as to the unlawfulness of Leo's fourth marriage. He consented, however, to wait for the death of Euthymius, which occurred on the 5th of April, 917, before publishing his Tomus Unionis. Meanwhile, other events took place. His first care was to drive out Zoe, who on Alexander's death had returned to the palace, and his next was to open negotiations with all those ambitious men who were already in fancy assuming the crown, such as Constantine Ducas, Lecapenus, and Leo Phocas. The threatening aspect of foreign affairs gave these aspirants an opportunity of thrusting their services upon the state. One of them, Constantine Ducas, had narrowly failed of success, but he died just as he was about to assault the palace. The domestic situation was thus very serious, and anarchy reigned. Happily, John Elatus was there to supply a remedy. Taking advantage of the unpopularity incurred by the regents, especially through the bloody revenge which they exacted for the abortive attempt of Ducas, he skillfully contrived, with the help of one of the members of the council, to exclude the Patriarch and to recall Zoe in October of 913. All the partisans of Alexander were now in their turn disgraced and banished. Nicholas received orders to confine himself henceforward to his ecclesiastical administration. The empire was, in fact, divided into two camps. Two hostile parties confronted each other in the army, the court, and the city. Both were military, and each was struggling to put its own leader at the head of affairs. One was for Phocas and the other for Romanus Lecapenus. Zoe had embraced the interests of Phocas, but among her entourage a certain Theodore, the influential tutor of Constantine, was negotiating with Romanus Lecapenus. It was the latter who prevailed. Thanks to the favor and skillful exertions of Theodore, Romanus obtained a footing in the palace, married his daughter Helena to Constantine, filled all the offices with his partisans, and himself assumed the title of Basilcopator. Leo Phocas, indeed, tried the chances of a revolt. It was in vain. Being promptly abandoned by his fellow conspirators, he was taken prisoner and suffered mutilation. Romanus, first Lecapenus, 919 to 944. In this manner, Romanus, on the 25th of March, 919, made himself sole regent of the empire. He was merely a poor soldier of the Armeniac theme, a plebeian as Basil had been. Leo VI had become attached to him and had thrown open the path to honors to his favorite. When the emperor died, Lecapenus was Drongarius of the fleet. He did not allow himself to be hampered by gratitude. As soon as he was left master of the situation by the exile of his opponent Phocas, he showed himself as he really was, a hardy upstart and insatiably ambitious but a capital administrator. He promptly seized upon the supreme power and showed every intention of keeping it. Zoe found herself relegated to her convent, Theodore was exiled, and Constantine VII abandoned. Romanus's friend, the patriarch Nicholas, regained his influence and governed under the name of the regent. As early as September 919, Lecapenus had himself crowned Caesar, then on 17th of December, emperor. Thenceforward his position seemed to him secure. He had indeed made himself master of the throne, and was soon to become master of the church. It was with this object, and in the hope of founding a new dynasty to his own advantage, that in 921, imitating the course taken by Basil, he had his wife Theodora crowned empress, and his eldest son Christopher emperor. Feeling his power daily increasing despite the conspiracies incessantly woven around him, in 923 he set the imperial crown on the head of his daughter-in-law, and in 924 crowned his other two sons, Stephen and Constantine. From 922, besides, the coinage and official documents show that he already took precedence of the rightful sovereign. In political matters, Romanus was unquestioned master, and it must be acknowledged that his government was not wanting in greatness. Shrewd and clever, he received in magnificent fashion in 923 Ashot II, king of Armenia, Adarnase, the Curopalates of Iberia, at this time a vassal of the empire, and the princes of the family of Taran. We find him, as well as the patriarch Nicholas, keeping up continuous relations with most of the rulers of these distant lands, receiving them hospitably, giving them help against the Arabs, and above all making treaties with them through his diplomatists, greatly to the advantage of Byzantium, which thus acquired considerable influence in their countries. On another frontier of the empire, the Bulgarians, during the Tsar Simeon's reign, had caused him much anxiety and serious injury. All of his diplomatic skill had been useless before the arms of the Tsar. But on Simeon's death, more amicable relations were resumed with his son Peter, and Romanus, imitating earlier emperors, bestowed his granddaughter Mary in marriage upon the young king on 8th of September 927, and signed a peace with Bulgaria. In this manner he very adroitly detached the Bulgarian church from the papacy and bound it to Constantinople, which both in ecclesiastical and political matters was obtaining an evident preponderance. In home politics, Romanus's attention, like that of his predecessors, was drawn to social problems. The provincial aristocracy were nothing short of a scourge. By their wealth and their grinding of the poor, the powerful ruined the peasantry and the government with them. Again, it became imperative to retrace the steps that had been taken. This was the object of the numerous novels which the government of Lecapenus put forth. In 922 and 934, 2 laws were enacted, forbidding the rich to acquire land belonging to the poor or to the military class. Those who were injured in this way received a preferential right of repurchase for their protection. 2 other novels allowed the seller a right of reentry on repayment in case of a sale forced by famine, and pronounced a sale null and void if affected to the prejudice of the right of repurchase. All these novels had as their object the protection of the small holdings, the basis of general prosperity. No doubt the occasion that called them forth was the suffering caused by the terrible winter of 933, when famine brought about the ruin and death of large numbers of the population. In the domain of religion, the influence of the patriarch Nicholas Mysticus remained predominant up to his death on 15th of May 925. His correspondence shows him busying himself with political and foreign affairs. He is in touch with Simeon, Tsar of Bulgaria, and with the Pope at Rome. Nor is it strange that he should have sought to impose his opinion on the vexed question of fourth marriages. In June 920, a council met at Constantinople to deal with the subject, and it was on this occasion that he published the decree of union which condemned fourth and cast blame on third marriages. Nevertheless, something had been gained. The council had restored harmony among all Byzantines. The authority of Romanus, so long as Nicholas lived, was exercised mainly upon political matters. Religious concerns were felt to be in safe hands, but on the death of the patriarch, the emperor, carrying on the system of Basil I, wished to put the government of the church in the hands of his youngest son, Theophylact. Unfortunately, though already Syncellus, patriarchal secretary, Theophylact was only a child of 8 or 10 years old. It was necessary to wait. 2 patriarchs appointed ad interim, Stephen and Tryphon, filled the post until 931. In 933, after a vacancy of 18 months, Theophylact was at last elected, and John XI ratified the choice. The new patriarch, to the great scandal of Constantinople, was to remain in office up to his death on 27th of February 956. It was during this wretched patriarchate in 942 that the famous, quote, image of Edessa, end quote, was brought to Constantinople. It was a linen cloth on which, it was said, our Lord had left the trace of his features, and which he had sent to Abgar as a token of friendship. Curtius, the general, had acquired it in exchange for a prisoner, and had sent it to Constantinople, where it was received with great solemnity. The acquisition of a famous relic was the last triumph of Lecapenus. In spite of the charity which he showed toward the inhabitants of his capital during the famine of 927 and the severe winter of 933, in spite of the substantial sums which he distributed to the poor, the hospitals which he erected, and the public works of all kinds which he undertook, Romanus was not in the least beloved at Constantinople. Constantine VII still had supporters and friends. He was both pitied and respected. Quote, he who should have been first found himself made fifth, end quote, and this excited great displeasure. Deprived of everything, of power and of the appearance of power, it was said that he was even obliged to work as an artist in order to maintain himself. On the other hand, Romanus Lecapenus had implacable enemies, even in his own sons, who were jealous of his authority and eager to seize upon it for themselves. Perhaps these domestic broils were fomented by the influence of Constantine's friends. Possibly it was these faithful servants of the real emperor who counseled the, quote, Lecapenides, end quote, to rebel. No one knows. Only one thing is certain, that after the death of Christopher, the sons of Romanus on the 16th of December 944 carried off their father, banished him to a convent on the island of Proti, and forced him to take the monastic habit. They counted upon succeeding to his place, but they only met with the just punishment of their guilt. At the very hour when they were to have dethroned Constantine, the emperor had them seized and dispatched them to join their father on 27th of January 945. Romanus Lecapenus died a few years after his fall in 948. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 10. The Macedonian Dynasty from 867 to 976 AD. Part 3 by Albert Vogt. Constantine's personal government, 944-959. The family of Romanus Lecapenus before long survived only in the female line. Stephen was deported to Rhodes and Lesbos, where he was poisoned in 963. Constantine was relegated to Samothrace, and assassinated by his guard. While of the other Lycapenides, whose fate is known, Romanus, Michael, and Basil only suffered mutilation, and thus survived to reappear later in political life. Alone of his family, the despised Theophylacte remained at Constantinople. The first steps taken by Constantine naturally began a reaction. He dismissed the relations, friends, and partisans of Romanus Lecapenus and surrounded himself with members of the rival faction of Phocas, which, thanks to Constantine's patronage, we shall soon find in possession of the imperial throne. This violent reaction did not fail of the usual result in the shape of numerous conspiracies. Both in 945 and in 947, the supporters of Romanus made a move. But it was in vain, and cruel punishment and mutilations followed. Constantine, who thus at the age of 39 took the reins of government into his own hands, was much more of a student than a man of action. Though usually of a mild and even timid disposition, he was subject to terrible fits of anger, when he became violent and even cruel. For the rest, although an accomplished judge of wine and cookery, he was evidently not the man destined to restore the empire's former glories. The government at once fell into the hands of his wife, Helena, and a favorite, Basil, known as the Bird, Tetevos. Apparently, neither of them accomplished anything of importance, and they confined themselves to selling public offices to the highest bidders. Scandals took place which the emperor buried as he was in his books, had not the resolution to punish and put down. Such, for example, was the conduct of that prefect of the city who was a notorious robber, but nevertheless administered the police of Constantinople loaded with favors conferred by the emperor. It must, however, be acknowledged that Constantine's family circle was a singular one. His wife, the Empress Helena, was by no means above reproach, but she compares favorably with others of his connections. In 939, a son had been born to him, Romanus II, who from his early days gave promise of utter worthlessness, in spite of the affection which his father showed for him and the care which he bestowed on his education. In the reign of Lecapenus in 944, the regent had arranged a marriage for him with Bertha, the illegitimate daughter of Hugh of Provence and Pistoia. This unequal connection was an insult to the Macedonian house, but worse was in store. The poor Provençale lived only 5 years at Constantinople and is said to have died a virgin. But after her death, not merely disparity, but shame and crime entered the palace in the person of Romanus's second wife, a courtesan, the daughter of a tavern keeper, whom he married at the end of 956. She had been known as Anastaso at the Hippodrome. As empress, she took the name of Theophano. According to the majority of the chroniclers, she was the Brinvilliers of her age. Before practicing as a poisoner herself, she induced her husband to poison Constantine VII, and with partial success, for the emperor died, if not immediately, still in the end from the effects of the drug administered to him. This was but her first step in the path of crime, as was tragically shown in the succeeding reigns. As to the rest of the court dignitaries whose names have come down to us, they were little more to be respected. The only sound portion of the governing body was to be found in the army. The Church, as represented by the Patriarch Theophylact, kept pace with the court. Doubtless, among the occupants of monasteries and bishoprics, it would not be difficult to find shining examples of holy living, but the patriarchate was given up to disorder, license, and impiety. So great was the scandal caused by Theophylact's conduct that the emperor who tolerated it was involved in the discredit. Consequently, when the patriarch was killed by a fall from his horse in February 956, Constantine was compelled, in order to repair the mischief that had been done, to seek out an austere monk of Proti, whose fame was widespread, named Polyeuctus. The new patriarch was a reformer, and fully resolved to impose on all alike a discipline which had become a necessity. In his solitary life he had acquired great spiritual exaltation and a resolute will. He was, in the full sense of the word, a man of faith. At first he was joyfully received on all hands. The emperor fully expected that this poor monk, bred at a distance from worldly intrigues, could be held in the hollow of his hand. Pious folk looked forward to the reforms which the patriarch desired to carry out, and the court bishops promised themselves that they could always bring about Polyeuctus's resignation, should he prove disposed to interfere too much with their habits. This seemed all the more feasible, inasmuch as Polyeuctus's consecration had not been performed according to the customary rules. He was, in fact, consecrated on the 3rd of April 956 by Basil, Metropolitan of Caesarea. This was quite contrary to precedent, for according to law the right belonged to Nicephorus, Bishop of Heraclea. But as the latter was in bad odour at court, his services were refused by Constantine, who deliberately set him aside. Nothing more was needed, it was supposed, to quash the appointment of Polyeuctus and send him back to his convent. And in fact, from the very outset of his patriarchate, cabals were formed against him, of which Theodore, Bishop of Cyzicus, was the moving spirit. His rigor was at once made a reproach to him, as also was his narrowness of view and his action in restoring the name of the patriarch Euthymus, formerly struck out of the diptychs by Nicholas. Efforts were made to ruin him, but Polyeuctus was not the man to yield. Far from yielding before his adversaries, he attacked the emperor himself, and on one occasion openly demanded that he should make good all the injuries inflicted on the church by his family and by the preceding patriarchate. To put forward such a claim was to make a public declaration of his independence. Constantine so well understood this that he was preparing to have the election of Polyeuctus quashed when he died. From the administrative and political point of view, the personal government of Constantine Porphyrogenitus is undeniably of small importance. Some of the chroniclers even represent the emperor as an idler and a do-nothing, but this is a grotesque exaggeration. On the other hand, we cannot place entire confidence in the flatterers who depict Constantine as an administrator ever on the alert to lessen the evils afflicting his people, to give orders to his provincial governors, to keep himself well informed of all that was happening, to give brilliant receptions to ambassadors, and to keep in touch with the rulers of East and West. It is nevertheless certain that Constantine endeavored on the one hand to do the work of an administrator, and on the other shewed himself throughout his life by his intellectual activity and his numerous writings not to be the indolent trifler of the chronicler Cydrenus. In the first place, we have 9 novels of his to prove that he too paid attention to the juridical and social questions which had caused such constant anxiety to his predecessors. Like them, he forbids the wealthy nobles to acquire lands belonging to the poor or the military class. Like them, he legislates on certain points of civil law, such as wills, inheritance, the salaries payable to notaries, the right of sanctuary, and so forth. But he did more than this. Towards the end of his reign, he issued an alphabetical abridgment of the basilics intended to be of service to lawyers. Finally, during the time of his personal government, he granted a crucible in favor of the monastery of Saint John the Baptist at Thessalonica, and another to the convent of the Iberians on Mount Athos. Apart from these beneficent laws, Constantine, who piqued himself on his knowledge of the rules of etiquette, and was fond of holding himself up as an example to the splendid and stately court which surrounded him, seems to have taken special pleasure in the reception and dispatch of great numbers of ambassadors. In 945 and 949, we find him sending diplomatic missions to Otto I in Germany. In May and in August 946, he received the ambassadors of the Caliph and the Emir of Amida with great magnificence. In October, it was the turn of the ambassadors from Spain. In 948, that of Liutprand, Berengar's envoy. And finally, in 957, he gave a brilliant welcome to the Russian Princess Olga and the splendid cortege which accompanied her, including both men and women. All the indications point to this visit to Constantinople as the time when the baptism of Olga took place. But the true glory of Constantine VII is the share which he had in the intellectual movement of his day. Like Bardas under Michael III, he made great efforts to revive education, which outside Constantinople was hardly to be obtained. He appointed to the university chairs savants of reputation, historians, writers, philosophers, men of science, jurisconsults like Basil I. He gave a new impetus to all the arts, architecture, painting, sculpture, and music, while more than any of his predecessors, he interested himself in students, receiving them, helping them, and when their studies were finished, promoting them to great civil and ecclesiastical posts. He himself helped forward this general literary renaissance by working at painting, music, and the industrial arts, as also by publishing, especially for his son's use, several works, some of which are lost, though others have come down to us. About 934 or 935, he wrote the Book of the Themes, or Provinces of the Empire. In 952 or 953, he published the Book of the Administration of the Empire and composed the first 83 chapters of the Book of Court Ceremonies, which bears his name. Finally, in 958 or 959, he gave to the public the Life of Basil. Thus, it is not strange that under his government, literary and artistic production should have been abundant. Thanks to him, numberless religious and secular buildings were erected, restored, and embellished. Such works as the continuation of Theophanes and Discourse upon the image of Edessa, and other compositions of literary and religious importance were begun and finished, so that it is in fact almost solely to the learned labors of an emperor, so often decried, that we owe such knowledge as we possess of the period in which he lived and reigned. Either in the summer or in the autumn of 959, Constantine, feeling himself near to death, went, in search of some measure of physical and mental repose, to the slopes of Mount Olympus in Bithynia, then celebrated for the medicinal waters of Soteriolopolis, and for its monasteries and hermits. He was to find there nothing but gloomy presages of his speedy end. He returned to Constantinople only to die, expiring on 9th November 953 at the age of 54. Romanus II, 959 963. The new ruler, Romanus II, was 20 years old when his father died, probably as the result of the poison which he and his wife administered to him. Despite his youth and his bodily and mental advantages, despite his excellent education, Romanus II was to make but a transitory appearance as emperor and to leave a most unworthy reputation behind him. At his accession, he was surrounded by his mother Helena, his wife Theophano, his 5 sisters, and his son Basil II. He had been crowned and had received a share of the imperial power in accordance with the Basilian tradition in 945, and he now at once took possession of the government, or rather handed it over to his wife Theophano. We have already seen who this wife was, the daughter of Craterus, a poor tavern keeper of Laconian origin. She owed the unhoped for honor of ascending the throne solely to her beauty and her vices. While her husband eagerly pursued, surrounded by unworthy companions, the life of debauchery and dissipation which was destined to lead him to an early grave, she, for her part, took upon herself the task of government with the help of a noble eunuch, Joseph Bringas, whom Constantine, on his deathbed, had recommended to Romanus. The reign would be utterly insignificant were it not lighted up by the eventful military triumphs of Nicephorus Phocas and his brother. Indeed, within the imperial circle, things immediately began to take a mischievous turn. Helena and her daughters, by order of Theophano, and with the consent of Romanus II, were forced to quit the palace for a convent. Helena, it is true, obtained leave to remain in the palace, where she died on 19 September 961, but her daughters Zoe, Theodora, Theophano, Anne, and Agatha were sent first to the convent of Caniclium, and soon after to separate houses. It was probably the harsh treatment dealt out to Constantine's family which, in March 961, brought about the conspiracy, formed with the help of other lords by that Basil the Bird, who had been the favorite, perhaps the lover of Helena in the preceding reign. Knowing that Romanus was about to visit the hippodrome, Basil resolved on his assassination, but being informed against by a converted Saracen named Johannesius, he was seized, tortured, and finally died insane in Proconnesus. Though dying young, Romanus was to leave a large family to the empire. In addition to Basil II, he had a second son by Theophano in 961, the future Constantine VII, whom the patriarch Polyeuctus crowned in April the same year. He had, besides, two daughters, of whom one, Theophano, born perhaps as early as 956, became the wife of Otto II of Germany, and the other, Anne, was married to Vladimir of Russia. The two sons of Romanus II were to reign in Constantinople between Tzimices and the daughters of Constantine VII. Historians and chroniclers record no event of importance in the internal administration of the empire during the years from 959 to 963. The government under Romanus gave its whole attention to events beyond the frontiers, and in this field it unquestionably acted with judgment and ability. Immediately upon the death of Constantine, Theophano and Bringas showed themselves desirous of maintaining or created advantageous relations with the rulers of the East and the West. They sent ambassadors to every court. Then, on 22 April 960, they had the little Basil II crowned. But it was above all by planning the campaign of Nicephorus against the Saracens that they gave proof of political discernment. They felt the need of making an end, once for all, with these enemies who were ever increasing in aggressiveness, and in Nicephorus' focus they had a man great enough to engage these perennial foes at an advantage. In spite of unending court intrigues, the government in July 960 laid upon this general, though he was suspected by many, the task of attacking the Arabs of Crete, supported him energetically, supplied him with reinforcements, and thus prepared the way for the great victory which Nicephorus won on 7 March 961, resulting in the conquest of Chandax, now Candia, in Crete. Accordingly, when the general returned to Constantinople, he received in the circus the honor of a pedestrian ovation, a foretaste of the triumphs which later were to be his. Both concentration on foreign affairs and skillful diplomacy were displayed by Theophanes' government on the morrow of Nicephorus' victory. He returned covered with glory and accompanied by the defeated emir, Abd al-Aziz. This chief was well treated and splendidly lodged, and Constantinople had no reason to regret her generosity, for his son, having become a Christian, won renown in 972 in the Byzantine army. It appears that, during the short time that he remained at the head of affairs, Bringas also paid attention to the material interests of the population. In October 961, there was a great dearth, and corn was at an extravagant price. He brought into the capital shiploads of corn and barley, which, despite his reputation for avarice, he sold at half price. Then came a check. The Byzantine armies were winning brilliant successes in Asia, due entirely to the two Phocas brothers, when Nicephorus suddenly learned that Romanus had died at the palace on 15 March 963. Though the end was sudden, it was not unforeseen, for the emperor's health had been declining all the winter. Theophano was nevertheless accused of having rid herself of her husband by poison in order to marry Nicephorus. The crime was never proved, but the sequel was just what had been prophesied. With Romanus II, the glory of the Macedonian house and the intellectual renaissance which it had initiated departed for a time. Government by women and successful soldiers was about to begin. Nicephorus Phocas, 963-969. At the moment when Romanus II was gathered to his fathers in the Church of the Holy Apostles, leaving the empire in the hands of Theophano, Bringas, and two crowned children, the already illustrious name of Phocas had, in the course of 4 years, from 960 to 963, reached the highest pitch of glory. This was owing to the achievements of Leo and even more of Nicephorus, who was at that time the chief personage of the empire. The Phocas family, which originally in Cappadocia, was indeed well known to fame. It was, with the families of Corcoas and Simiches, among the noblest in Asia Minor. In the days of Basil I, Nicephorus Phocas, grandfather of the future emperor, had won renown by his warlike exploits in Italy and Sicily, and since then all of the family, from father to son, had been soldiers and successful soldiers. The uncle and father of Nicephorus, had been especially distinguished by their valor. The former, Leo, by his share in the war with the Bulgarians, and the latter, Bardas, by his victories in Asia Minor. The man who now, by his marriage with Theophano, was about to ascend the throne of Constantinople had, with his brother Leo, followed the glorious path marked out for him. Magister and Generalissimo of the armies of the East under Constantine VII. He had long warred successfully in Asia Minor and had since covered himself with glory by the siege of Chandax. He was born probably about 913 and was thus nearly 50 when the death of Romanus II took place. At this period, monk and soldier were united in him. Having lost his wife and his only son a little before 963, he had often thought of going to join his friend Saint Athanasius, the founder of the great Laura, on Mount Athos. It was through his interest and his gifts that the first convent on the Holy Mountain had been built, and the cell there had long awaited him. A man of iron temper, mystical to the highest degree, and yet none the less a man of passions, he had devoted himself to his army and his men, and at the same time to prayer and the severest mortifications. He was reported to be unbendingly stern, uncompromisingly just, and rigidly pious. But he was also considered miserly. In spite of his failings, his shining qualities won for him general love and deep respect, above all in the camp. On the other hand, he was dreaded by many, and especially by Bringas, on account of his military fame and the brilliant campaign with which his name was inseparably joined. After the conquest of Crete, he had, however, returned to Asia Minor and to his brother, conquering Cilicia between 961 and 963. He had then flung himself upon Syria and had just taken Aleppo when the news of the death of Romanus forced him to pause. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 11. The Macedonian Dynasty from 867 to 976 AD, Part 4, by Albert Vogt. Theophano, 16 March, 14 August, 963. At Constantinople, the death of Romanus had created a most difficult situation. Theophano, at 20 years of age, naturally desired to retain power and to act as regent, as she was authorized to do by her husband's last dispositions. But Bringas had to be reckoned with, and his projects, it would appear, tended in quite another direction. He, with his partisans, counted upon seizing sole power at the first favorable moment and governing the empire. Thus, Though he had supported Nicephorus at the time of the Cretan expedition, yet out of dread of his popularity and perhaps also from other motives, he had made haste to send him back to Asia Minor. This, however, had not prevented Nicephorus, doubtless without Bringas' knowledge, from being kept informed by the Empress herself of all that went on. It was indeed of importance to Theophano if she was to make herself safe in all contingencies to be able to make use of Nicephorus, before whom she had held out the hope of supreme power and even of something more. As the general was on his way through Constantinople, she had, with great skill, contrived to plant in the austere soldier's heart the germs of a passion which she intended to turn to account, and which was to drive from his mind any pious aspirations after the monastic life and permanently to deflect the current of his existence. It was this, probably, which had so greatly excited the alarm of Bringas. Nevertheless, for the moment, the expressed wishes of Romanus were respected. The Patriarch Polyeuctes proclaimed Theophano regent, with Bringas as her minister. Immediately afterwards, however, Theophano secretly called back Nicephorus, who reached Constantinople as early as April. Officially, he came to receive the reward of his conquests, a military triumph, and the confirmation of his authority. In reality, he came to measure himself against the head of the government. So well did Bringas understand this that he at once attempted to rid himself of his formidable adversary. He proposed that he should be forbidden to enter Constantinople, that a triumph should be refused him, and even that his eyes should be put out. All these attempts failed before the universal popularity of Nicephorus, probably helped by the intrigues of Theophano. The people welcomed Nicephorus with all possible honor and magnificence. But on the morrow of this ceremonial reception, which so greatly increased his prestige, being alone and without his army, he felt himself in danger and took refuge in Saint Sophia. There he obtained from the Patriarch and his clergy the protection of which he stood in need. Thanks to his reputation for piety, his valuable connection with the monks, his services, and the animosities which divided the three most powerful forces in Constantinople, Theophano, Bringas, and Polyeuctes, Nicephorus found a steadfast supporter in the Patriarch. In spite of Bringas and thanks to Polyeuctes, the Senate fully confirmed the authority of Nicephorus and promised that nothing should be done without his being consulted. Nicephorus, in return, swore to engage in no design injurious to the rights of the young princes. The Patriarch's eloquence had saved Nicephorus, who, as soon as Easter was over, lost no time in returning to Asia Minor at the head of his army. Bringas had been outwitted. The Patriarch had no suspicion of what his own future would be under Nicephorus. The chief minister, however, did not acknowledge himself defeated. At any cost, whether Nicephorus were present or absent, he sought his life. For this he maneuvered, but clumsily enough. Through a confidential agent, he made splendid offers to two of Nicephorus's generals, Courcois and Zimisces, if they would betray their chief to him. They, however, far from lending an ear to such proposals, revealed the intrigue to Nicephorus, and in order to cut matters short, prevailed on him without difficulty to hasten the realization of his plans, to assume the crown, and to march upon Constantinople. Accordingly, on 3 July
963, the army, instigated by the two generals, proclaimed Nicephorus emperor at Caesarea. The next day, the troops set out to accompany to Saint Sophia, and there to have him crowned. As soon as the news was known at Constantinople, the mutterings of revolt began. Bringas tried to make head against it and to organize the defense. His partisans were numerous, even among the troops in the capital, and he had valuable hostages in his hands, in the persons of the father and brother of Nicephorus. The new sovereign reached Chrysopolis on 9 August, and there awaited events. After 3 days a furious revolution had dyed the streets of Constantinople with blood. The supporters of Bringas were defeated. Nicephorus's father was saved by Polyeuctus, and on 14 August 963, under the aegis of Basil, the illegitimate son of Romanus Lecapenus and a bitter enemy of Bringas, Nicephorus entered Constantinople. On 16 August, he was crowned in Saint Sophia, declaring himself the guardian of the imperial children. Government of Nicephorus. The revolution to which Nicephorus had just put the finishing touch was the culmination of hypocrisy, for everyone knew, by the recent example of Romanus Lecapenus, the real meaning of the title of guardian or joint sovereign, in connection with emperors who were still minors. Whatever fictions might adorn official documents, it was Nicephorus who became emperor and sole emperor. The monks, his former friends, were scandalized. Saint Athanasius, quiet in vain, reminded the emperor of his former vocation for the religious life, and it soon appeared that still more ruthless disillusionments were in store. Apart from this, the action of Nicephorus was, politically speaking, of great gravity. Once again he severed the dynastic change, and this time the breach in the succession was made not merely in his own name and for his personal benefit, or out of family ambition, but in the name and with the support of the army, which was now to relearn the lesson of thrusting its weighty sword into the scale in which the internal destinies of the empire were balanced. It is true that for all this Nicephorus paid a heavy penalty, and it is no less true that the course he took was to have the most disastrous influence on the fortunes of Constantinople. At the very outset, as soon as he was master of the palace and the city, Nicephorus hastened to deal out titles and rewards to those who had aided him. His father was declared Caesar, his brother Leo Magister and Curopalates, while in the east John Zimisces succeeded to the post, rank, and honors which Nicephorus had held. Basil received the title and appointment of Proedros, or President of the Senate. As to Bringas, he was of course dismissed, and was detained at a distance from Constantinople in a monastery, where he died in 971. These arrangements made, Nicephorus turn his thoughts towards a marriage with Theophano, both from personal and from political considerations. The matter, however, was not quite so simple as at first it looked. Both the church and lay society might have something to say on the subject. It was probably in order to gain time to reconcile the public mind to the idea, as well as to observe the proprieties, that Nicephorus, acting in accord with the empress, sent her away to the palace of Petrion on the Golden Horn until the day fixed for the wedding. It took place on 20 September 6 months almost to a day after the death of Romanus. As might have been expected, it aroused great displeasure among the clergy. Saint Athanasius was much incensed against his old friend, and Polyeuctus, finding himself tricked, steadily refused communion to Nicephorus for a whole year. For, on one hand, there was to the monks, of whom the patriarch was one, something distinctly scandalous in the spectacle of this man of 50 marrying a woman in the 20s. This austere general, ascetic almost to a fault, who had vowed to end his days as a celibate in a monastery, now having by the help of the church attained to supreme power, suddenly united himself to Theophano, one of the most ill-famed and vicious of women, utterly repulsive in the eyes of the religious world. On the other hand, the newly wedded couple, having both been widowed, could not, without doing penance, enter upon a second marriage. The determined refusal of Polyeuctus was, however, very offensive, both to Nicephorus and Theophano. We are told that Nicephorus never forgave the patriarch. This Polyeuctus was soon to learn, and not only he, but the whole body of the clergy was to suffer in consequence. The ecclesiastical struggle thus inauspiciously begun on the marriage day of Nicephorus, ended only with his death. If the chroniclers are to be trusted, it was further envenomed by the rumors set afloat by a court chaplain named Stylianus. He claimed, indeed, that the emperor's marriage with Theophano was unlawful and void, because Nicephorus had stood godfather to one, if not two, of the empress's children. The canons were absolutely conclusive against such unions, which were forbidden by spiritual affinity. It is not very easy to determine how much foundation there was for this statement. It is certainly strange if Polyeuctus were ignorant of a circumstance so serious and notorious, and if Nicephorus and Theophano, on their side, took no notice of this ecclesiastical impediment. Was the allegation of Stylianus made before or after the marriage ceremony? Even on this point, the chroniclers give us no answer. However this may be, one thing is plain, that Polyeuctus was roused, and he demanded of Nicephorus, under the heaviest canonical penalties, the repudiation of Theophano. Naturally, the emperor refused, and at once gathered together an assembly, half composed of coarse bishops and officials devoted to the royal family, made no difficulty about coming to the decision which Nicephorus would be likely to desire. The regulation on which Polyeuctus relied was, it was decided, invalid, although its meaning was unmistakable, because it had been put forth in the name of a heretical emperor, Constantine Copronymus. Further, to bolster up this rather pitiful decision, Stylianus came forward to declare solemnly that Nicephorus had never been godfather to any one of the imperial children, and that he himself had never spoken the incriminating words. It is not known whether Polyeuctus was convinced, but it is probable, for averse from compromise as he was, he yet admitted the emperor to the Holy Communion. But what, after all, do these stories amount to? Nothing can be positively known. It is plain that they fit in badly with what knowledge we have of the manners of the age and the characters of its chief personages. It would appear that if the struggle had been as heated and as much founded in reason on the part of the patriarch as is represented, The latter would not then have hesitated to maintain his condemnation, and Nicephorus would probably have deposed him. If both consented to an apparent reconciliation, we must believe that the chronicles exaggerated, or, what is more likely, misunderstood the nature of the dispute. It is not impossible that at bottom the whole affair was merely a quarrel got up by the monks who were indignant at the conduct of Nicephorus and at his marriage. This explanation of these events is supported by the fact that at once, in 964, Nicephorus, as though to take his revenge, published a novel as strange as it was revolutionary against the monks. He who had once so greatly loved the religious turned suddenly to scoffing at and seated in judgment on his old friends. The monks, he says, possess none of the evangelical virtues. They think only of acquiring worldly goods, of building, and of enriching themselves. Their life differs in nothing from that of the thorough worldling. They were ordered to leave the cities and go forth into the wilderness, abandoning all their lands and goods. It was no doubt to help them along this path that he forbade, though he had himself given large sums to Saint Athanasius when he founded his convent on Mount Athos, that new monasteries should be established or others enriched by new donations, or that lands, fields, or villas should be left by will to convents, hospitals, or clergy. This celebrated novel had, it would seem, a double object. It gave Nicephorus the means of avenging himself upon the monks of the humiliations they had lately inflicted on him, and it enabled him also to find the necessary supplies which he wanted to carry on the war. The revenues were intended indeed, he said, to be distributed to the poor, but in reality they profited none but the clergy, and this while the soldiers, who were going forth to fight and died for God and the emperor, lacked even necessaries. The fact was that Nicephorus wished, as emperor, to prosecute the expeditions which he had begun as a private subject. From 964 to 966, the empire resounded with the clash of arms. While his generals were fighting the African Arabs in Sicily and Cyprus, Nicephorus himself twice went forth to encounter the Asiatic Saracens in Cilicia, Mesopotamia, and Syria. For these distant wars, he needed large sums of money, and it was the property of the clergy, which, as long as he lived, he never spared, that supplied him with funds. This double-edged policy was made clear and obvious during the winter of 966-967, immediately upon the emperor's return to Constantinople. Thanks to the court bishops in residence at the capital and thus in the emperor's powers, he embodied in an edict a measure in the highest degree injurious to the church. For the future it was declared unlawful to nominate any subject to a bishopric without the emperor's consent. In this way, Nicephorus made sure of having bishops entirely at his devotion, and at the same time he could seize upon the church revenues, whether during the vacancy of a see or after an appointment had been made. There are many examples to prove this. It is not known what attitude the clergy took up on this matter. In no quarter do we hear of revolts or of coercive measures, but doubtless such a policy must have powerfully furthered the rise of the popular movement which thrust Nicephorus from power. In any case, the first demand of Polyeuctus on the accession of Zimisces was to be for the abrogation of these anti-clerical measures. The last fact which the chroniclers record in connection with ecclesiastical matters in this reign is the strange idea conceived by the emperor of constraining the church to venerate as martyrs those who had fallen in the warfare against the infidel. Naturally, nobody was found willing to comply with this eccentric demand, and Nicephorus was compelled to abandon a project opposed by Polyeuctus and the whole of the clergy. Putting aside this perennial quarrel with the churchmen, which itself had a military aim, Nicephorus seems during his short reign to have had little attention to spare for anything but his soldiers and the army. It was this, indeed, which before long predisposed the populace towards that movement of revolt, which was to bring about his speedy ruin. Quite early in the reign, after the example of his predecessors, Nicephorus revived the laws favoring the small military holdings and protecting them against the vexatious and extortionate purchase of them by the great. He granted his soldiers the widest facilities for regaining possession of their lands when they had been sold or stolen, and this evidently with a view to retaining their services in the army. Then, legislating in accordance with his own experience, he issued a novel dealing with the Armenian fundi, that is, the fiefs belonging to those Armenian soldiers, mercenaries in the service of the empire, who had obtained military lands in return for their services, but did not always fulfill the obligations which their tenure imposed upon them. In 967, and at another date not exactly known, Nicephorus issued 2 more novels touching landed property and especially the property of the rich. The emperor required that each man should keep what he possessed, or at least should acquire lands only from those set apart for his caste. A noble might only possess noble fiefs, a commoner only commoners' fiefs, a soldier only military allotments. This was plainly to protect and strengthen the very framework of Byzantine society. Unfortunately, these laws, the character of which was further emphasized by countless instances, were too exclusively military in their scope. The exaggerated importance attached to the army was shown in every possible way, and ended by irritating and exciting the public mind. About 966 and 967, the mutterings of revolt began to be heard on every side. If the many excesses of the army and the marks of exclusive favor which Nicephorus lavished on it were the chief causes of the Byzantine Revolution which swept away the emperor, they were not the only ones. The anti-clerical policy of Nicephorus had already alienated numbers of his subjects. His military policy fostered the spread of this disaffection. But above all, his fiscal measures provoked general discontent. In consequence of the wars of the empire, more and more money was constantly being required by the government. Taxes increased at a prodigious rate, while in other directions retrenchments were made in habitual expenditure, which estranged all classes, nobles and commoners. As if all this had been insufficient, exceptional measures were now taken. Not only did the tax gatherers receive strict orders to exact the taxes, but more serious still, the emperor himself trafficked in corn, wine, and oil, of which commodities the government had a monopoly, thus causing such a rise in the cost of living that riots began to break out in almost every direction. On Ascension Day, 9 May 967, As Nicephorus was returning from his devotions, he was stopped by crowds of people and insulted in the heart of Constantinople, stones and tiles being thrown at him. He would certainly have perished, but that his faithful bodyguard covered his hasty retreat to the palace. This insurrection had no other effect than to make Nicephorus aware of his danger. It did not avail to change his line of policy. For his own defense, without reckoning with his recent fresh expenditure, he had a strong high wall built to surround the great palace completely, and within its circuit, close to the sea, he erected the fortress of Bucolion, where he was to meet his death. Like the earlier years of Nicephorus, his last two were entirely given up to war on all sides. There were wars in Bulgaria and Italy, and in Syria, where Antioch and Aleppo were taken. Among home events, two only are worth recording. One was the arrival at Constantinople in 967 of the Bulgarian ambassadors, claiming the tribute which the empire had been accustomed to pay to the Tsar. Nicephorus, who was on the watch for a pretext to declare war against his neighbor, received the ambassadors roughly, insulted them before the whole court, and drove them ignominiously away. Soon afterwards, he set out at the head of his troops for Bulgaria. The other event, which was of the same character, was the embassy of Liutprand, Bishop of Cremona, now sent for the second time to Constantinople by the Emperor Otto. Liutprand arrived in the east on 4th June 968. His master, after his usurpations in southern Italy and his assumption of the title of emperor, had made him the bearer of a pacific message and a proposal of marriage. The German sovereign hoped to bring the struggle in Italy to an advantageous conclusion and to secure quiet possession of the provinces which he had conquered by means of a marriage between his son and Theophano, daughter of Romanus II. The embassy met with wretched success. Liutprand, detained as a half-prisoner and publicly insulted by Nicephorus and his court, spent 4 months at Constantinople and was obliged to leave without having obtained any concession. For the time the marriage fell into abeyance. The idea was only resumed later, and the union did not take place until 972. Immediately after Liutprand's embassy, about the end of July 968, Nicephorus set out for a campaign in Asia Minor and did not return to Constantinople until the beginning of 969. Notwithstanding the fresh laurels which he had reaped in Syria, only death awaited him. Disaffection to his rule was daily growing and plots were openly discussed. On the other hand, Theophano had found a new lover, and John Zimisces had become the emperor's successful rival in love, as he had already been in war. As Schlumberger has pointed out, the whole clue to the palace drama in which these two were the chief actors escaped our grasp. How and why did Theophano and Zimisces decide upon ridding themselves of Nicephorus? We do not know, nor do contemporaries seem to have known. All the conjectures put forward by chronicles, Byzantine, Arab, and Western, are possible, but of none is there a shadow of proof. 2 things only are certain. First, the passion of Theophano for Zimisces. Secondly, the plot to kill the emperor, which they jointly concocted with the help of several other conspirators. The murder took place in the night of 10-11 December 969. By Theophanes' means, the palace was opened to Zimisces and his confederates, and they, without difficulty, made their way into Nicephorus's chamber. They found the emperor asleep, laying on a tiger's skin. Arousing him with kicks, they then struck at his face with a sword, inflicting a great wound. In this state, the conspirators, after tying his legs together, dragged him before Zimisces, who loaded him with insults, spurning him with his foot and plucking out his beard. Finally, he completed his work by shattering the emperor's skull with a sword, while another assassin ran him through the body. This done, in order to check the revolt which was beginning, Zimisces immediately had himself crowned, and ordered that the head of Nicephorus should be exhibited at a window. Next day, in great secrecy, the murdered emperor was buried in the church of the Holy Apostles, and thus came to a bloody end one of the most glorious reigns, if it be looked at solely from the military point of view, in the whole of Byzantine history. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 12. John Zimisces, 969-976. John Zimisces, whose true surname was Chamskik or Chamiskik, which the Byzantines made into Zimisces, belonged to an ancient and noble Armenian family. Through his father, he was related to the illustrious house of Kurkuas, and through his mother to that of Phocas. He was born at Hierapolis in Armenia, now Chemizgadzak, birthplace of Zimisces, about 924, and, like Nicephorus and all his other relatives, was a soldier from his boyhood. He early attached himself to his cousin and made the great campaigns of Cilicia and Syria in his company. At this time, a close friendship united them, and we know that it was Zimisces who prevailed upon Nicephorus to ascend the throne. His military renown and his exploits in battle almost equaled those of the emperor, and his popularity was great in the army on account of his bravery, his liberality, and also his personal beauty, although he was short of stature. On the accession of Nicephorus, he received the post vacated by the emperor, that of domestic of the Sholet of Anatolia, became magister, and was entrusted with the task of prosecuting the conquests of Nicephorus, work which he accomplished with signal success, checkered by occasionally reverses. Was it these successes which alienated the emperor from Zimisces? It may be so, but the truth is not known. One thing, however, is certain, that in 969 Zimisces fell from favor. It is possible, it is even probable, that there were other causes for this disgrace. Zimisces was not long in discovering that his former brother officer, though under obligations to him, did not shew him proper consideration.
treated him just like the other generals, and was ungrateful towards him. Moreover, what may very well have determined him to throw in his lot with the discontented, and to weave the conspiracy which put an end to the reign of Nicephorus, was the influence of Theophano herself, who had at this time a strong passion for him. In any case, it was she who helped him in his revolt and urged him on to assassinate Nicephorus. Finally, Leo Phocas was an inveterate foe of Tzimisces and constantly accused him to his brother, doing all in his power to embitter the relations between them. All these causes combined to bring about first a complete breach and finally a violent hatred between these two old friends and kinsmen. In 969, Tzimisces had been deprived of his military rank and had been driven from court, and had received orders to live in exile on the Asiatic coast, on his estates in Chalcedon, whence he was forbidden to depart. It was, however, from thence that he set out on the night of 9-10 December to perpetrate the murder which seated him on the throne. On attaining supreme power, Tzimisces was 45 years old. He was the widower of a certain Maria, a sister of Bardas Sclerus, was the lover of Theophano, and was childless. In order to succeed to the throne after the murder of Nicephorus, he was ready to accept any conditions which might be laid upon him. Immediately after his coronation, Tzimisces, as Nicephorus had done, declared that he would look upon himself merely as the guardian and protector of the legitimate sovereigns, Basil and Constantine, and as regent, therefore, of the empire. After this, he set to work to organize his government. He took as his chief minister the famous Basil, illegitimate son of Romanus Lecapenus and favorite of Constantine VII, who has already appeared as the zealous supporter of Nicephorus at the time of his accession, who became his parakoimomenos, or chief chamberlain, and received the post created for him of president of the Senate. Basil, for the same reasons, no doubt, as Tzimisces, had abandoned the emperor, and when the conspiracy of 969 was formed, made common cause with the plotters. Thus, as soon as Tzimisces was seated on the throne, Basil became the real head of the government, and by him the first measures taken were inspired. By his orders, the new sovereign was proclaimed in every quarter of the city, and public gatherings, disorder, and pillage were forbidden under pain of beheading. It was not desired that the revolutionary scenes which had marked the accession of Nicephorus should be reenacted in Constantinople. The next step was to dismiss all functionaries who were in favor of the former emperor, and to replace them by new men. Leo Phocas and his sons, with the exception of Peter, a eunuch, were banished to Methymna and Amasia. In this way, the position of Tzimisces was secured. The Patriarch Polyeuctus, who had reached a great age, was near his end when the events of 10 December 969 took place. What was his attitude on first hearing of the revolution, we do not know. But on the other hand, we know how, despite the burden of his years, he received Tzimisces when the new emperor, a week after his crime, presented himself at St. Sophia in order to be crowned. The Patriarch firmly refused to take part in any religious ceremony until Tzimisces should have done penance, exculpated himself from the murder of Nicephorus, and denounced the criminals. Polyeuctus went further.
On this solemn occasion, he took the revenge of his lifetime, issuing to John this ultimatum: drive first of all from the sacred palace the adulterous and guilty wife who planned and directed everything and who has certainly been the chief mover in the crime. Finally, feeling perhaps the moral strength of his own position as against the suppliant murderer, the patriarch took another step in advance and exacted as a striking reparation the repeal of the whole of the religious legislation of the late emperor, the recall to their sees of all the exiled bishops, and the distribution of the usurper's private fortune to the poor and the hospitals. John agreed to everything. The nobles were immediately abrogated, the bishops recalled, Theophano exiled to Proti, and later to Armenia, while John himself made no scruple of swearing that he had not lifted his hand against Nicephorus, and denounced on oath several of his late accomplices as guilty of the crime. Then, as much from necessity as policy, he gave great largesse to the poor, the peasants, and even the aristocracy. This done, Polyeuctus crowned John at Christmas 969. Before his death, the patriarch had a last gratification, that of seeing Zimisces faithfully fulfill his promises as to his religious policy. The Church of Antioch, having lost its patriarch, Christopher, Zimisces caused Polyeuctus to appoint in his place a holy hermit, Theodore of Colonia, who had long been known to him. The patriarch was spared long enough to perform the consecration on 8 January 970. His death followed on 28 January. The successor to Polyeuctus was proposed by Zimisces to a synod which he assembled when the vacancy occurred. Basil, like Theodore of Colonia, was a poor monk of the Olympus, famous for his saintliness and his prophecies. He was a friend of the emperor, and when his consecration took place on 13 February, John might certainly flatter himself that he had made a wise and fortunate choice, both for the church and for himself. Yet this did not prove to be altogether the case, for, in fact, in 974, a conflict broke out between the two authorities. Basil, who had less discernment, doubtless, than Polyeuctus, would have liked to turn the church into one vast convent and to enforce reforms which were distasteful to the bishops. Perhaps, indeed, he went further, and, if we are to believe Leo the Deacon, unwisely began to supervise the conduct of his subordinates rather too closely. With all his merits, we are told, he was of a curious and investigating turn of mind. What is certain is that complaints were laid against him on this account, and he was also reproached with maladministration of the church. In short, the emperor was obliged to interfere. He called upon the patriarch to appear before his court and clear himself. Basil refused to take any such step, alleging that he came under no jurisdiction but that of an ecumenical council, which would necessarily bring in the West. This led to his fall. While Polyeuctus, strong in his right, had maintained himself in the see of Constantinople against all comers, Basil, for his part, being very possibly guilty of the errors laid to his charge, was deposed and sent into exile at his monastery on the Scamander. His sin-zealous Anthony of the Studion succeeded him. Perhaps this deposition of Basil may have some vague connection with affairs in Italy and with the presence of Constantinople of the exiled anti-pope Boniface. But it seems rather unlikely, and in any case our authorities do not make this statement. All that has been said by historians on the subject is mere conjecture. The death of its patron Nicephorus did not hinder the building and extension of the great Laura monastery of St. Athanasius, founded in 961. In 970, the community there was numerous enough to allow of the saints imposing upon them a rule, a typicon determining the laws which should govern the monks of the Holy Mountain. Unfortunately, that typicon was ill received and ill observed, so much so that a revolt broke out against the abbot. The mutineers considered St. Athanasius and his rules too severe and appealed to the emperor. This was the reason that Zimisces, after holding an inquiry, granted to the Laura the crucible of 972, confirming the typicon of St. Athanasius and the privileges granted by Nicephorus. The monastery was declared autocephalous under the sole authority of the abbot Igumen. The Golden Bull laid down rules for the administration of the convent, and its provisions are still in force today. The reign of the soldier John Zimisces, like that of Nicephorus Phocas, was military in character, and events of note in home politics, with the exception of religious events, are few in number. One of the most important was certainly the revolt of Bardas Phocas in 971. Son of Leo and nephew of Nicephorus, Bardas had been banished to Pontus on the death of the emperor. Thanks to the good offices of his father and other members of his family, of some of the Cbteddy who had remained loyal to Nicephorus, and even of some among the clergy, he succeeded in breaking prison and in surrounding himself with partisans. Then, taking advantage of the Russian war, which Zimisces was just beginning, Bardas had himself proclaimed emperor at Caesarea, amidst large numbers of adherents. Fortunately, civil war had not time to break out. The emperor's brother-in-law, Bardas Clerus, was immediately sent against the usurper, who, before he had struck a blow, found himself deserted by his friends and forced to surrender. He was relegated with his family to a monastery in the island of Chios. Next year, while Zimisces was at the siege of Durostolus, Silistria, Leo Phocas attempted to regain power, but unsuccessfully. Being taken prisoner at Constantinople, he was blinded and in this state reconsigned to his monastery. While the ineffectual revolt of Bardas Phocas was just about to break out and the preparations for the war with Russia were being pushed feverishly on, Zimisces took advantage of the situation to form a fresh union. Being debarred from marrying Theophano, he fell back upon Theodora, a princess of mature age, daughter of Constantine VII and aunt of Romanus II. This prudent marriage gave great satisfaction at Constantinople, for it confirmed the legitimate descendants of Basil I upon the throne. Before setting out for the brave and victorious Russian war, in the spring of 972, Zimisces found time to receive another German embassy, which sought Constantinople in order to renew the negotiations, broken off under Nicephorus, respecting the marriage of Theophano, daughter of Romanus II, with the youthful Otto II. The embassy, headed by Gero, Archbishop of Cologne, reached Constantinople about the end of 971. The girl, in spite of certain doubts which have been raised, certainly appears to have been a genuine princess, born in the purple and a sister of Basil II. She was betrothed and set out for Italy. The marriage took place at Rome on 14 April 972. So far as we can judge from the scanty documents which have come down to us, Zimisces seems not to have given much of his personal attention to the work of internal administration. His wars occupied him sufficiently. Only one novel issued in his name has been preserved. It concerns the slaves taken in war. Basil the Paracoimomenos remained chief minister up to the death of Zimisces and used his position to enrich himself to a scandalous extent. This meant that the social difficulty remained unsolved and became even graver. All the efforts of his predecessors had thus been fruitless, and yet the emperor behaved liberally to all classes of society. He made large distributions from his private resources, but the only genuinely useful legislative measure which he carried out was the abolition of the highly unpopular tax called the Kapnikon, or poll tax, which was paid only by plebeians. The reign of John Zimisces was being made illustrious by his victories when suddenly, on his return from a second campaign in Asia, he died in Constantinople on 10 January 976. Many discussions have arisen as to this unexpected death. Did the emperor fall a victim to poison or to sickness? It cannot be certainly known, but according to Schlumberger, it is most probable that he succumbed to typhus. However this may be, John Zimisces left the empire devoid of all apparent support and likely soon to be given up to all the fury of revolution. No one, it is plain, foresaw what manner of man Basil II would prove himself to be. With Zimisces, the tale of great soldiers raised to the throne breaks off for the time. Henceforward, power was to return to the Macedonian house until the rise of the Comeni. The emperors who were to reign from 1028 to 1057 might be foreigners or men of no account, for in fact, in contrast to what followed on the death of Romanus II, the reins of power were now to be held by the female members of the reigning house. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 976 to 1057 A.D. Part 1 by Albert Vogt. The death of John Zimisces not only closed for a time the period of great, if usurping generals, but also, except for the reign of Basil II, put an end to the great military successes of the empire. Thenceforward, from the death of Basil II in 1025, down to the day when a new dynasty, that of the Comeni, came to take up the scepter of Constantinople. The imperial sovereignty, while its condition became ever more and more critical, remained in the hands of the descendants of Basil I. It was held first by men and afterwards by women, and was discredited and degraded by most extraordinary palace intrigues, which are barely conceivable to the Western mind. John Zimisces left no heir capable of succeeding him. Besides, as we have seen, he, like Nicephorus Phocas, had always strictly reserved the rights of the two imperial children, Basil and Constantine, the sons of Romanus II and Diehl, of whom he had declared himself the guardian. It was to them, consequently, that the imperial crown, according to the hereditary principle, now fell. Basil II was the elder of the two. He was probably born sometime in the year 958 and was crowned on 22nd April 960. His brother Constantine was 2 years younger, having been born in 960 or 961. He, in his turn, was crowned emperor on 7 April 961. They both spent their early years under the guardianship of their mother and of the two generals who successively raised themselves to the throne, probably without suffering much, unless morally and intellectually, from the political events which took place. Few men can have differed more from each other than these two brothers, whose actual reigns in Constantinople covered a total of 52 years. Basil II, above all a warrior and a ruler, had no taste for luxury, art, or learning. He was a rough and arbitrary man, never able to throw off the soldier, a sort of Nicephorus focus with a better title. Constantine, on the other hand, reminds us of his father, and especially of his great-great-uncle Alexander. Like the latter, he always chose a soft and easy life, preferring the appearance of power to its reality, and pleasures of every kind to the discipline of work. Thus Constantine, while his brother lived, no more governed than did Alexander. Admitted to a purely honorary share in the sovereignty, he enjoyed its dignities while knowing nothing of its burdens. Yet, in contrast to Alexander, Constantine appears on certain occasions to have shown himself a brave soldier, and at all events he never at any time manifested the evil and mischievous characteristics of Leo VI's brother. He was a weakling who thought himself lucky to have someone more capable than himself at his side to undertake the direction of affairs. Of the two brothers, only Constantine seems to have married. At some unstated time he took to wife Helena, the daughter of the patrician Alypius, who was the mother of his 3 daughters, Eudocia, Zoe, and Theodora, 2 of whom were to be rulers of Constantinople after his death, up to 1056, when by the death of Zimisces, the 2 young men succeeded to power. Their mother was in a convent, and there was no influential member of their family with whom their responsibilities might have been shared. They had no one to depend upon except their great-uncle, the famous eunuch Paracoimomenus Basil, who had been chief minister under 4 emperors, and Bardas Clarus, the general, brother-in-law of the late Emperor John Ximenes, who had promised him the succession. The first years of Basil II, 976 to 989. As might be expected, Basil and Bardas detested one another, and both aspired to the chief power. The former, however, was actually in Constantinople, and easily seized upon the helm in Basil II's name, and perhaps with his consent, while the other, who was with the army, could only lay his plans for the future. The eunuch Basil thus, at the outset of the new reign, remained what he had heretofore been, the real and all-powerful minister of the empire. The first action of the new government was to recall Theophano from her convent. Then immediately afterwards, in order to strengthen his own position, Basil deprived his rival of the title of Stratolets of the armies of the East, and gave him the office of Duke of the frontier theme of Mesopotamia. Other great officers, friends of Sclerus, were dealt with in the same way. For instance, Michael Bursus, who was sent to Antioch with the titles of Duke and Magister. The patrician Peter Phocas succeeded Sclerus as commander of the armies of Anatolia. At this juncture, Bardas Sclerus appeared in Constantinople, no doubt to be invested with his new command. The diminished importance of his position had exasperated him, and he made so little secret of it in his conversation that Basil ordered him to leave Constantinople at once and rejoin his troops. This was the signal for revolt. As soon as he reached Mesopotamia, he stirred up his army to revolt against the eunuch, having first taken care to recall his son Romanus to his side. Like other revolts, this one, which was destined to last 4 years, began with the proclamation of Bardas as emperor, sometime during the summer of 976. The troops made no difficulty about acclaiming their commander, and Bardas soon drew fresh and substantial contingents from Armenia and even from several emirs with whom he negotiated. By his orders, the military funds were seized upon, and the rich landowners taxed, and in this way he obtained the money that he needed. Then immediately opening the campaign, he made himself master of several fortresses such as Carput and Malatia, and set out for Constantinople. Peter Phocas was at once dispatched against him to Caesarea in Cappadocia. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Nicomedia received orders to approach him with a view to accommodation. It was labor lost. Sclerus was bent on empire or war. The rebel army was for long successful. After a preliminary affair between vanguards which resulted to the advantage of his troops, Bardas won a great victory over Peter Phocas at Lepara Lacandus in the autumn of 976, which threw Asia Minor open to him. The revolt spread from place to place. Whole provinces with their soldiers, sailors, officials, and rich landowners quickly ranged themselves on the side of the victor. Civil war was everywhere, and in consequence, Bardas and his army penetrated by way of Caesarea to Kotianum. Constantinople was panic-stricken, but Basil's energy did not fail him. At the opening of 977, he sent off the protovestiary Leo with discretionary powers to lead the imperial army and to buy off the mutineers. He was no more fortunate than Peter Phocas had been. If, at the very outset, thanks to his skillful tactics, he gained an appreciable advantage at Oxylythus over a detachment of the rebels, he incurred a defeat at Regius, where Peter Phocas fell, toward the end of 977. Through his victory, Asia Minor with its fleet and troops fell into the hands of Sclerus. It was with this great accession of strength that in the spring of 978 he again set out for Constantinople and laid siege to Nicaea, which was defended by Manuel Comnenus, surnamed Eroticus. But Manuel, after a blockade of several weeks, was forced to surrender, and Sclerus entered Nicaea, his last halting place before Constantinople. It was also the scene of his last triumph. While Sclerus was gaining this brilliant success, his fleet under the Admiral Curticus was being defeated and annihilated by the imperial admiral, Theodore Carantanus. Nevertheless, the imperial pretender advanced upon Constantinople, which was in a state of terror. The situation was rendered graver by a revolt of the Bulgarians and a scarcity of soldiers. But once again the aged Basil saved the empire, this time by making an appeal to one of his former enemies, Bardas Phocas, himself once a leader of revolt, who had been reduced to impotence by the very Bardas Sclerus, whom he was now about to meet and overthrow. Bardas Phocas, having received full powers, did not spend time over the defense of Constantinople. He threw himself into Caesarea, where the broken remains of the imperial army lay under the command of Boulais, in order to take the army of Sclerus in the rear and oblige him to retrace his way into Asia Minor. This, in fact, was what happened. Sclerus was forced to retreat from before Constantinople in order to meet the danger from Phocas, whom he encountered not far from Amorium in the plain of Pancalia. Here Phocas was defeated on 19 June 978, but was able to retire in good order to Chariasnum, where he was again beaten by Sclerus. Nevertheless, the game was not lost for the imperialists. During the winter of 978 to 979, they obtained help from the Curopalates of Iberia and in the spring of 979 on 24 March, a fresh battle was fought at Pancalia, ending after a single combat between the two namesakes, in the complete triumph of Phocas. The final defeat of the rebel army and the flight of the defeated pretender to Saracen soil. Constantinople was thus saved. Bardas Sclerus took refuge at Amida, and soon afterwards, in the summer of 979, was imprisoned at Baghdad with his family by the order of the Caliph. At Constantinople, it was desired that the rebel should be handed over, and to obtain this object, the Paracoy Mominus sent an embassy to Baghdad, headed by Nicephorus Uranus. It was unsuccessful. The Caliph would not relax his hold on the prisoner, and Sclerus remained in durance up to December 986. As to his followers, they were granted an amnesty as early as 979 or 980. But now it was the turn of the unit Basil. Hardly had the empire been momentarily saved from the revolt of Bardas Sclerus, when the military conspirators within its borders, unmindful of the very serious position of affairs in Italy, Bulgaria, and Syria, began plotting anew as they had done under preceding emperors. The Paracoimonus Basil, on the one hand, to whose energy the defeat of Sclerus was due, felt himself, in spite of his immense services, more and more deserted by Basil II, who was becoming eager to govern in person, while on the other hand, the great military leaders, Bardas Phocas and Leo Mollicinus, were dreaming of a military dictatorship and looking back to their illustrious predecessors, such as Nicephorus and Zimisces. They wanted a part to play, and thought the role assigned them by the emperor altogether inadequate. For these reasons, and many others of which we are ignorant, the whole body of great officers resolved to join hands in order to rid themselves of Basil II. The conspiracy was hatched at Constantinople, and appears to have had its ramifications in Syria and Bulgaria. Unluckily for the plotters, the emperor received timely warning, and the latent antagonism between him and his old minister burst forth with startling suddenness and violence. 985. Roughly and without warning, Basil snatched power from the hands of the Paracoy Mominus, drove him from the palace, confined him to his house, and then banished him to Bosphorus. The rest of the conspirators were now reduced to impotence, but the emperor was not yet strong enough to punish all his enemies. Mellicenus and Phocas were spared. As to the Paracoy Mominus, his immense fortune was confiscated, and he died soon after his fall, stripped of everything and in a mental state bordering upon madness. Once again, plotting had ended in a fiasco. It had served no other end than to make the emperor sure of himself, and to transform him wholly and completely. Basil, says Sonaras, became haughty, reserved, suspicious, implacable in his anger. He finally abandoned his former life of pleasure. Basil II had not seen the last of ill fortune with the fall of his minister. Hardly was he set free from the arbitrary domination of the eunuch Basil, when he was called upon to face fresh dangers. In the autumn of 986, he had just returned to Constantinople, after having been defeated by the Bulgarians on 17 August, owing to lack of zeal on the part of his lieutenants. Suddenly, while the Byzantine generals, Bardas Phocas at their head, were plotting against their sovereign, the news came that Sclerus had escaped from Baghdad, and for the second time had put forward his pretensions at Malatia. It was the beginning of the year 987, whether he would or no. In order to win over Bardas Phocas, Basil was forced to restore him in April to his dignity of domestic of the Anatolian Scoli, from which he had been dismissed after the plot of 985, and to dispatch him against Sclerus. Unfortunately, Phocas was devoid of scruples. Instead of doing the duty imposed on him, he betrayed his master and entered into negotiations with Sclerus. This shows us in what peril Basil stood. His position was further made worse by the fact that Phocas also on 15 August 987 had himself proclaimed emperor for the second time, with great pomp at Chersonesus, nearly all the military officers rallying round him. Again, civil war divided the empire, while on the frontiers the Bulgarians were making ready to invade its territory. Basil II could not have escaped ruin had the two pretenders acted loyally towards one another. Like professional thieves, they had agreed to march together upon Constantinople, and there to divide the empire. Phocas was to have the capital and the European provinces, Sclera's Asia Minor. But the following incident intervened. More discerning than his father, young Romanus Sclerus, divining Phocas's bad faith, refused to agree to the proposed treaty, and going straight to Constantinople opened the emperor's eyes to the true state of affairs. And in truth, he was right in his suspicions, for during an interview between the two pretenders on 14 September 987, Phocas had Sclerus seized and deprived of his imperial dignity, after which he was sent under a strong guard into confinement at the castle of Tyropaeum, in custody of Phocas's wife. Phocas, now left to be the only pretender, at once hastened to advance upon Constantinople, nearly all Asia Minor being in his favor. He arrived under the city walls probably in the early days of 988. Part of his army encamped at Chrysopolis, the other half going to besiege Abydos, in order to seize at once upon the straits, the fleet, and the convoys which secured the food supply of Constantinople. Basil II faced ill fortune with splendid energy. He had recourse to Russia and signed a treaty at Kiev, which brought him the help of 6,000 Varangians. The famous Druzina arrived during the spring of 988, probably in April, and a few months later in the summer, crossing over to the coast of Asia Minor under Basil II, it met the enemy's forces in the terrible battle of Chrysopolis, where victory remained with Basil. Meanwhile, in the direction of Trebizond, a member of the princely Armenian family of Turan, was causing disquiet to the eastern wing of Phocas's army, and forced the pretender to dispatch his Iberian contingents to the defense of their homes, while he himself hurried to the help of his lieutenant, Leo Molicinus, at Abydos. It was around this time that the final act in the drama took place. Constantine, Basil's brother, was the first to set out for Abydos. He was soon followed by Basil with the Russians, and in the spring of 989 the two armies met. The decisive action took place on 13 April. By some accident which has never been explained, Phocas suddenly hurled himself in person against Basil, and narrowly missing him, fell dead without ever having been wounded. The battle was now won. The rebel troops dispersed and were cut in pieces by the imperialists. Many prisoners were taken, and the leaders of the revolt, with the exception of Melicenus, were executed. Basil II had definitely triumphed over all rivals. Bardas Sclerus, it is true, was set at liberty by Phocas's wife as soon as she learned the fate of her husband, but his release profited him little. The new rebellion, begun in the summer of 989, was quickly ended by a reconciliation between Basil II and Sclerus. The latter secured his pardon and the title of Curopalates. All his adherents were also pardoned. The pacification was sealed by an interview between Basil II and Sclerus in October 989. Sclerus, however, did not long survive his fall. He died blind and in semi-captivity at Didymoticus on 6 March 991. During the 13 years from 976 to 989, contemporary records, which by the way are extremely meager, speak of little beyond the civil strife which dyed the empire with blood. It is probable, indeed, that all other administrative concerns were thrust into the background by the ever-fresh perils which menaced the empire. But the few events that are mentioned during the period all have a close connection with the Civil War. One of the most important was unquestionably the resignation of the Patriarch, Anthony of Studion, in 980. We do not know what caused his retirement from the Patriarchate, nor have we any explanation of the fact that his successor, Nicholas Chrysoberges, was not elected until 984. It seems, however, that the reason must be sought in the revolt of Sclerus. Numerous small coincidences, indeed, lead us to conjecture that Clarus, who was brother-in-law to Zimisces, and was chosen by him on his deathbed to be his successor, was always the favorite candidate of the clergy, as Bardas' focus was of the army. Now, as we know that it was on the occasion of the first defeat of Sclerus in 980 that Anthony was obliged to abdicate, we may conjecture the cause of this event to have been the zeal displayed by the Patriarch and his clergy in the cause of the Pretender. For the rest, Anthony died soon after his abdication in 980, but it was not until 984 that he was succeeded by Nicholas Chrysoberges, who governed until 996, and of whom we know nothing, except that it was under his pontificate that the baptism of Vladimir and his Russian subjects took place. Another bishop, Agapius of Aleppo, distinguished himself at this time by his share in the Sclerian revolt. On 28 May 986, Theodore of Colonia, Patriarch of Antioch, died at Tarsus as he was journeying by sea to Constantinople. His city had fallen into the hands of Sclerus, and the government desired above all things to regain possession of so important a place. Agapius, bishop of Aleppo, promised that if he were appointed patriarch he would bring about the return of the town to its allegiance. He was consequently nominated and made his entry into Antioch on 23 November 977. Thanks to his connivance and that of the governor, Ubad Allah, a Saracen who had become Christian, the town did in fact come again into the emperor's possession. This state of affairs continued up to the time of the revolt of Bardas Phocas, who succeeded in seizing upon Antioch. It is probable that the Patriarch received the new pretender amicably, for after the victory of Abydos, he sought to approach the emperor with explanations of his conduct. At all events, in consequence of his machinations, he was exiled by order of Phocas in March 980, and on the other hand, was unable to regain favor with the emperor. Summoned to Constantinople at the end of 989, or the beginning of 990, he was imprisoned in a monastery, and in September 996, in exchange for a large pension, he signed his abdication. He died a little later in September 997. We have only one law belonging to this part of the reign of Basil. It is dated 4 April 988, and deals with religious matters, being the famous novel, which abrogated the anti-clerical legislation of Nicephorus Phocas. It is more than likely, as the preamble states, that Basil put forth this novel, menaced as he was by imminent danger, with the idea that he was performing an act of piety, and thinking to assuage the divine anger by restoring to the monks the right of acquiring and erecting new monasteries. But it also appears highly probable that the novel had besides a political bearing, in publishing it at the moment when he was preparing to attack Bardas Phocas at Abydos. Basil judged it to recall to the minds of the clergy what Nicephorus had been to them, and to convince them that the rightful emperor had no intention of maintaining or imitating the religious policy of his earliest guardian. Finally, it is worth noting, as a curious circumstance, that it was just at the time when the empire was convulsed with civil war, and when misery was rife on every side, that the most vigorous renaissance of the monastic life took place. It was from Mount Athos, whither they had retired, that John and Tonetius, hearing the news of the civil war, came forth to intervene in arms on behalf of the emperor. Tonetius, or Tornig, and John fought valiantly at Pancalia in 979, and with the booty that he won, Tonetius built the famous convent of Isaurian, which Basil II by his golden bull of 980 considerably enriched. Already in 978, the emperor had made royal gifts to the law of Saint Athanasius, and about 972 had authorized the founding of Cbteddy. Thus it is not surprising after this that apart from any other considerations, he should have meditated the abrogation of laws which he had not scrupled to be the first to contravene. The great transaction, half political and half religious, which marks this period of Basil II's reign, was unquestionably his treaty of alliance with Vladimir of Russia, and the baptism of the Russians to which it led. The negotiations arose over the visit to Constantinople of an embassy from the great Russian Prince of Kiev, sent to collect information touching the Orthodox religion. The emperor at the moment was in the thick of the civil struggle, in want of both men and money. He used the opportunity to attempt to bring about with the Russians, heretofore his enemies, an understanding which should supply him with the help of which he stood in need. It was accordingly arranged that the Prince of Kiev should send 6,000 Varangians to Constantinople, and in exchange should receive in marriage the Princess Anne, Basil's sister, born March 961, the bridegroom becoming a Christian. This was carried out. The Varangians arrived, and were instrumental in saving the empire, but Basil showed less promptness in handing over his sister. It needed an attack upon the Crimea by the Russians in the summer of 989 to bring him to the point. It was about the end of that year, indeed, that Anne set out for Kiev, and that Vladimir received baptism, thus bringing Russia permanently within the circle of the political and religious influence of Constantinople. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 976 to 1057 A.D. Part 2 by Albert Vogt. Rule of Basil II, 989 to 1025. In the reign of Basil II, the year 989 stands for the complete end of civil strife and the unquestioned victory of the imperial authority, as well as of the legitimist principle. For the future, his only task was to consolidate his power and to make head against the two great enemies of his empire, the Bulgarians and the Saracens. This implies that the reign of the Bulgar Octavius was primarily a military one. Nevertheless, in the course of home affairs, there are several events of the first importance to be noted. On the death of Nicholas Chrysoberges, the court named as his successor Sicinius. His consecration took place on 12 April 996. This Sicinius was a layman of the high rank of magister. He was also a physician, and was besides deeply versed in letters and endowed with many virtues. Yet he did not seem to be marked out for so distinguished an office, and it is probable that the emperor was actuated by political motives. However this may be, one thing seems certain, that during his very brief pontificate, Sicinius came to a more or less complete breach with Rome. The grounds of this fresh quarrel were doubtless quite unconnected with theology. They were in fact purely personal. The Pope, Gregory V, was a nominee of Otto III of Germany, while Basil's candidate for the papacy, a Greek named Phrygian, had been defeated in spite of having had the support of Crescentius, the patrician of Rome. In enmity to Gregory, Crescentius set up the Greek as anti-pope, and in due course at the beginning of 998, Gregory excommunicated his rival. Hence came the rupture. The pontificate of Sisennius was, however, signalized by other measures. Reverting to the ever-irritating question of second marriages, he issued a regulation concerning unlawful unions between persons related in various degrees, and another which condemned even second marriages. This was at the same time a direct attack upon Rome, which had sanctioned the fourth marriage of Leo VI. Sisennius had not time to go further. He died about the month of August 998. One encyclical letter of his has come down to us, addressed to the bishops of Asia Minor, entreating of the procession of the Holy Ghost. His short pontificate ended. A successor to Sisennius was sought, according to the traditional practice, in the ranks of the clergy. The emperor's choice, in fact, fell upon an aged monk of distinguished birth named Sergius, igumen of the Manuel Monastery. Hardly anything is known of his pontificate, or of the events which took place within it. But dissensions broke out between Constantinople and Rome about 1009, which were caused in all probability by the emperor's policy in Italy, and which ended in schism. We feel indeed that we are approaching the days of Michael Cellularius, for, monk as he was, Sergius certainly appears to have carried on the struggle initiated by Sisennius. Several of our authorities, questionable, it is true, tell us that the patriarch assembled a synod in 1009 at Constantinople, and that he resumed the policy formerly inaugurated by Photius, procured the confirmation of his pronouncements against Latin innovations, and struck out the Pope's name from the diptychs. In fact, at this time, separation and schism were put on an official footing. Apart from this event, which does not appear to have had any immediate consequences, we find that Sergius very courageously attempted to induce the emperor to abolish the tax which he had just reimposed, the alleginum, but without success. Basil refused his consent. It was also during this pontificate that a certain number of liturgical and canonical books were translated from the Greek into Russian for the use of the recently founded church, and that the monastery of St. Anne was founded on Mount Athos. Finally, we have an ordinance of Sergius dated in May 1016, authorizing devout persons to give donations to churches and monasteries. The successor of Sergius was a eunuch named Eustathius, almoner of the imperial chapel, elected on 12 April 1020. The appointment was dictated solely by political reasons. Relations between Rome and Constantinople were much strained, if not wholly broken off. In Italy, things were not going prosperously for the empire. German influence was preponderant there, and Benedict VIII had not hesitated to employ the Normans against the Byzantines. It will readily be understood that, in these circumstances, Basil's whole idea would be to countermine papal influence in Constantinople. But a Western chronicler tells us that in 1024, immediately on the death of Benedict VIII, Eustathius asked for the title of ecumenical patriarch from John XIX, and in this way resumed spiritual relations with Rome. John XIX was about to concede the privilege, which would have been tantamount to granting autonomy to the Church of Constantinople, when the protests of Western Europe compelled him to draw back. Matters had reached this stage when Eustathius and Basil II died, within a few days of each other in December 1025. The successor of the dead patriarch was at once chosen. He was Alexius, igumen of the Studion. The reign of Basil II is notable for a certain number of laws of importance. Some are concerned merely with gifts made to the great monasteries. Others have a more general significance. It was in January 996 that Basil issued his famous novel against the continual encroachments of the great territorial proprietors. If this question had been, as we have seen, a constant preoccupation of the emperors of the preceding century, it had become for Basil II a matter of life and death. For it was the great landholders who had raised the standard of revolt, and it was who, with their money and their men, had maintained the cause of the rebel pretenders. It was of the utmost importance, then, for Basil to carry out the advice which had been given him, it is said by Bartus Clarus after his defeat, to break down this formidable power and dry up the source that fed it, territorial wealth. This he did by means of the novel of January 996, condemning those who enriched themselves at the expense of the poor. This provision, in fact, immediately confirms and gives precision to that of Romanus Lecapenus, and extends its scope. Prescription, even for 40 years, was now to avail nothing against the right of redemption. The power to reclaim property was declared inalienable by any lapse of time. Any estate acquired by its owner before the date of the novel of Lecapenus was to remain in the hands of its actual proprietor, provided that he could furnish authentic documentary proof that his rights dated from a time anterior to the ordinance. The title to any estate illegally acquired since the publication of the Lecapenian novels was declared null, and the peasants might at once reclaim their original property, which would be restored to them without the payment of any compensation. Estates unjustly come by, even if their possession had been sanctioned by a golden bull from the emperor, was subject to the same provision, any such bulls being declared null. Special provisions gave precision also to the novel of 4 April 988 concerning ecclesiastical property, and finally very severe penalties were decreed against high officials who used their position to enrich themselves outrageously at the expense of the crown lands. The principle underlying all this formidable legislation was that any estate, whether noble, ecclesiastical, or burgher, should remain permanently what it was, and that thus commoners' lands were never to pass to either of the other two classes. This draconian law was, in truth, only justice, for the powerful had in the end agreed that they were rightful possessors of land taken from the poor only, if, by any means or methods whatsoever, they had debarred their victims for a period of 40 years from lodging a complaint in due legal form. The injustice of the practice is clear, and so is the social danger to which it led. It was by such means that the fortunes of the great feudal houses had been founded, such as that of Phocas, Paulinus, Tzimisces, Glarus, and of the Paracoimonus Basil. It was by such means, too, that the exchequer was depleted, for all these great nobles, like convents, were privileged with regard to taxation. The new laws appear to have met with no great success. The penalties were irregularly applied, even if we take it that they were capable of being enforced. In 1002, the emperor, having paid him a visit, did indeed disgrace Eustathius Melaninus, whom he carried prisoner to Constantinople, awaiting the opportunity of his death to confiscate his estates to the profit of the crown. But this was an isolated instance, which goes to show how difficult, slow, and inefficacious was the application of the novel of 996. It was, moreover, in these circumstances that Basil II, in order to provide for the enormous cost of the war with Bulgaria, as well probably as to pursue his controversy with the great feudal lords, reimposed the famous tax called the alleginum. by which the rich and poor were declared jointly and separately liable with respect to all obligations, whether financial or military, and the rich were required in default of the poor to discharge for them both their taxes and their service in the field. This mutual warranty was an old legacy from the Roman law as to the curiales, which had no other result than to ruin the mass of the great landholders and to stir up the bitterest of social hatreds. Thus Basil's work had no element of permanence. If for a time the emperor found some profit in exacting the tax, his successors were before long forced to repeal it. If Constantinople was on far from amicable terms with Rome, and if Italian affairs were frequently the cause of disputes with the Saxon emperors, yet from 983 onward, the date at which Theophano took power into her own hands, the relations between the two imperial courts were excellent. Otto III had been educated by his mother in great reverence for Constantinople and according to Greek ideas, and as soon as he was old enough, he hastened in May 996 to send an embassy to Basil II, asking for the hand of one of his imperial cousins, no doubt Zoe or Theodora. We know nothing of the results of this first embassy, but apparently it was warmly received, for in 1001 a fresh mission left Italy, headed by Arnulf, Archbishop of Milan, charged on this occasion to bring back the promised princess. This second embassy was received by Basil II with honors, such as in themselves show how cordial were the relations between the two courts. Unfortunately, neither had laid its account with death. When the wedding cortege reached Bari, the news came that Otto III had died in January 1002, and all dreams, diplomatic and matrimonial, vanished like smoke. The Byzantine princes, who had been about to assume the imperial crown of the West, must needs return to Constantinople, and before long be a witness of the ruin of the Byzantine power in Italy, which her marriage would perhaps have hindered, or at any rate delayed. At Venice, in contrast to the Italian mainland, the Doge Peter Orseolo II, elected 991, made every effort to maintain a thoroughly good understanding with Basil. In 991 or 992, he sent ambassadors to Constantinople, who were very well received, and by a Chrysobull of March 992 secured valuable commercial privileges. Later on, relations became even more intimate. In 998, the Doge's son John spent some time at Constantinople, and some few years afterwards, in 1004, Basil gave him as his wife a young Greek of illustrious race, Maria Agarus, sister of Romanus Agarus, the future emperor of Constantinople. Unfortunately, both husband and wife died of the plague in 1007. One of the most important of Basil's diplomatic achievements was the political and religious organization which he imposed upon Bulgaria after his final victory in 1018. We are to some extent acquainted with this work of his through 3 novels addressed by the emperor to John, Archbishop of Vogt, which have been discovered in a golden bowl of Michael Paleologus, dated 1272. By these novels, Basil set up an autonomous church in Bulgaria, having as its sphere the ancient Bulgarian Patriarchate, as it existed from 927 to 968, with the addition of a whole series of bishoprics taken from various metropolitan sees of Macedonia, Epirus, Thessaly, Serbia, etc. It is probable that in this he was influenced by political motives, but on this point we have very little information. The reign of Basil II, full of importance from the domestic point of view, was even more so in a military sense. An emperor who strove so energetically and successfully to enable Byzantium to triumph over her foreign enemies, after having bravely contended for his own rights against his personal foes, was naturally during the greater part of his reign, often absent from Constantinople. While going forth on his military expeditions, and while returning to his capital, he had, what was very rare for an emperor, an opportunity of visiting every part of his vast dominions, and his sojourn at Athens in 1018 has always been famous. His military triumphs, celebrated at Constantinople after his great victories, were also magnificent, as beseemed the reward which his warlike achievements had deservedly earned. Yet before his death, Basil, about 1022, was called upon once again to experience the anxiety of his younger days through the revolt of two of his generals, Nicephorus Siphius and Nicephorus Vogt, son of Bardas. The emperor was at Trebizond, about to set forth on an expedition to Iberia, when he learned in rapid succession that in his rear the two generals had broken out into revolt, that a conspiracy had been formed to dethrone him, that the traitors had probably an understanding with one of his worst enemies, the king of the Abbasians, and that an army was gathering together against him in Cappadocia. The situation was likely to become even more threatening, for Phocas was proclaimed emperor. But, as before, Basil profited by the rivalry which soon declared itself between the two rebels. Siphius, jealous of Phocas, drew the crowned pretender into an ambush on 15 August 1022, and had him assassinated. It was now all over with the revolt, and also with the family of Phocas, which, with this Nicephorus, disappears from the pages of history. As to Siphius, he was made prisoner, tortured, and sent into exile on one of the prince's islands, his property being confiscated. The emperor, thus delivered, was able to continue his march to Iberia. A reign so essentially military as Basil's was unfavorable to letters and the arts, which indeed the emperor always looked upon with indifference or contempt. Nevertheless, whatever the period to which the work of Simeon Metaphrastus should be assigned, hagiographical compilation was actively carried on, as we see from the famous Menologium of Basil, dedicated to that sovereign, a marvelous illuminated manuscript now preserved in the Vatican Library. Basil's name is also associated with another great work, this time an architectural one. In the night of 25 to 26 October 989, Constantinople was visited by a fearful earthquake. The destruction was enormous. The cupola of St. Sophia and the eastern apse gave way. It was necessary that they should be at once repaired, and also that the ramparts and the aqueduct of Valens, which had been partially destroyed, should be reconstructed. An Armenian architect, Tiridates, was entrusted with the work at St. Sophia, fine mosaics being executed for the adornment of the western arch. The same was the case with the baths of Gagné, which Basil caused to be rebuilt and redecorated in Sumption fashion. Commerce especially seems to have prospered during this reign, and the great silk manufactories seem to have been always at work. The Industrial Museum at Dusseldorf preserves a superb silk stuff dating from the reign of Basil in the year 1000, into which are woven figures of lions facing one another. From the time of Basil's return from his campaign in Iberia, nothing is recorded of him until his death. We only know that as the conqueror of Mussulmans, Russians and Bulgarians, he had extended his empire as far as the Caucasus, when at the age of 68 he desired, in spite of the glories which already made his reign illustrious, to accomplish still more and to go in person, to carry the war into Sicily. He was prevented only by death, which cut him off on 15 December 1025, after a reign of 49 years and 11 months. As he left no direct heirs, he named his brother Constantine to succeed him, and to take up the splendid inheritance when his own energy and valor and enabled him to leave behind. Never, indeed, had the empire been stronger, wider, or more prosperous than in this year, 1025, the high water mark in the history of the Macedonian house, and in fact of the Byzantine Empire. With Basil II's death, a period of miserable decadence was set in. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 976 to 1057 A.D., Part 3 by Albert Vogt. Constantine VIII, 1025 to 1028. The new emperor, to whom Basil, in dying, had committed the imperial crown, was already an old man, 64 or 65 years of age, having first seen the light in 960 or 961. Unlike his brother, he had spent his life almost wholly within the palace precincts, amidst all the refinements of luxury and lowest excesses of debauchery. As we have seen, he was crowned on 7 April 961, and associated in the empire as the honorary colleague of Basil in 976. When he succeeded to the throne, he had a wife, Helena, and 3 daughters, Eudocia, Zoe, and Theodora. The eldest daughter makes no figure in history. Disfigured from her early days by smallpox, she entered a convent and died before 1042. The other 2 were to have their names in all men's mouths and to represent the Macedonian dynasty up to 1056. The Emperor Constantine VIII bore the worst possible reputation at Constantinople, and unfortunately with only too much reason. Sellers has left us an unflattering portrait of him, which, however, seems to be fairly accurate, inheriting, as he did, the blood of Michael III and Alexander. During his reign of 3 years, his one subject seemed to be to empty the treasury, and, as Sitzlet says, to do a vast amount of mischief in a very short time, to pursue his merely voluptuous way of life as the absolute slave of gluttony and lust, and to indulge without reflection in the amusements of the hippodrome, the table, the chase, and games of hazard. His first measures were taken solely with the view of getting rid of the whole of the late emperor's staff, and to dealing out offices and honors to the habitual companions of his debauches, men of base origin, several of whom were pagans and barbarians. The government was handed over to 6 eunuchs, and in order, no doubt, to found his authority on terror, the new emperor disgraced a certain number of men of mark, such as Constantine Byrzus and Nicephorus Comensus, Bardas Phocas and the Metropolitan of Naupactus, all of whom he caused to be blinded. Then, notwithstanding the enormous sums left in the imperial treasury by Basil, Constantine VIII demanded with covetous insistence not only the strict and yearly exaction of the taxes in full, but also the arrears of 2 years, which Basil had not exacted. This was a grievous burden for the whole empire, and spilled ruin to many families, but such considerations were powerless to disturb the equanimity of Constantine VIII. Except for these few incidents, the reign of 3 years was marked by no event of importance, unless it be the marriage of Zoe. However, the military and political conditions which Constantine, quite apart from any will of his own, inherited of necessity from his brother in Armenia, Iberia, and Italy, brought embassies to Constantinople, of which an account has been preserved. In 1026, the Catholicus of Iberia came to appeal for the protection of the emperor for his church. At the beginning of 1028 came the embassy sent by Conrad II with the ostensible object of proposing a marriage of ridiculous disparity between his son, aged 10, and one of the two princesses, born in the purple, but in reality to attempt to conclude an alliance between East and West, which might have restored the ancient unity of the Roman Empire, as the Macedonian house had now no male heirs. Werner, Bishop of Strasbourg, and Count Manigault were received with great splendor at Constantinople, but the negotiations led to no practical result, and that for several reasons. In the first place, because they aimed at the impossible, and in the second, because on 28 October 1028, Werner died, as did a fortnight later the emperor himself. Nevertheless, some good effect seems to have come of the mission, for from this time onwards the relations between Germans and Greeks were, temporarily at least, marked by a genuine cordiality. We have a somewhat curious new departure dating from the reign of Constantine VIII and the year 1027, described by the Arab writer Marquisi. It was actually agreed upon by treaty between the emperor and the Fatimite Caliph Zahir that for the future of the Egyptian ruler's name should be mentioned at all the prayers offered in mosques situated in the imperial territory, and that the mosque in Constantinople should be restored and a muezzin established there. On his part, the Caliph agreed to the rebuilding of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, which had been destroyed in 1009, and to the return to the Orthodox faith of those Christians who through force or fear had become Mohammedans. There is, besides in existence, a novel of Constantine VIII dated June 1026, anathematizing seditions. When on 9 November 1028, Constantine fell dangerously ill, he bethought himself of settling the succession. He had near him only his two younger daughters, neither of whom was married. A solution of the question had to be found without delay. It was resolved that Zoe should be married on the spot, and the emperor made choice of Constantine Delacinus. But at the last moment, palace jealousies caused him to be set aside, and the final choice fell on Romanus Agerus. But he was married. By the order of the emperor and by threats of the most horrible punishments, Romanus was brought to consent to a divorce, and his wife to retire from the world into a convent. There she died in 1032. Romanus was at once proclaimed Caesar, and heir to the empire, in spite of the existence of his real life and the nearness of relationship between the two. The patriarch made no objection to solemnizing this remarkable union, on account, it would seem, of the state interest involved, and in order to avert a political crisis. At all events, nobody seems to have raised any protest against the morals displayed, and Constantine tranquilly expired on 11 November 1028, age 70. Zoe and Romanus III Argerus, 1028 to 1034. Zoe, when in right of her birth she ascended the Byzantine throne, was 48 years old, having been born in 980. Of a haughty temper and great personal beauty, with a brilliant mind, says Sellus, she had languished into old age in the women's apartments of the palace, imperial policy having been neither able nor willing to find her a husband. Her marriage with Romanus Agerus meant to her emancipation and liberty, and she was to make use of her position to recall into being, nay, to unite in her own person and display to the world all that had brought shame upon her race, and to give herself up to the worst excesses. There is something in Zoe of Theodora, something of Romanus II, and again something of Constantine VIII. Her accession began the hopeless decline of her dynasty. The husband whom accident had given her was in himself a worthy man. Up to the day of his unwelcome marriage, he had lived at Constantinople as a great noble, deeply attached to his affectionate wife, much given to works of piety, and to study as understood by a man of the world, that is to say, of a rather superficial description. He was a man of ability, but unfortunately not a little vain, and as emperor during his 6 years' reign, he strove to govern well, and dreamed, a strange dream considering the age which both he and Zoe had reached, of establishing an Argyrus dynasty at Constantinople. Unluckily, his intelligence did not keep pace with his good intentions, and owing to his self-deception as to his own military qualifications, and to his too eager appetite for glory, he ended by bringing the worst calamities upon Constantinople, and upon himself the most bitter disillusionment. On his accession, the first measures taken were fortunate, and show the importance which Romanus always attached to being on good terms with the clergy. The first novel which he issued on his accession increased the contribution made by the imperial exchequer to relieve the strain on the very limited resources of St. Sophia. He then abolished the famous tax known as the Legion, which Basil II had reimposed, and bestowed lavish alms on all who had been ruined by the late reign. Going further, he flung open the prison doors and set free those who were detained for debt, himself paying a great part of what was due to private creditors, and remitting what was claimed by the state. He restored to liberty numberless victims of the late reign, replacing them in their old positions, and, when feasible, bestowing great offices on them. These first steps, however, unfortunately led nowhere. Hardly had the edicts gone forth when a series of calamities fell upon the empire, which changed not only the aspect which Romanus had given to his government, but the very character of the sovereign himself. The account of the disasters experienced by the emperor and his army in Syria must be omitted here. They did not come alone. Soon money began to fail, and Romanus was forced to concentrate all his energy upon the financial side of the administration. And from having been liberal and munificent, he became, except with the clergy and his buildings were concerned, severe, harsh, and even, it was said, avaricious, to a degree which brought him many enemies. He was compelled to raise the money needed by fresh taxes, and it happened further that under his government, the empire passed through a time of fearful crisis. In the winter of 1031 to 1032, there was an awful famine in Asia Minor, accompanied by prodigious mortality. With the spring came the plague, then an army of locusts, which made havoc of the crops, and then, as though all this had not been enough, on 13 August, Constantinople was shaken by a terrific earthquake, which destroyed numberless houses, hospitals, and aqueducts. Romanus III was forced to come to the relief of all the unfortunate sufferers with money. He did it on a generous scale, but the finances felt the effects grievously. In spite of the emptiness of the treasury, of which indeed his propensities were partly the cause, Romanus III was a great builder. Like Justinian and Basil I, he desired to erect at Constantinople a new architectural marvel, a worthy rival of St. Sophia and the new church. This was the church of St. Mary Parableptos, and he added to it a large laura for men. He endowed both church and monastery richly, alienating lands of considerable extent and unusual fertility. But he went further. Not content with building the Parableptos church, he adorned St. Sophia with costly decorations in gold and silver, while at Jerusalem he began the rebuilding of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which was not finished till 1048. In 1030 or 1031, from purely political motives, Romanus III, having no children of his own, arranged marriages for two of his nieces. One of them, Helena, was married to Paragat IV, king of Iberia, and the other to John Sempad, king of Greater Armenia. The former of these marriages gave occasion for a visit to Constantinople of Queen Miriam, Paracat's mother, and for a treaty of alliance between the two sovereigns, a treaty, however, which proved of small importance for Romanus at the first opportunity tore it up. Helena, in fact, had died not long after her marriage. The chroniclers preserve the remembrance of another embassy, which also made its appearance in 1031. This was the Saracen mission, headed by the son of Abdulhasid Emir of Aleppo, Shibl ad-Dawla. He also came to request the renewal by treaty of peaceful relations. His proposal, which was accepted, was to go back to the convention signed after the victories of Nicephorus Phocas, in fact to the payment of a tribute. A treaty on much the same lines resulted also at this date from a visit paid by the Emir of Tripolis to Constantinople. When Zoe ascended the throne, it necessarily happened that her younger sister Theodora was left somewhat neglected and forgotten in the women's apartments of the palace. This did not suit her at all. However devout she may have been, and debarred from ruling, she betook herself to plotting. Even in 1031, the first conspiracy broke out against Romanus III, the moving spirit of which, Phrygian, or Persianus, was no other than the eldest son of the last Bulgarian sovereign. He was accused, and apparently the charge was proved, of having had designs upon the throne of Constantinople, and perhaps upon the hand of Theodora. In any case, it is fairly plain that the future empress took a hand in the game. But the plot was discovered, and Persianus was blinded. Theodora on this first occasion was not proceeded against, but her immunity did not last long. But soon afterwards another affair arose, which led to more serious consequences. This was the conspiracy of Constantine Diogenes, Romanus III's own nephew. We know nothing of this plot except its results. Some of the highest personages in the state were so deeply implicated in it that they were subjected to the worst outrages and then imprisoned for the remainder of their lives. Nor did Theodora herself go unpunished. She was sent to expiate her guilt at the convent of Petrion. Meanwhile, Zoe was pursuing her new way of life without measure or restraint at the palace. Romanus III, when he had to give up all hope of children, began to neglect his wife and turn his attention to the government, while Zoe rushed from one adventure to another. Friction soon made itself felt between the elderly couple. Zoe was exasperated by the emperor's neglect, by the strong influence which his sister Pulcheria exercised over his mind, and by the limits set to her mad extravagance. She found the means of vengeance by attracting the love of a younger brother of the man, whose name was soon to become famous throughout the empire, John the Orphan Trophus, a Paphlagonian eunuch of low birth, who had become the friend, confidant, and only favorite of Romanus. The brother's name was Michael. He was young and handsome. Thanks to his elder brother, Michael had exchanged his business of a money changer, perhaps a coiner, for the post of Archon of the Pantheon. He soon, in his turn, became a special favorite with Romanus, and was even more acceptable to Zoe. In course of time, the disgraceful passion of Michael and the empress became public property, and Zoe herself ventured to predict the speedy elevation of her lover to the throne. Her prophecy was verified on 12 April 1034. Romanus was in his bath when in the night of 11 to 12 April he was murdered, apparently by some of his suite. Exactly what took place was never known. After having probably been poisoned, he was in some mysterious fashion drowned. However this may have been, no one at Constantinople doubted that Zoe and Michael were indirectly the chief movers in a crime which was to give the imperial crown to Michael IV, the Paphlagonian. Zoe and Michael IV, 1034 to 1041. The Empress Zoe's satisfaction was brief. in gaining her new husband by a crime she had at the same time found a master, cunningly acted upon by John Orphanotrophus, who was already the real ruler of the empire. She determined to have Michael proclaimed at once, and within a few hours of her husband's death, to marry him publicly. The patriarch was hastily summoned to the palace, where he learned at one and the same time the death of Romanus and the service expected of him. It was no light thing. It was, in fact, that he should proceed without parley to bless the union on a Good Friday of a woman stained with crime, 55 years of age, and widowed only a few hours, with a young man of no family, 30 years her junior. How came the patriarch Alexius to lend himself to the accomplishment of anything so infamous? We cannot tell. Schlitzie only relates that he was won over by bribes to do the will of the empress. At all events, no one in Constantinople made any protest against this exhibition of imperial morals. The city, it appears, was delighted to greet the new sovereign, and on the day of Romanus's funeral, there were no lamentations for the dead emperor, who had not been popular with the inhabitants of Constantinople. And yet, strange to relate, once seated upon the throne, this untrained man, with no claims to govern, and already tormented by the epileptic fits, which a few years later were to carry him off in his turn, proved a good ruler, careful of the public interest, attentive to the defense of the empire, and courageous when the situation in Bulgaria made demands upon his energy. The character given of him by one who knew him personally and intimately, Sellus, should be studied in order to gain an idea of what Michael was upon the throne. Such was the conduct of the emperor, he says, that setting aside his crime against Romanus III, his treasonable adultery with Zoe, and the cruelty with which he sent several illustrious persons into exile on mere suspicion, and setting aside further his disreputable family, for whom, after all, he was not responsible, one cannot do otherwise than place him among the elect of sovereigns in all ages. He wisely declined to make any hasty innovations, any sweeping changes in the imperial administration. If there was favoritism, if the Senate found itself invaded by the creatures of the new regime, this was the doing of Michael's brother. But there is more to be said. Michael proved to be extremely devout. Hardly was he seated on the throne when he began to realize the crime he had committed, to regret it, and to do penance. He would now have no companions but monks, and no anxiety save to do good and to expiate his sins. His life was that of an ascetic, and the whole of the imperial treasure went to build convents, a home for the poor, the tokotrophion, and even a refuge for fallen women. Meanwhile, what was Zoe doing? She had not taken long to realize how grossly she had deceived herself. Devoid of gratitude towards a woman whom he had never really loved, Michael broke off relations with the empress and refused to see her. Under the influence of his brother and of his religious impressions, dreading too lest he should meet with the fate of Romanus, he kept her in retirement and had her carefully watched. All her attendants were changed. Officials devoted to the emperor were introduced into her service, and she was forbidden to go out unless with Michael's permission. So he bore with these fresh humiliations patiently until, weary of her servitude, she attempted to poison John. It was labor lost. She met with no success, only causing an increase in the rigor of her confinement. It was the just reward of her crime, and lasted up to the death of Michael IV. On Michael's accession, his whole family took up their abode in the palace and obtained high offices in the empire. John Orphanotrophus, the eldest, became chief minister. Nicephorus, Constantine, and George became respectively commander at Antioch, with the title of duke, domestic of the Oriental Scoli, and vestiarii. This latter office, which fell to the youngest, was one of the great dignities of the court. The family were all thoroughly corrupt and as uninteresting as they were uncultivated. They were to prove the ruin of their nephew, the next emperor. The only exception was the famous John Orphanotrophus. Beneath his monk's frock, which he always retained, he was fully as corrupt as his brothers. Though a confirmed drunkard, he had nevertheless remarkable talents for government. He was an able financier, unrivaled as an administrator, and an astute politician. He was, moreover, absolutely devoted to his family and to the emperor, and despite his serious faults, his falseness, cynicism, and coarseness, he was, in truth, as Sellers somewhere calls him, the bulwark of his brother Michael. He it was who had found means to advance him in Zoe's good graces, and he it was who later contrived to make the fortune of his nephew, Michael the Caliphatus, from whom he was in the end to receive no reward but exile. The powerful eunuch's government was energetic, if not uniformly successful. His untiring activity embraced all the foreign affairs of the empire, and Byzantine armies were again sent forth to strive for the supremacy and safety of the empire in Asia Minor, against Saracens, Iberians, and Armenians, as well as in Italy and Sicily, where the situation was further complicated by the arrival of the Normans, and also towards the end of the reign in Bulgaria. Certainly John could claim brilliant successes from time to time, especially in Sicily, where Syracuse was temporarily retaken in 1038. Men of a different stamp, however, would have been needed to restore to Constantinople her former prestige, and in a word, from the reign of Michael must be dated a widespread decline in the strength of the empire. As to home affairs, they seem to have been less creditably managed. John hoped to see a new Paphlagonian dynasty founded, and with this object, after having reduced to penury and thrust into prison those who, like Constantine Delacensis, had fallen under his suspicion, he made it a point of conscience to enrich his own family beyond measure. The people were ground down by taxes. Money was wanted for the war. It was wanted for the absurd and ruinous charities of the emperor, who, more and more broken down by illness, thought of nothing but distributing solidi ori as a means of regaining health. It was wanted above all for the emperor's relations. Their rapacity was indeed the prime cause of the intense unpopularity, which before long was to sweep away the whole tribe of these detested eunuchs. But John imagined himself safe from attack, and in order to establish his authority more firmly, he made a momentary attempt, like Photius and Cedularius, to bring about the abdication of Alexius, and have himself nominated patriarch in his place, thus getting the entire control of affairs, religious as well as political, into his own hands. The maneuver was only defeated by the energy of Alexius and fear of the complications which might ensue. While his brother and minister John Orphanotrophus was thus governing the empire, Michael, more and more affected by his epileptic fits, and suffering besides from dropsy, paid scant attention to anything beyond his charitable and devotional employments. He usually spent his time at Salonika, at the tomb of St. Demetrius, and from what Sallust tells us, only military matters could rouse his interest during his lucid intervals. His state gave some anxiety to the chief minister. Every contingency must be prepared for if Constantinople, as he hoped, was to be endowed with a new dynasty. Therefore, in the course of the year 1040, he decided on striking a decisive blow. As neither he nor his brothers, who were all eunuchs, could perpetuate their name, he contrived to persuade Michael IV to nominate as Caesar a very young nephew, son of their sister Mary. Further, What seems almost credible in spite of the rigorous treatment which both brothers had meted out to Zoe, John and Michael, to ensure the success of their designs, prevailed on the Empress to become a party to them, and suggested to her the idea, to which she cheerfully acceded, of adopting the young man. This was duly carried out. Magnificent fêtes were given at Constantinople, in the course of which Michael V, surnamed the Caliphates, was proclaimed Caesar and adopted son of the imperial couple. It was in these circumstances that, at the end of the year 1040, news came of a rising in Bulgaria. By a supreme effort of will, the emperor put himself at the head of his troops, and, without hesitation, marched into Bulgaria. A fierce struggle followed. For a moment the worst disasters seemed to threaten the empire. Finally, however, Michael triumphed and suppressed the revolt. But this burst of energy destroyed him. He was still able to be present at the triumph decreed him by his capital. His government even succeeded at this time in foiling a conspiracy, formed no doubt in consequence of the adoption of Michael V. One of the moving spirits in which was that very Michael Cerularius, who was soon to become patriarch. Then the end came. On 10 December 1041, he quitted the imperial palace without even taking leave of Zoe, and betook himself to the monastery of the Holy Agiri, which was his own foundation. There, laying aside his royal robes, he had himself clothed in a serge frock, and thus as a monk he died on the same day, having reigned 7 years and 8 months over the empire. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Macedonian Dynasty from 976 to 1057 AD. Part 4 by Albert Vogt. Michael V, 1041 to 1042. The project which John Orphanotrophus had formed in inducing Zoe to adopt his nephew Michael was not destined to succeed. Indeed, it was to lead to the ruin of the whole egregious family. The young man, as it proved, had none of the strong points of his uncles, though he shared in all their defects. Son of a sister of the Paphlagonians, and of Stephen, a plain artisan employed in careening ships in the port of Constantinople, Michael, when fortune began to smile on his relations, had been appointed commander of the imperial guard, while his father, suddenly placed at the head of the fleet, set out to distinguish himself in Sicily by memorable and grievous defeats. It was from his functions in the palace that John took his nephew to have him proclaimed Caesar, and adopted as heir to the throne. Unfortunately for both parties, Michael was an exceedingly worthless young man, vicious, cruel, hypocritical, and ungrateful, though not wanting in cleverness or shrewdness. An unfortunate tension soon made itself felt in the relations between uncles and nephew. Michael detested John and despised his uncle the emperor. John began to distrust the Caesar, and Michael IV to be estranged. The result of this was the rapid fall of the adopted son from favor, and his banishment beyond the walls of the city. There he remained until the death of Michael IV, and there he would no doubt have been left, had he not been necessary to the vast schemes of the Paphlagonians. In order to secure the continuance of the family, the plan set on foot must be carried out, and it was thus that Zoe, alone and abandoned without defense to the faction of her brothers-in-law, was forced to allow Michael to be consecrated, crowned and proclaimed Emperor of Constantinople. At first everything seemed to go smoothly. Michael appeared as the humble servant of the empress and the docile pupil of his uncle. Honors were distributed to the nobles and alms to the people. But this was merely an attitude temporarily taken up. In reality, there were serious dissensions between the brothers and the nephew. For a long time, Michael had been acting with his uncle Constantine against John, whom they both detested. Thus, the first care of the young emperor was to raise Constantine to the rank of nobilissimus, and his second to find an opportunity to get rid of the orphanotrophus. He took advantage of a debate at the end of which the old eunuch had retired in great dudgeon to his estates, to have been suddenly carried off and deported to the monastery of Bonabati, at a great distance. This was Michael's first victim. His second was to cost him his throne and his life. Thus, left master of the situation by the banishment of the orphanotrophus, who naturally seems to have disappeared unregretted by anyone at Constantinople, Michael's one idea was to make use of the power that he had acquired. Sellus tells us that, as a base upstart, he bore a deadly hatred to the aristocracy and to all in whom he could trace any marks of distinction. No one, as the historian says, could live in peace or feel safe in the possession of his wealth and honors. It was only the lowest of the populace who were in favor and who seemed well affected to the emperor. Nevertheless, as Professor Bury has aptly pointed out, it was he who restored to liberty and to his offices and honors the great general George Maniaces, who had been imprisoned during the late reign, as also Constantine Delicenus, one of the greatest nobles of the time. He it was, too, who founded the fortunes of Constantine Lahudes, the future patriarch and a statesman of distinction. But besides this, another Byzantine historian, Michael Attaliatis, has left these words upon Michael V, which, as it were, fill in the sketch of Sellus. He conferred honors and dignities upon a great number of good citizens, and also gave proof of great zeal for the maintenance of order and the rigorous administration of justice. In truth, the most serious blunder of Michael was his attack upon Zoe. From the first he consigned her to the gymnasium, denying her even necessaries and subjecting her to close supervision. Then, imagining his position securely established in Constantinople, and being urged on by his uncle Constantine, suddenly on 18 April 1042, he had the old empress torn from the palace, and having ordered a summary trial at which he was found guilty of poisoning, without further formalities he banished the lineal descendant of the Macedonian house to the convent of Prinikipo, first having her hair cut off. The Patriarch Alexius, at the same time, received orders to withdraw to a monastery. In order to legalize his summary action, Michael V, on 19 April, caused to be read to the Senate and the assembled people a message in which he explained his conduct and accused the Empress and the Patriarch of having plotted against his life. He felt himself sure of the good effect of his message and of the general approbation, but in this he was grossly deceived. As soon as the populace learned the exile of its sovereign, there burst forth almost instantly a perfect explosion of fury against the emperor. The prefect of the city narrowly escaped being lynched. Meanwhile, as the historian Ibn al-Hither relates, the patriarch, thanks to money gifts, judiciously administered to the soldiers sent to murder him, contrived to escape and to return in hot haste to Constantinople, where he caused all the bells in the city to be rung. This was probably about midday on Monday, 19 April, for at that moment the revolution broke out with terrific violence round the palace. The army itself soon joined with the mob to liberate Zoe and kill the caliphates. The prisons were broken open, and the whole flood of people rushed to set the imperial palace on fire and to pillage and destroy the houses of the Paphlagonian family. Michael and Constantine quickly realized the seriousness of the revolt and felt that they had only one chance of escape, namely, to recall Zoe and endeavor to defend themselves meanwhile. But even this last shift failed. Zoe indeed arrived at the palace and shewed herself to the people, but it was too late. The revolution under the leadership of the aristocracy and the clergy was thoroughly organized, was bent on having the emperor's life, and dreaded the feeble empress's perpetual changes of purpose. It was at this moment that the mob, under the skillful guidance of some of its leaders, suddenly bethought itself that there still existed in the person of Theodora, forgotten in a convent at Petrion, a genuine princess, born in the purple, daughter of Constantine VIII and sister of Zoe. It was instantly resolved to go in search of her and to have her crowned and associated in the government. During the evening of 19 April, the patriarch, who was probably the moving spirit in the whole affair, officiated at St. Sophia, and there he received and at once proceeded to anoint this elderly woman, who probably hardly understood the transaction in which he appeared as a chief figure. Meanwhile, the emperor was declared to be deposed, and all his partisans were removed from their offices. The emperor felt at once that all was lost, and had only one wish left, to fly. But urged on by his uncle, the nobilissimus, he was obliged to agree to defend himself in his palace, which was still surrounded and besieged by the crowd. About 3,000 men perished in the assault, which finally, after a siege of 2 days and 2 nights, was successful. The insurgents then made their way into the sacred palace in the night between Tuesday and Wednesday, smashing and plundering right and left. But the man whom they sought was no longer there. He had fled with his uncle and taken refuge in the Studion, where he precipitately had himself tonsured and clothed with the monastic habit. This radical solution of the question did not avail to save Michael V or Constantine. As soon as the mob learned the place of their retreat, it rushed thither, bent on dragging them from the altar of the church in which they had taken sanctuary, and on putting them to death. Throughout Wednesday, the revolutionaries thundered outside the monastery, whither they had now hurried, but none dared violate the sacred precincts. It was now that Theodora, from this time onward, acting as sovereign, ordered that both uncle and nephew should be removed and their eyes put out. Surrounded by a mob, mad with excitement, the 2 Paphlagonians were brought to the Sigma, frightfully mutilated, and finally condemned to banishment. Michael withdrew to the monastery of El Simon, the nobilissimus, we know not where. The revolution was accomplished on 21 April 1042. Theodora and Zoe. April to June 1042. On the morrow of Michael's disappearance, the 2 sisters confronted one another, each with her own partisans. Zoe was the elder, and might be supposed by many to be more capable of carrying on the imperial administration than Theodora, who had only just taken leave of her convent. She thus had claims to the chief share of power. Theodora, for her part, had the advantage in that she was the younger, and that not having, like her sister, been twice married already, she might, without raising a scandal, provide the empire with a master capable of defending it effectively. In any case, she must be immediately admitted to a share in the government. This was the solution finally decided on. The 2 sisters were reconciled, or made a show of it, and it was agreed that Zoe should take precedence of Theodora, but that the 2 should govern the empire jointly. The government in the hands of these 2 aged women, who were popular with their subjects, lasted for a few weeks and seems to have been fortunate. except in the case of Michael V's family and his declared partisans, who were deprived of their offices. No change was made in the administration or in the personnel of the higher imperial officials. The two sisters presided at the councils, which were managed by the leading ministers, and distributed pardons, favors, and money to great and small. Several wise edicts were issued against the traffic in judicial posts. Vacant offices were filled up with a view to the best interests of the state. Maniaces, the famous general, was sent back to Italy to take up the supreme command of the Byzantine troops in the west. In spite of these things, however, this strange government could not last. The sovereigns were too unlike each other in character, too disunited at heart, too old and too weak to accomplish anything durable or fruitful. Furthermore, faction was busy all around them. It was absolutely necessary to have a man at the head of affairs who would attend to the finances with an object other than of depleting them, as Zoe unceasingly did, and to the army, so as to keep at a distance foes ever on the watch to take advantage of Byzantine weakness. It was owing to this need that marriage schemes at once began to be canvassed. As Theodora positively refused to take any husband whatsoever, the court fell back upon Zoe, who, despite her 62 years, resolutely demanded a third partner. After several projects had ended in nothing, the choice of Zoe and the court fell upon Constantine Monomachus, who espoused his sovereign on 11 June 1042. On the morrow, he was crowned Emperor of Constantinople. End of section 16.